Kuslinski, we'll
Oh
say
yeah,
that.
I know. But we love him, of course, we love him. And
Of
why
course,
wouldn't we
yeah.
love him? Because we're live on YouTube. I know I'll say something bad about him later, but only for fairness sake, to try and be fair and balanced. But
Right.
anyway, hello to everybody listening. We're live on YouTube. I'm here with JC Owens again, and always delighted to have him. And I always feel like that. Having to discuss things with. And it always kind of feels to me like that every time could be the last time, because you never know. I mean, I never want to take his presence for granted. I also don't want to try and just assume that YouTube will always be here, whether YouTube bans me. But I'm not trying to say pretend like, oh, I'm totally banned and all this kind of thing. I've managed to sidestep um, any particular sort of political hot potato landmines. But we're going to try and, gingerly dance around a few this evening. But as always, what we'll try and do is just meander for a little bit first, right? Say a few pleasantries. Maybe don't immediately start pulling pins out of figurative grenades, as soon as we're live, and we'll see how we go, and we'll kind of gingerly move forward. You might have heard there JC saying that Karl Kulinski isn't his favorite person, and look, I'll just be honest as well. Like, to me, he seems like, and I'll use the word milk toast, right? But only because I don't know why, but that word seems to just have become very fashionable lately. But there's lots of better words, bland and lukewarm and sort of, the worst. I mean, I think we were talking about that fellow with the beanie cap before, and talking about how sort of offensively inoffensive that he is, that he's a deliberate fence sitter, sort of offensively neutral, and doesn't really have a position anyway, just wants to try and, hold as much of the middle ground and branch outwards from there as possible. Not because he's got any particular need to try and bring people together. He just wants popularity. And somebody like Kyle Kalinske actually makes that guy, weirdly, whose name I can't think of, but I'll let JC tell me now in a second. It just slipped my mind. But it makes that guy seem, principled and decent and bright and interesting. This guy Kyle just seems so bland, uninteresting, and weak sauce. I think is better than milk toast. Do you want to? Tell me what the fella's name is, if you can think of it, the guy with the beanie, and tell
Oh,
me what you think of Kyle Kalinske. So.
that would be Tim Pool, or as I call him, Tim Fool
Mm,
and the Beanie Brigade. And Kyle, you're right about Tim. He is most definitely a professional milquetoast fence sitter. As far as Kyle goes, though, Kyle is just a blatant communist. Well, socialist, I guess you could say. He would probably call himself a democratic socialist or something like that, but it's all the same, really. Like, I'd put him in the same category as Sam Setter. He's somebody who is absolutely shilling for the machine and going to lead everyone off a cliff. Is he doing it knowingly? I don't know. Maybe he's aware. Maybe he really does believe that socialist dribble. Who knows? But really, just as a person, he's he's not really, like, he's kind of a smart ass, and he acts like he knows more than he does, and I don't know, he just rubs me the wrong way.
yeah,
Yeah,
he
kind of like
definitely is one of these people who he definitely acts like he knows more than, or he thinks he knows everything. And look, there's a lot of people like that in the world, but I suppose what it is to me he's very obviously one of these people who you'd sort of say is like one of these mediocre people. Now there was what was that phrase that they used? I forget. It was a very good one anyway, but it was about mediocrity anyway. And there's so many people out there, like maybe they have a bit more IQ than 100. Not saying I'm a genius, I don't know what my IQ is, and I don't really care either, but I think there's more measurement than that, not just because it might suit me. But people like this, I think that they probably did an IQ test, found out that they're 100 and whatever, and then they're given a job like this. And I don't think that it's on merit, put it that way, right? I won't get too near to that live wire now, right? But there are certain commonalities between certain people in this world, and there's a nepotism. Once they know, they recognize each other, in different ways of recognizing each other. I don't think he got his job of, I don't know how many subscribers he has, but let's say it's 1 million. And so I don't think he's there because his opinions are so insightful and riveting, and that his insight is so searing into things. Everything about him is, as I say, compared to if you were to compare the beanie guy Tim Pool to him, Tim Pool just seems like a brilliant mind compared to this guy. But I'll start playing some of it anyway. And the reason why I'm playing some of it, I better explain the background there. Why I miss your bankier. There's too many things to talk about. Maybe before I get on to Kuslinski, right? I called this stream manufacturing dissent. Now that's just kind of little reference to manufacturing consent, right? Or conformity or compliance, which has been done. And I suppose I'm asking the rhetorical question, but I'm not advocating for anything, but just asking how might one manufacture dissent. I do think that there is a genuine or authenticity to the I don't want to call them riots, protests, right? Mostly peaceful protests in Paris and in France. Apparently, one of the many news items we could talk about is that they found the Blackrock offices. That's what I decided. I kind of call it like, oh, Monsieur Le Rocher Noir. And they decided to protest in there. So that's apparently a picture of them. And it was reported. And that picture was in the Washington Post, I think, if not Washington Times. So anyway, there they are, some French protesters. That's one of the many things we could discuss. But as far as manufacturing consent, where most of the rest of the world, and it's a great thing that none of the Americans ever, stood up to anything so far. They've had 3 years to stand up to anything, but no. So, but I never want to hear an American ever again say that the French are surrender monkeys, or imply that they don't have any fighting spirit in them. And what I often find, I saw a lot of Brits. I've heard Americans say the same thing as well. The French have too much holidays as it is already, or they get to retire too early. What about us? It's always the begrudger. I never thought I'd see it from the Americans. I could understand it from the Irish for sure. The British I would have thought would have more sense, but the British always do this. They just by default don't like whatever the French do, which is terrible. It's the same way as the Democrats say, what's Donald Trump advocate? Well, then we're for the opposite, that sort of stuff. What do the Republicans like? Well, then we're against it. So I'll wrap up just a little bit now, and just what I'm trying to say here, as by way of a sort of secondary introduction to what we're going to be talking about here. We're going to be talking about a smorgasbord of things, but I wanted to acknowledge the French situation. I wanted to say I think that there is an authenticity to it. I'm very glad they're doing it because nobody else is. There's no fighting Irish at all. The Irish people are very mild-mannered and meek. The only time they fight is against each other when they're drunk coming out of bars at 2 or 3 a.m. That's it. Because somebody looked at somebody's sister or whatever it is. That's the fighting Irish, pugnacious paddies. But they've got no fighting spirit about principles. That's the thing. They wanted the Brits out for 600 years, and as soon as they got out, they said, and the rest of the world now can come in, and gave it away to the EU, So it's a far worse master they traded it for. So sorry, I better let you say something there. Putting a lot of stuff out on the table, and I want to then move from that, I suppose, to start off with Kuslinski and vis-a-vis Noam Chomsky, just because seems that I was looking for Noam Chomsky's hypocritical stances on certain things we can't quite say either, and Kuslinski's clipping of it was the only one I could really find, but it's instructive anyway. So I better let you get a word in there anyway. What do you want to say to any of that there, JC?
Well, I mean, I do think it is good that they found the Blackrock offices at least. As like we talked about before, my biggest issue with these protests or any of this kind of stuff is they have no direction. They have no real leadership or goals. They're just going out like a bunch of children and raising a ruckus, right? And it's not going to do them any good. They all used their credit cards, drove their new cars with its tracking technology, took their cell phones in their back pocket, recorded themselves at the event, and they're just going to wind up on a list. Like my issue with this is we talked about transfer of energy before, and this goes into that manufacturing consent and dissent and all these kind of things. When you wind people up, you get them wound up, you make them scared, you make them angry, and you increase the pressure, and then you give them, you force them down the outlet you want, right? You close off all the other avenues and you direct their energy towards something that you don't care about, or better yet, a neighborhood you want destroyed, and you turn them loose. And what happens? Well, they expend all their energy yelling, screaming, throwing rocks, bottles, fighting with the police, and all this other kind of stuff. And then they go home and it's all over. Right? Same thing with the trucker protest or any of the rest of this stuff. It goes out, it makes a big show. Everybody blows their wad, expends their energy, gets put on a list, and then they go home, and that's it. Right? That's how it always
Yeah.
goes. They need leadership and somebody to organize them and give them some kind of purpose and uniform direction. Until that happens, they're just a bunch of children, throwing a tantrum in the middle of the department store floor.
Mm.
That
Yeah,
what
I agree. Because unfortunately, just like the Yellow Vest protests, which seemed to peter out at some point a couple of years ago, um, we kind of all know that this is not really going to go anywhere. Like, I mean, fine, they're in the Blackrock offices, but they'll probably be out of there, uh, if not by Monday, by Tuesday, and it'll be back to business as usual.
yeah,
So because nothing ever really moves the needle or moves the needle permanently, let's say. It might go up, but it comes right back to where it was again.
yes. And that would be due to that lack of direction thing. If you just have that energy going off in all different directions doing crazy stuff, like, it's not really going to push the needle anywhere. Like, if you want to push that needle, then it's just like any kind of other part of physics. If you want to push that needle, then you need a concentrated force pushing all at once at the same point and pushing as hard as it can. Right? It needs to be focused on that one single point, and then you move from point to point to point till you get to your final goal. Everything, this is one of those things I talk about with like martial arts and philosophy and debate and all these kind of things, that transfer of energy and all that kind of stuff. This is where the area where it comes in is understanding these simple principles of reality. You need to understand how transfers of energy work and how to direct that kind of stuff. And that's really what military commanders or any kind of leader of a group is there for. They are the ones, they're the focal point that then concentrates everyone's energy in a useful direction. Right?
Yeah, I suppose, like when you mentioned that they need a leader, what that would mean is that they have somebody planning objectives and that they achieve their objectives. Otherwise, they are just a crowd, out essentially just having a raucous hullabaloo, but there's um, no target, no objective, and no way of measuring success because, like, they can be in the streets throwing back and forth flares, or even if they have their own gas canisters or whatever. What you effectively have there, assuming that most of the policemen are French themselves, is that you have citizens effectively fighting each other, some of them being paid by the people who are hiding wherever they're hiding, but not being affected by it. And I don't know if, unfortunately, I don't have the videos ready to go, but there was an interview that Macron did with, I think, two French journalists, and the French journalists, a man and a woman, neither of them seemed to be particularly sycophantic. Neither of them seemed to be particularly sympathetic, even. They seemed to be asking him genuine questions, and to his credit, like, I don't know whether it's just a certain amount of like high arrogance and bravado, and certainly he's an unusual man if he decided he was going to marry his teacher when he was in school and is still married to her, even though like he's in his sort of, I think, early to mid 40s and she's in her early to mid 60s, which is obviously weird, but then again, maybe you might sort of say, well, I guess he must love her more than beyond her physical features now or whatever. So he's an unusual man, and he seemed to be fairly unflappable in this interview, and he seemed to be quite resolute. And so, I mean, in a way, I kind of have to grudgingly give some respect to Macron, that he's far better than that Rishi Sunak they have in the UK. I mean, he is just a spineless, gormless idiot. obviously, it'd be facile to make the same observation about the current American resident. We've never had a politician, not in my lifetime really, that we wouldn't be cringingly embarrassed about. Oh God, please hope nobody puts them on camera in front of anybody, anybody else's news media, in case they might realize what gumbeans we have for our politicians. So I suppose I have to say anyway, as far as Macron, just, I guess, I don't know why I'm trying to be fair about it, but he was able to sort of express some points to the journalists, more or less sort of saying things like, well, look, we simply can't afford to pay these people. They can protest all they like, but I'm not going to change my mind, and I can't. It would be irresponsible. And the sort of journalists seem to kind of go, I suppose it would be irresponsible. We can't have everything we want, So weirdly, he's doing a great job for these bankers, and it's not just the people in Blackrock there. I think he's another one of these people who worked for, oh good God, what's that other, one of those real famous, evil banker corporations. You probably know the one I'm talking about, but anyway.
JP Morgan, like there's all kinds of different ones. There's Blackrock, Blackstone, there's there's Chase, which is affiliated with JP Morgan. There's all kinds of give you affiliated.
I'll probably
with.
think of it later. It's not exactly Rothschild, but it's like that. I just can't think of it now. Anyway, It doesn't matter. But I think he's another one of these French presidents who formerly worked for them and then became the French president.
Yeah, more than likely. And I mean, there's not many of these world leaders like that I would consider an actual opponent. Like obviously JB here in the USA, he's a blithering idiot. Sunak is a blithering idiot as well. They're just errand boys. They do what they're told. Macron, on the other hand, he's in the same position, but I think he might be a little bit sharper than some of the rest of them. He might be a little bit more conniving and clever. And,
Yeah. Oh, I can't hear you, JC, if you can hear me. Come back. Okay, come back in if you could, whenever you can. Unfortunately, I can't hear you, but just to continue on with, I suppose what you were going to say there anyway, or maybe I won't try and second guess you. I'll wait till you come back. But anyway, yeah, I suppose, look, to continue where I'm from anyway, of course, I don't want to grudgingly respect Macron. It's a bit like, oh, there you are. There you are. I can hear you again.
Oh, you lost me? Oh, that figures.
Yeah.
No, well, I was just saying
if you can go back 60 seconds and carry on from, say, 60 seconds ago.
Well, I was just saying that, like, as far as these politicians go, I don't really see any of them as, the real threat. Like, the stuff that's going to happen is going to happen either way, whether these politicians do this or that or the other. They're just, they're actors playing out a part. It's the ones behind them and the operations going on behind the scenes that I usually concern myself the most with. All these little things that nobody really notices, like the article we were talking about earlier. Nobody really pays attention to that little stuff except for like religious folks, maybe. But the average secular normie, no. Right? Like,
well, okay. So we will get to that a little bit later, and I don't want to tease it as such, but that's definitely something keeping back till later, so that hopefully, we might get away with discussing that article from a newspaper in a certain country in the kind of East Mediterranean, right? So we'll get to that in a minute. But I suppose let's do this, right? So we'll maybe answer a question or two that's there, and then we'll get on to Kuslinski here talking about the statements made by Noam Chomsky. But Plaid Panther says, doesn't the fabled Anglo-Saxon routine of hating each other have to do with blood war? I'm not really sure if I understand the question. Do you understand it?
Oh, yeah. It definitely has to do with blood. They're all related. Originally, this goes back to the King of England and the King of France being cousins, and the Great Game, and just the rivalry that has sprang up over the centuries between France and England is just historic. They've always been enemies on and off. And that's where a lot of it develops from. It's a family feud type thing. But then again, since the revolution, there hasn't been a French king, so that's kind of been off the table. But the feelings are still there in the milieu of the public, in the hearts and the minds of the public. It just never left. That 30 years war, 100 years war, and all these different wars that the English and French were constantly involved in back and forth. It just bred it into the people, and it's never left.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the thing, because of all the wars between France and England, anyway, and the Norman invasion and whatever else. I'm pretty sure that most people are the same the world over. They don't know why, and I don't know how they pick it up, but they just get a general sense. And actually, a lot of it's to do with the British tabloids and things like that. Anytime there's a soccer match or a rugby match, and they kind of go, "Old scores settled now," and this sort of stuff. But people don't really know why. It's a form of tangential soccer ball as to why the British think they hate the French and vice versa.
Yeah.
Although most of the French don't really. No, I was going to say no. There always was a bit of animosity going the other way as well, and a lot of the French, quite rightly, would have looked down on a lot of the English and seen them as uncouth, uncultured, and definitely like this. Like the English would let themselves down quite a lot if they would go on holiday to France or Spain or whatever, because they just go and get drunk and tear up the place, and soccer hooligans and that sort of stuff. So small wonder they thought they were uncultured,
Yeah, it's got a lot to do with the same reasons that Spain and England didn't get along for a long time as well, because France and Spain are both they're both Latin countries, and they were allied with the Catholic Church. And as we all know, England was not and has not been for a very, very long time. So that bred some animosity as well, and so that's also a point that should be made.
That's definitely it. Yes, it's Henry VIII or the split with the Catholic Church. I'm looking over a few more things. I want to split the conversation in many ways. So before talking about anything else, I'll just catch up with some of the comments, and then we'll go right into this video here. Just seeing so hopefully that answers it for Plaid there. Plaid also says, didn't Macron say publicly that he was Jupiter or something? I don't know. I never heard of that, but I would. It sounds like the kind of thing he just might say. You never know.
I mean,
je suis Jupiter or whatever Jupiter is in French.
Well, like, any Freemason, from the Freemasons' point of view, they are all Horus, or the son of Osiris, or the son of Jupiter, or the son of, Odin, or whatever. It's all the same thing to them. So, they're just, that's where that, the club that calls themselves the Widow's Sons, they're basically saying they're the sons of Isis, right? So, they all will think that goes right back to, Trump decking his apartment out as Apollo, or Louis, the King of France, Louis the 14th is calling himself the Sun King. It's all coming from the same philosophical place. That's why they do this stuff.
Yeah, and that's a nice little tidbit to know, that anytime they're talking about the widow's sons, they're talking about the widow there being Isis, and because Osiris was killed but got reincarnated as his own son Horus. So all it's like the Trinity, all right, but a lot of people don't like to countenance that. Plaid says, thanks for discussing. Sounds like the spirit of the peoples preserve those old blood war fields, or maybe feuds, without them really knowing why anymore. Absolutely, definitely, that's the way it was. And I can say that, apart from, well, maybe I won't speak too much about Northern Ireland, but I will say for sure, I can tell you this categorically, that people down in the Republic of Ireland, or sometimes people refer to it as Southern Ireland, they'll say Brits out, and they'll say Chucky our law, meaning our day will come and all this kind of. But if you ask them, like, what do you mean? Like, what day? What it look like? What do you mean will happen on that day? They haven't a clue. It's just catchphrases they say, and they think it makes them sound like a rebel, and rebels are cool and get all the girls. That's really all there is to it. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it's the same thing here in America, like where I'm from in the South. The people ask me, why'd you marry a Yank? Meaning a Yankee, which originally meant, like Dutch Americans, from the North. and then it got carried over in the Civil War to mean all Northern peoples, and that feud from the Civil War is still there. Northern people still think Southern people are racist, dumb fucks, and Southern people still think Yankees are useless and tenderfooted. It's that kind of thing. I don't harbor those feels. Obviously, I married someone from Maine, so it's not a big deal to me. But to a lot of the average persons, yeah, like that shit is still very much something that they care about. And why, I don't know. That's an old fight that's been over, but they still hold on to it.
Well, yeah, I must then look into. I'm aware that some people take great offense to it, especially if they're not Northerners, right? Because to me, what is more insulting than any pejorative is getting the insult sort of what's the word for it? Ethnically wrong, right? So maybe a bit like, say, if you called an Indian a Paki, he'd go, "I'm not a Paki. That's Pakistan. I'm from India. At least insult me properly by calling me a Hindu." Let's say something like that, right?
Yeah.
Um, and the same kind of thing then for Americans. If you would call somebody from the South a Yankee, he'd kind of go, "Oh God, I have to explain to you about the Civil War, and people from the North are Yankees, if indeed." But I'll tell you what, I didn't know that it came from Dutch. I mean, it makes sense that it might come from Dutch, but I wonder then what Yank or Yankee or something like that what word that might have come from in Dutch. That's interesting. I never thought about that.
You'd have to ask the
Um,
British. The
but
British were the ones who started it. Like the British had started calling, when King Billy took over England. He was the Dutch king. He was invited by the Freemasons, basically, to come over and take over Britain. And when he did, a lot of Dutch came over, and the British started calling them Yanks, and it carried over here to America. And that's why
okay,
British
the British
people
started
still
calling them.
call Americans Yanks. All like most British people I know would call me a Yank, even though I'm Southern. I would still be a Yank to them because I'm American, right?
Yeah. Well, I know that like when I was young, like and so like in the 70s and 80s, we had a lot of tunes that we would sing. And I don't know how it happened, but long before there was computers or the internet, there were memes going around. And we had, I'm sure we had exactly the same thing, the Yankee Doodle Dandy song.
Mhm.
And like of course, like I'm just assuming that it has to have been a Civil War song. Or at least maybe even prior to that, it would have been people from the South basically pointing and laughing at these kind of city boys from the north or from the coastal cities coming to them in their finery, maybe a bit like sort of well-dressed carpetbaggers or something, and there was something about like put a feather in his cap and called it macaroni and this kind of thing. Now, I mean, it doesn't make any sense that somebody from this side of the Atlantic would be singing it, but it just goes to show the tunes. I'd say the tunes probably go back to Babylon, and then different lyrics get added to them. But as I say, before
Right.
the internet, all these kind of things were being sung by children in schoolyards everywhere, and I don't know how, but it all just catches on like wildfire. But we didn't really know what we were singing, what a Yankee Doodle Dandy was, but yeah, had some image in our minds, like and of somebody with some kind of weird feather in his cap, but he was silly because he was really macaroni or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
But these things
Well,
would have meant something, and there would have been a cost.
macaroni was
Yeah,
specifically talking about a fashion trend during the 18th century. People would go off from America, and Britain would go off to Italy and come back with this highfalutin fashion where it was kind of this effeminate. They would call them poofs as well, like because they were
mm.
really
Oh,
effeminate.
yeah, I know that word. Yeah.
They wore these really tall wigs and really poofy clothes and stuff, and that was called macaroni fashion. And that's what they mean when they stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. They're talking about the backward way of Americans, and the fact that we would just stick a
Mm.
coonskin cap on or a turkey feather in our hat, and we would call it macaroni fashion. They're making fun of us.
Yeah.
They're saying we're
Well, yeah,
backward.
I knew that it was making fun. I knew that it was making fun, and I figured macaroni must have something to do with Italian as well.
Mm.
But look, I suppose it's interesting all this and how it all becomes although I was going to say how it becomes an insult, but I suppose look, it depends on what's intended behind it, as do all insults. Children
Mm-hmm.
sing and don't know what they're singing, but it does have its origins, at least, as you say, going back to the 19th or even 18th or maybe even before centuries.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, you have
Dr.
songs
Crispy
like
there says, yeah.
I was just gonna say you have songs like "Kinky Boots." You know, that's one of my favorites. Like, and that one's you know, a Scots Irish song to the English and the Dutch. You know, King Billy and all that. You know, I drove my Saracen through your garden last night. I kicked your front door down around midnight. Oh, something's telling me, boy, you're avoiding me. And when I find you, you will go for your tea. Oh, I've got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. You remember that one? I'm sure you remember that one at some point.
Unfortunately, I'll have to say it doesn't sound familiar to me at all. Weirdly, I don't know, but maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm forgetting it, but it doesn't sound familiar.
Like, yeah, the chorus is like, "Oh, I've got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I've got a lovely new flak jacket and a lovely khaki suit. And when we go on night patrol, we hold each other's hand. We are the British Army, and we're here to take your hand." I think that's how that goes.
Right. Well, that doesn't. It sounds like the British Army are a load of limey fruits there. Then, so that's fitting for that. I mean, they're kinky boots, but
Yep.
maybe kinky means something different then. Maybe it meant crooked boots back then. Maybe it meant crooked rather than
They're
anything
talking
else.
about those
Um,
giant, tall, you know, the calf high, shiny black boots that the British Army used to wear, like those
yeah.
dragoon boots or whatever. Like, that's what they're talking about. Those really tall, shiny leather boots, kinky
Yeah.
boots. Yep.
Well, fair enough. I have to imagine kinky didn't mean what it means now, though.
I don't know. I'm a
Um,
wondering if it did mean that or not. Like, I'm not sure when the word kinky entered our lexicon. Like, that does make me wonder though. When did kinky enter our
yeah.
lexicon? Like,
I have a feeling that kinky in the sense of like to do with sexual kink is only a relatively recent meaning of the word, or wouldn't have been the most understood back then. Like I just can't imagine like that kinky meant, anyway, doesn't matter. Can I just read a couple here anyway, and then like I don't want to keep teasing this video, we'll get on to it next. So Dr. Crispy says, is it still permitted to fill a Yankee ass full of buckshot down there, JC? All right, we'll take that as a rhetorical question.
uh,
Doc says, some Indians say it came from them, a similar word that meant coward, if memory serves.
mm,
Um, I take it he means Yankee. So he's talking about like Native American style of Indians rather than the the ones near Pakistan. Yeah, maybe. So Yankee means a coward, right? Maybe. And
yeah,
that's,
I
you
mean,
can
it
understand
could
why
very
people
well.
wouldn't like being called a coward and a dandy coward. And dandy definitely meant somebody who like was a bit of so well dressed that he would have been a bit fey or effeminate. I would be fairly sure of that. Like
Right.
Yankee Doodle, says Crispy Johnson, comes from Georgian England.
Mm,
And then just one more here. Michelle says, I'm a Yank from what's PA? Philadelphia. I was going to say
yeah.
Pasadena. Is
That
PA
would be
Philadelphia?
Pennsylvania, I do believe.
Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. Oh God, that's what I meant. So say that's what I meant. I have no negative feelings towards Southerners either. I mean, Philadelphia is not a state, so like, duh, Um, towards Southerners either. I blame Hollywood for keeping stereotypes alive. Definitely, they have a huge amount to do with that for sure.
Yeah.
So anyway, Crispy says it there, yeah, Pentucky, or no, sorry, anyway, doesn't matter. I'll stop tying myself with metal knots there.
Oh, by
Kinky
the
hair,
way,
yeah.
the word kinky didn't take on the meaning it has today in that way until 1959. In
Oh, you're looking
1844,
at it in
it
a dictionary, is it?
popped up. It means full of kinks, twisted and curly in 1844, but in 1859 it meant odd, eccentric, or crotchety, which is how it eventually got applied to the other, I do believe.
Uh, yeah, that's not a million miles from what it means now. Odd or eccentric, but as pertaining to
Yeah.
predilections anyway. But anyway, I'll move on from that. I don't want to get stuck in that, right?
Right.
Um, remember the movie Kinky Boots? Oh, right, okay. Well, we want to move off that entire subject. We want to move away from the thing that you've got. I'll just say I'm not going to say either of those words, right? Because we'll be touching a few rails, but we're not going to touch either of those rails, right? About
Now
a
we have the audience
shoe
helping us
designer.
get off topic.
Yeah. Okay. So there you are. Michelle says Pennsylvania. Thank you. That's what it is. Look, just in my mind, I don't know why, but I have a problem. Anytime I want to say Pennsylvania, I say Philadelphia or Pasadena. Right? I know they're not states, but anyway.
Well, Philly is the NPA.
Right. Yeah, still though. No, I'm not going to claim. Oh, that means I'm still correct.
Right. Close only
Has
counts in
been-
horseshoes and hand grenades. At least that's where what we say where I'm from, anyway.
Yeah. Well, look, I didn't mean to interject there with this, but I have the video up. I just was trying to preload it there, right? So here's Kyle Kulinski, this guy who totally got to his job on merit, and anyway, he's exactly the kind of person who puts a silver play button in screen so we can all see how popular he is. Right, maybe we'll allow him to introduce the subject, but I'll try and spin on if he's too long-winded about it. Not that I want to talk, but it's basically just to get on to talking about the hypocrisy of Noam Chomsky, if we can get there anyway.
Still making the rounds and doing interviews. I respect the fact that he kind of almost exclusively does new media interviews. I can't tell you the last time I saw him on some official, giant media outlet. I mean, probably because years ago, at least the major ones in the U.S., banned him. They banned him because, he spit too much fire, spoke too much truth to power, and they said he lacks concision, which means he doesn't know how to talk in a punchy way. He's very drawn out and thorough when he explains something. So you're going to see two comments here that are splitting the left. He was asked about vaccine mandates a while ago, and maybe, when I say a while ago, maybe a couple months ago or something like that. At most a year ago, but I think it was just a couple of months ago. So you're going to see his initial response on vaccine mandates. And then just recently, so I guess within the past week or two, he was asked again about vaccine mandates. So he's going to give his answers here, plural. He doesn't just give one answer. It seems like he changed his position a little bit from what it was before to what it is now. And then we'll come back, dive into the controversy head first, and I'll tell you guys what my take on the overall thing is.
What are your thoughts on mandating vaccines?
Well, it's a mixed story. I think people who refuse to accept vaccines, I think the right response for them is not to force them to, but rather to insist that they be isolated. If people decide, I am willing to be a danger to the community by refusing a vaccine, they should then say, well, I also have the decency to isolate myself. Okay, I don't want a vaccine, but I don't have the right to run around harming people. No, that should be a convention. Enforcing is a different question. It should be understood, and we should try to get it to be understood. If it really reaches the point where they are severely endangering people, then of course you have to do something about it. So if smallpox turns out to become rampant again, and some people are insisting on running around public places where they might have smallpox, well, you've got to do something about it. We're not at quite that situation, but it's a similar one. So I think we should first attempt to establish conventions that will be understandable by people with some moral capacity, try to convince them that it's your right to refuse to get a vaccine, but then it is your responsibility to isolate yourself so you don't harm others.
When you talk about folks having the freedom to, separate if they don't want to abide by these vaccine mandates, what would that look like on a practical level? Does that mean that folks need to just stay home and have groceries delivered to them? Does it mean separated communities of folks who are unvaccinated, or just, how do you think this would practically play out?
Same way as with people who say that I don't want to accept traffic rules. I suppose there were people who said it's an attack on my liberty to make me stop at a red light. It's government overreach. I don't want the state to have that power over my private life. Well, such people they should have the decency to remove themselves from the community. If they refuse to do that, then measures have to be taken to safeguard the community from them. Then comes the practical question that you ask, how can we get food to them? Well, that's actually their problem. Of course, if they really become destitute, then yes, you'd have to move in with some measure to secure the survival, just as you do with people in jail, for example. But that's really not the issue.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. Let's go.
All right. Well, I'm not going to let Kyle Kulinski unpack stuff, right? I think now we know anytime anybody says, all right, let's unpack that, like, that's just, I really want to never say that phrase. It's just not the kind of person I want to listen to and to start unpacking stuff. Basically, a Democrat's always going to unpack stuff, even though I know it's left, right, wing, two wings of the same bird, but Democrats are always unpacking stuff so that, those of us who they assume are, ignorant Republicans or conservatives can, bit by bit, piecemeal, have it all explained into our tiny brains, But anyway, the point being, and listening to it again there, I mean, I never wanted to get a blue box under my video, but we'll see. It'll be interesting to see if I get one or not. But maybe it depends on how we commentate on it. I think everybody knows, but I think maybe the reason why I wanted to revisit this is because the world is sort of moving on and it's all old news. But at the same time, as we've covered in 2 of our previous videos, live streams, the WHO is currently drawing up harmonization regulations, basically a draft document, and they're nearly ready with it. And in the background, like, of course, we're distracted with all these amount of transgender people, and there's the Restrict Act coming out to be basically the Patriot Act #2, where you're not going to be able to complain about anything, otherwise you'll be a domestic tourist. I'm saying tourist. Mm-hmm. And the Trump arraignment, that he's up on charges of willfully and grossly misrepresenting something in some part of his business accounts. So these are kind of real, but not real. Any of these sort of stuff. There's the French protesters. There's Anthony Blinken ginning up more wars elsewhere. And there's central bank digital currencies. As I say, there's all these things we could talk about. But I kind of felt like, okay, but I don't want to be a current affairs person. I want to remind people that this hasn't changed. And here's one of the people. And I'm going to ask you a question specifically, right? Here's one of the people most famous for being a libertarian, right? He wasn't a leftist. He was a libertarian. He always complained about government overreach. And now he's saying, oh, it's just a conspiracy theory. I suppose you don't like traffic lights. So you think you can just drive out into crossroads, otherwise the government's oppressing you. No, it's obviously a false equivalence. And I don't think that he's stupid enough or geriatric enough to be confused about the issue anymore. I know what I think. I think I know why. Although it could be a bit of both. I think I know why he's now saying things that run completely contrary to what he'd been saying before. Like, he tried to explain to people in his book, which he co-wrote with some other guy who seemed to have something in common also with Kyle Kulinski. In case people don't know, I'll say this, but I won't get any closer to the live wire than this. But Noam Chomsky has something in common with Kyle Kulinski and with his co-author. They always seem to generate things for us to argue about. But he was against the Vietnam War. He said we shouldn't be involving ourselves in foreign wars. We shouldn't be sending people over there, all that. Perfect. So that's not the kind of person who you'd imagine now would be saying, oh, well, these kind of people who don't like the government, well, they need to be just isolated and it's not our problem if they can't eat. Why do you think, JC, he is basically somebody who would diametrically be opposed to his younger self? Why do you think he's not the Noam Chomsky we thought we knew, the libertarian?
Well, for one, we've talked about how, like, the philosophy behind libertarianism and how it comes from the same seed as socialism and all the rest of these crazy postmodernist ideals. And I would just propose that he never was the guy you thought he was. Like, none of them really are. Like, it's all, once you've adopted a philosophy that lacks semantics and libertarianism and all these other kind of like these philosophies, like they allow you to lie, obfuscate, contradict yourself, and and some more. And I would just like, in my opinion, Noam Chomsky was all for being against the government when it wasn't absolutely completely subdued and taken over by the NWO. But now that it is, there's no reason for him to keep up that charade anymore. Not to mention he's an old man. Like, even if he wasn't in on it, what's he gonna do? He's got family, and he's old. He can't protect them. So, there's a lot of reasons Noam Chomsky would be doing that. But, as usual, I would tell people to really just, look at like what he's actually saying. And, you'll see like it's not very far off from what a leftist would say. Not really. And, when it comes down to it, the first thing he said, I think is what he really believes. Like, just like a leftist, if you're a big enough threat to him, he's absolutely willing to lock you away. I've noticed something with these folks, these postmodernists. They have this thing where, oh, it's terrible if you do X to this group of people that they like. But as long as you're torturing, abusing, and locking down the people that they don't like and don't agree with, they're absolutely fine. And this goes for the libertarians. It goes for, all these other folks. Like, a libertarian would say, oh, well, natural law. It's like, well, natural law says that like the zebra or the gazelle gets eaten by the lion. That's what natural law says. And that's a very brutal system. I hate to tell folks. There's a reason your dog would rather be your pet than out there on its own, right? It's like the world, the wilderness is tough. And, I just don't trust any of these folks, any of them. Look into everything they say.
Yes, and I think this is why that part of the, I suppose, look, so many religions. I'm thinking of Islam, of course, as well, that they don't even like to have any statues of their prophet Muhammad, or pictures even. But also, like in the Catholic tradition, I think that the Protestants consider the Catholics to be false idolaters in having statues of the Virgin Mary, or however you want to say, Saint Mary or the Virgin Mary, or any of the saints or that kind of thing. So that even they consider that to be making idols or saints, or holding up other human beings as being godlike. So you should never put your faith in any of these people. And anyway, the very real lesson is, just to kind of bring it back to people like Noam Chomsky, is that just because any of these people happen to be saying what sounds like something you agree with, don't kind of go, oh, therefore he's my man, I'll allow him to do the thinking for me, or he can express my views. Or that, what a lot of people seem to do is make the real fatal mistake of kind of thinking, well, I like that guy, and a lot of times it's just a movie guy. And they don't really know much about him or her, but they kind of say, oh, I like that person. And their own ego won't allow them then later, when they hear that person saying something that's absolutely wrong or against even what they thought they believed, they then just say, well, I'd better, instead of saying I don't like that person anymore, I'd better change what it is that I state that I believe. Because really, most people don't really know what they believe or why anyway. And as far as I think, I agree with you there that there's a bit of nuance to it, that he's an old man now and people's perceptions and perspectives do change as they get older. But I also think that probably in all likelihood what happened is that all of these people, not just musicians, but famous current contemporary philosophers, whatever they like to set themselves up as, are given their jobs by being given the currency of the public eye. They're the same people who own the medium, whatever, and publishing houses are able to sort of say, we're going to make a star out of you. And it's not the kind of star we think of. We don't think of these people as being famous in the same way as Hollywood or whatever, but it's the same kind of a thing, or musicians. Yeah. And I think these people come back to them later on in life then and say, you owe us now. Now we're asking for our pound of flesh back from you.
Yeah. You got to look at it this way. Like, okay, they say, well, he was banned. And they'll point to that as the evidence of, oh, like, he must be the good guy. It's like, well, No, look at who pushed him in the first place. Why do you even know his name? Well, that's because TV channels and, you know, the New York Times bestsellers list and all these other kind of things put his book and, you know, his face out there in the first place. Okay, yeah, the government might have come down on him, but like, you know, that's probably just because, you know, some, you know, conservative group of conservatives said, oh, he's a socialist, and wrote, you know, like, and made that happen. Like, but these politicians don't even, most of them have no clue what's going on. Really, they really believe this dumb two-party illusion, you know, to some degree, at least anyway. And it, you know, they'll sit there and, you know, play these games with one another, banning this or banning that and pushing this guy. But that also, you have the possibility of the fact that they quite literally set the whole thing up to push him and then ban him, so people will make that false equivalency and say, oh, they banned him, we really should, like, because if you read their writings, they're fully aware of like the Streisand effect, right? That reverse psychology of telling someone not to do it. Like, they talked about it with the, well, we watched it with the digital tattoos the other day. Remember, they were talking about, oh, well, if the parents hate it, the kids will definitely want it, right? So they're fully aware of that
Yeah.
mechanism, and they will use it. And that, you know, that just seems like the perfect, you know, setup with the Chomsky thing. You push him, then once the, you know, you let him get out there and let people start listening to him, and then you ban him, and that will cause a certain type of person to automatically gravitate towards him. It causes this like magnetic effect with people who are in the early stages of waking up to the truth. Like, they'll, you know, they'll start seeing that the government's a problem and that these things are a problem, and then somebody will pop up and start saying the kind of things that they're already thinking, and they'll just magnetically attract to that person, right? Like, that's why it's so important that, like you were saying, like, we have to be very, not trust any of them and look into everything that is said. You know, that's why I've said, you know, don't believe what I say. Anything I say, you know, I'm wanting you to go out and look for yourself. That's the only reason I'm telling you, is because I want you to go out and look for yourself. Prove, you know, if you don't believe what I'm saying, go out and try to prove me wrong. I'm so confident that you can't, that I'm telling you, go for it. Go for it. And we could even do a day where we can invite people on and let them try and disprove it if they like. I don't care. I am that confident in what I know. Right? So it's just a matter of, you know, doing your due diligence. And that's one of the reasons why men and women both have to work, and the reason they set this system up the way it is, so you don't have time to do your due diligence. It's so that you have to, like, basically, in order to work and keep up with the Joneses and do all this other stuff that people do, you know, go out to the movies, go out to eat, you know, keep up with this, watch what's on TV Saturday night. Like, because they're all keeping up with this stuff rather than the important stuff of life, they don't have time to do any of this. You know, I quit doing all that kind of stuff so I had the time to do what's important, like our ancestors did. It's like our ancestors didn't sit around watching TV all the time. They didn't have time to, even if they had TV, because guess what? They had to go out before daylight and, you know, get the fields ready. And then they might have had to mend some tools before that and get breakfast all before daylight, you know, and then go out to the fields and work till noon, then maybe have a lunch under a shade tree, and then go back to work and work till dark, right? And it's, you know, they were busy with that kind of stuff, but they still kept up with their day-to-day, like, you know, politics of the land. It was something that they saw as super important, to the point where there were peasant revolts all the time over this, that, and the other thing. Because why? They all participated in their local government. They all participated, knew what was going on, and kept up with it because they understood how important it was. They understood that this stuff is a matter of life and death. And, you know, we've gotten away from that in our first world like comfort. We have forgotten to keep an eye on this stuff. They've made us passive, weak, and weak-minded. And that's something I'm trying my best to change like with every person whose life I touch. I try to like get them on the ball, get them, get them working on themselves and their skills, right? And we've talked about this before.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Comfort and convenience will be the death of us all. And then, what you said about how, look, even if most people would have the mental capacity to try and figure out everything, understand the way of the world, let's say, anybody who has a full-time job just doesn't have the time. So, like, there's a lot of barriers to figuring anything out. First of all, is having the time. And then the will to do it, because it's difficult. And then it's not just difficult, but it's painful because there are so many, every realization you make are things you kind of really would rather not know. So there's no real upside because once you, and I'm going to say, look, at this stage, like, fine, there's a lot of things I haven't heard of, right? But I mean, I have a generally pretty good handle on what this planet is, what humanity is like, and what's going on, like what the, more or less, like everyone will know what I mean. Like when I sort of say, like, that you think the government is there to help you, but really they're not. Everything is like the opposite of what we were taught that it was. So once you know these things, and then when you know that not only can you do nothing about it, but even if you would at least hope that the people around you could kind of go, yeah, we know, we're sort of all in the same boat here and we understand what's going on, they'll pretend to understand for a minute and then they'll deny and then they'll say you're crazy, and then they maybe will admit when you put all the information in front of them and sort of say, do you refute any of that? And they go, no, of course not, I knew all that already anyway. And then you're going to go, well, what are you so complacent about? And then they go, oh, look, I'm tired of talking about this. And then the next day, total reset back to, I don't know what you're talking about, that's nonsense, you're insane, all this sort of stuff. So why I think a lot of people, even if they had the time to look into it, don't bother, is because there's absolutely no incentive to do it. Again, I'll quote the Charlie Munger phrase, show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome. Most people would sort of say, I would be crazy to spend any of my spare time. If you have a job, what you would say is, to hell with all that mental anguish and hard work, let me just flick on the boob tube, open a can of, I'll say, Coors Light, sponsored by that, I can't think of his name, probably better off that I can't, but the sort of annoyingly shrill, deliberately campy transsexual guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Dylan something, is it? Who sponsors Bud Light, and basically sit there in your lazy boy armchair, swilling back this light beer. And I don't understand why men drink light beer anyway. It's ridiculous. Even if it's, better, as far as calories go, or doesn't get you as drunk as quick. No man should want either of those things. It's ridiculous. And watch some sports ball. It's just, it's so insulting to, denigrating to one's own existence. I've gone off on a tangent there, but anyway.
That's one of the reasons that, have you ever seen that Saw movie franchise? It's like a slasher, like type horror movie type stuff. Well, the whole premise of that is this serial killer is kidnapping people and putting them in these elaborate mousetrap contraptions that, it forces them into a position to where they have to be like the fox in the trap, and they have to make the decision to either die in the trap or gnaw their own leg off in order to get out of the trap and survive, right? And his whole thing is he's dying, and he wants to know if mankind has lost that integral puzzle piece. That's why he calls himself Jigsaw. Spoilers, everybody. That's why the killer calls himself Jigsaw, is because he's looking for an integral puzzle piece in humanity, the will to survive. And, I think that people have lost their willpower. It's been, the sports ball, the alcohol, the drugs, the prawn, all these different things, I think, have wicked, man's willpower and his fight, like, out of him. People don't have that natural curiosity anymore. To me, not to know, like, these kind of things would drive me insane. Like, ever since I was a kid, like, I've been driven to know. And it's something that's innate with me, and I can't really explain it. It's just always been there. And maybe that's what it is. Some people have that and some people don't.
I'm just laughing there, cackling away. I love that even there. Plaid Panther says, "Oh man, but my light beer, bro." So yeah, we're on the same page. Like, and this is, by the way, I mean, everybody has to have an outlet, and I guess, for me, that really helps me because, as I say, what frustrates me the most is people just are in denial mode all the time, no matter what. So just
Mhm.
a little something like that, but light beer, bro. And I don't
Yeah.
understand as well, like, blue is never the winning color. Budweiser, to me, it was always red with a bit of white and whatever, I don't
Mhm.
understand why anybody would want to drink beer out of a Pepsi colored blue style of can. It doesn't make any sense to me. Blue is scientifically, they did studies there to sort of say that if a team would wear a blue jersey versus a red jersey, that over the aggregate data gathered over many, many games, that on average it seems to have a psychological effect whereby the team wearing red wins. That it's just a more sort of fighting color. Um, I
Yeah.
don't get it. I don't understand why anybody would drink that beer. Now you don't have to go. There was a video, of course, of this guy blowing up a crate of it or shooting a crate of it. You don't have to do that.
Good
Just,
luck.
I mean, I thought people would stop buying all this stuff. Like, cut your cable. Don't like, ring up and don't take it no for an answer. You're canceling your subscription. Don't watch the stuff. Don't buy the beer anymore. Don't buy anything from any of these corporations. And you should have been doing that 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You should have been canceling Netflix a long time before Cuties.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that is one thing I can say. Like, I would give the left, like they were doing that like right from the get, and putting their money where their mouth was. You know what I mean? Like they were voting with their dollars, like what dollars they had. The left doesn't have a whole lot except for what Soros and others put in it. But anyway, um, it's like, and now the conservatives are kind of starting to do that, where they're divesting from these corporations. But it's like I was telling somebody the other day, it's kind of late now. Now the ESG machine has started, and just like with Hollywood, they can flop upwards because, like, no matter how much they fail with this agenda BS, the world banking machine will just keep feeding them. They'll just keep punching zero on that keyboard and making the printer machine go burr, right? So
Yeah.
it's
Well, yeah, long before I knew that it was called ESG, I determined that something very fishy was going on in this large multinational global corporation that I was working for, whereby they were outrageously hiring the most inexperienced, unqualified people. And, it was obvious who they were not hiring and who they were hiring. And I put it to them that there was something odd going on. And they went, no, 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 just coincidence. And then eventually I got them to admit it. But of course, where can you go with that? Because all of the governments, all of the institutions, everything is all totally on board with whoever's getting paid to do whatever. But I
yes,
just wanted them to admit it. And then, some managers did admit to me that they were being personally paid bonuses to hire people of a certain kind. And I won't get into it now any more than just this, because we'll be touching a few live wires later. And I'll discuss all this fully later. I think I'll dedicate a stream to it. But then they started denying it, saying, "Oh, I never said that, but you did just say that." So they wanted to say it was true because they knew they should be proud that they were deliberately hiring these people, but also they didn't want to admit it either, right? Because they didn't know what the official, bit like the New Zealand guy, when he was asked what's a woman, he said, "I don't have a pre-formulated answer. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. So basically, I'm not going to give you an official answer yet." And that's the way a lot of these managers were. But it made me realize, and I'll just sort of say this, that although it's coming from the top, I knew that I was the kind of person that would sort of say, okay, so I'm being paid, let's say, 100 grand a year, right? Even though I wasn't, right? But you want to give me an extra 5 grand for hiring this person, even though, like, there's 100 other people who deserve the job ahead of them because they're more competent and qualified. And you want me to accept 5 grand to hire them, right? Now, I
mhm,
would have thought that anybody, I didn't think I was being particularly moral by kind of going, obviously, I wouldn't compromise my principles. And not only that, but I would feel like, well, I wouldn't be doing right by the corporation then either, like by hiring the best person for the job. All these people just went, woohoo, give me that extra 5 grand. And I'd be like, but you already have 100 grand or more. Like, so why are you doing this? And it's
yeah,
because there's no amount of money that would satisfy them anyway. They just know they want more money and that's it. And they don't have any principles. And so I know that the people at the top all have certain things in common, but these were people who didn't have that thing in common. So they were my own compatriots, or they were Americans, or they were Europeans, So my
Mhm.
big problem here is that I became a misanthrope rather than anything specific to do with any particular variety of human being, right? Because really, I mean, we like to think, I know a lot of people like to think, well, without those people, we wouldn't have all these negative influences, but our own people are very easily negatively incentivized, to do the wrong thing.
Absolutely. I mean, I was one of those people once. I was, like I said it many times, like I was an evil dude. Like I worked for an evil corporation that took money from these bankers, and like when I walked away, they hung me out to dry. Like I got caught up in all kind of trouble over my little stunt that I pulled, and yeah, it all blew up in my face. And the corporation itself, because it was part of this overall system, it turned against me as well. My job turned against me, my family, like the whole kit and caboodle, right? So like that's what I try to get through to people is like all this stuff is connected. You're talking about the police, the court systems, the corporations, the government, the gangs, and drug dealers. Like all this stuff is all interconnected, and they're all working together in one way or another as a cog in the machine. And it's all servicing one another. It's like, well, why does the government like take black project money and put it into these cartels to deal drugs back into the country? It's like, well, a few different reasons. Well, one, it helps them launder money and like make money for more black projects, but at the same time, they have other things that they're doing it for. They always have multiple reasons for doing something, and there's always there's always a bunch of moving parts, and that's what makes it hard to see for what it really is. But the truth of it is the fact that all of this stuff is interconnected at this point. Like there's no mainstream industry that's not captured at this point. I'm convinced. You know what I mean? Like
I
it's
agree.
it's like
I
all of
agree.
them, to one degree or another at least. And if
Yeah.
even if they're not captured, like knowingly captured with operators inside the corporation itself, which I believe they all are, um, even if that's not the case, they are now in a position to where like the companies that will go along with it will just continually keep getting influxes of cash from the machine, and companies that won't will be allowed to just dry up, right? They'll stop watering those plants and those proverbial plants, and let them shrivel, right? And that's where the game is right now. Like it's kind of too late for anyone to do anything about that part until we get these people like unseated and handle this problem. That's where we're at. Like they can use this ESG and their money to boost anyone they want and destroy anyone they want. So you bet,
Yeah.
like, if a person isn't like 100% like standing by their principles, if they're not like, if their willpower like doesn't allow them to, stand like their feet were made out of like lead, then we got a problem. Like,
Well, I've said it before, I was always extremely naive. I'm actually, still every time I think about it, not just angry, but livid, hopping mad, boiling mad, that I was allowed to go into the world with such naive assumptions as that everybody had been taught and brought up with the same morals that were very much inculcated in me, in that not only do you do the right thing, but you do the right thing especially when it's difficult to do, and that's how you hold society together. That if basically the parcel of society is passed to you, that you're entrusted with it, and then it's your moment to do the morally correct thing. So that for me, anytime anything untoward was being plotted or happened, or people were being bribed or bought off, or people were trying to do things that ran contrary to, like, corporate policies and things like that, like, then I'd sort of say, absolutely, we're not doing that, or how dare you do that, don't you know that that's exactly what we shouldn't be doing. But of course, what I didn't realize was people always say one thing or publicly, proclaim that they like these corporate policies. Meanwhile, they all have a cabal where they do the opposite and they cover for each other, So
Yeah.
my attitude would be, but if you want to do that, why not just do that and be out in the open about it? Nobody would stop you. At least we're all in agreement. Let's all do that then, But don't
But see,
say you believe in something.
that's what you can learn from the secret societies, though. You see, that's how it works. Remember when I told you that the way I moved up, like when I started rocketing to the top, was right when I, like, on my own, kind of to myself, started to realize that it was all a game, and I changed my behavior based on that information, right? And people noticed. The thing is, they always do it that way. It's kind of like this little in crowd. The people who are initiated and start to realize it never tell anyone else like the truth unless they're called out on it, because it's the secret rocket to the top. Like, once you realize it's a game and this is about, screwing him before he can screw me, and I'm going to get that promotion before he gets me, and at any cost, like, once you're the one who realizes that, you don't give that away, because that's like the lion telling the gazelle he's going to eat him, right? Like, it's if you're running on the law of the jungle, then it is lie, obfuscate, and do whatever you have to do in order to get people.
Yeah.
And if people are dumb enough to believe otherwise and let you take advantage of them, then that makes it okay, because they're the weakest link, right? This is how those people think. It's in corporations.
I was dumb enough. Yeah, well, I was dumb enough, and still would be prone to falling back into that kind of naivety where I kind of think, oh, maybe people aren't so bad, they're just misguided. No, our own people. This is what I'm saying. Not just the people who control things or have, as you said earlier, and I agree with you, that they have captured every single aspect of our societies, institutions, corporations. All our people are perfectly happy to play along as long as they think that they can basically sort of say, I won't be it because there'll be somebody else below me that I can stab in the back or behind or in front of me or whatever, But I did think naively that if malfeasance was occurring, that if I was a cog in that machine, that I would refuse to turn. And I assumed everybody else would then do the same. A bit like if you're all on a ship, right? And you're all saying, heave ho now, man, heave ho. And you're pulling on the rope and you're trying to get into port, or you're all down below and you're trying to, row as best you can. You're really putting your back into it. And then you look around, you go, everybody else has just dropped their oars. Why am I bothering here? And don't they realize that we're all going to crash onto the rocks, or we'll never make it to port unless they make their contributions, But unfortunately, you can't convince anybody of anything beyond their short-term gain. And I know a lot of people are very positive about our guys, like whether they be European or Northern or whatever. But unfortunately, the harsh reality is people in our own families, our own communities, and our own nations, maybe gradually the best has been bred out of them. But I have a feeling that it's an underlying kind of thing, that unless, people are very much brought up in an idea that there is a responsibility on them towards maintaining their own society, then bit by bit they'll sell off every brick as long as they're not the last person holding the parcel, essentially.
Yes, essentially it's exactly that. And I mean, you talk about, like, the people's faith in our guys. I know exactly what you mean, and it drives me crazy, like, how prideful, like, our truther community can be sometimes, where everyone is like, oh, we got this. Like, people are waking up, man, we're winning. I see this kind of stuff all the time. We're winning. It's like, as far as I see, everything is still completely moving right along schedule, like the way they want it. We are not winning. Yes, there are some people that are a little bit more awake than they were, but there are, like, a lot more people that are still, like, half awake and, at best got, like, one eye open and are paying attention, sort of. And, at the very least, not many people are doing very much about it. And, it brings me back to, like, a bunch of people that were in, like, the Russell Brand video the other day, which, funny story, like, they ended that stream really abruptly. I was in the chat, like, just, he okay, backstory. Like yesterday, he did a stream where he had that guy from The Office, that show The Office, Ryan Wilson, whatever, on his show, and it was like a spirituality talk. And I knew right from the beginning where it was going to go. And I was just in the chat like saying things like, "Yeah, just give him a minute. He's about to tell you that you're God because everything's God." Yeah, just give him a minute and he's going to get into the new age stuff. Just watch. Oh, see, I told you. And, they gave it about 5 minutes before like the stream just cut while they were in the middle of a sentence. It didn't even go to the usual, okay, you can catch the rest on Rumble, et cetera, et cetera. No, it just cut. Right. And it just is one of those things that you just knew. You knew that all of these new agey folks were going to come out, and a lot of truthers have fallen for this. You hear this stuff, you see them using the symbols, the 777s and the 333s and the crystals and the this and the that, and they've just fallen into another part of the new age movement, and which is just Freemasonry. It's the same thing that the crazy left believe in. Basically, it's not. It's still the same deal. They just somehow they get on this kick and they start thinking oh, we're in this age of enlightenment where everyone's going to wake up and we're just going to they're still utopians, and mostly it's in this libertarian community, as we've discussed before. It's mostly libertarians I've found, and these libertarians they are into the natural law, the crystals, the whole well, everyone's going to wake up on our side, and humanity's going to be enlightened, and we're going to live on Mars type stuff. And it's so cringy and disturbing that folks are falling for it at such a rapid rate. But this is the kind of stuff that makes me so pessimistic, is because I look around and I'm like, no, what's going to happen is we're going to be depopulated, and there's going to be a very few of us left that are even able to do anything, if at all.
Yeah, it is an exercise in frustration, thinking that we can wake people up. I think a lot of people, and I think myself included, are coming to the dejected realization that you can't wake people up because they don't want to be woken up, because they'll just like the lesson in the Matrix, they'll fight and scream to defend the pleasant sort of, as we said before, the comfortable, convenient, and there was some other word like that, that keeps people basically in their catatonic state here, as Plaid Panther says. The truther community is completely, even the truther community, in inverted commas, is completely catatonic. So in their catatonic sleep-like state. No social cohesion, extremely divided and fragmenting further. Now lots of new age cults popping up because it's prime hunting ground for weak minds. Absolutely, yeah. You can see everything is essentially, I mean, the Democrat Party is, and look, obviously to some extent, you have to say, to be fair, but not to exactly the same extent, but the Democratic Party is a cult. That's what it is, because they check every day what's the latest we believe in, and what does dear leader say now, that kind of thing. But can I want to refer to something that I go back to a comment here. Somebody mentioned, and I think this might be news to maybe yourself. I don't know if you've been keeping abreast of Jordan Peterson, but somebody mentioned him anyway, and I want to say that I caught up on some of Amazing Polly's videos, which you can catch on BitChute or Odyssey, and maybe on Rumble as well. I don't know, but there's, I think, 3 videos pertaining to not only Jordan Peterson, but specifically a alternative, and what is, I think she is pretty much definitively proven, is a controlled opposition alternative to the WEF and the Great Reset crowd, right? And she shows a video of Jordan Peterson basically saying, well, I was traveling, I won't try and do his accent. I was traveling in England, and I went to Australia, and I started meeting up with some people and making out that it was all just, they got chatting, and it was totally organic. And some folks in England and some folks in Australia decided, wouldn't it be a great idea if they could gather together I don't know, what did they say, 1,000 intellectual luminaries and people from business and powerful people who didn't agree with all this WEF Great New Reset, and then, you know, decide to go a better way and this kind of thing, right? So they're basically just, you know, the Bud Light alternative to the Coors Light or whatever, but it's the same kind of, you know, pale ale water.
Old boss. It's exactly what I told you would happen. I told you, like, I warned everyone listening to this stream, or to our streams here, that you know, just watch and wait. Like, you will see, like, that they will offer an alternative. They always do. You know, they'll always redirect. You know what I mean? Like, I knew it wouldn't be long before one would pop up, and we would wind up with this situation where you can wind up with a world government either way. You can wind up with the world government by following the WEF. You can wind up with the world government by banding together to fight them. Either way, they get what they want. Like, this was
that's really why it's so demoralizing. It seems like if we do nothing, it'll happen, and if we do anything, it'll happen. But anyway, just to let people know that to me, I'm absolutely satisfied that Amazing Polly has proven definitively that what he has gotten together is basically just people who are pretty much the same, but just different faces, but all the same stuff and the same kind of ethos and everything. And it seems to me that I hope I'm not misremembering this, but I think Richard Branson is involved. Like, so basically you can either have Jeff Bezos or you can have Richard Branson, but it's all the same kind of thing. And you know, a lot of sort of London shoysters as well, and politicians, other kind of crook politicians in Britain, in the United Kingdom, and then some in Australia who I forget as well. But to me, it absolutely categorically, in case anybody was any doubt about it, shows that even if Jordan Peterson wasn't promoted to us in the beginning by, oh, he's based, he's telling a transgender person to you know, say that he refuses to use his pronouns. Oh, he's totally based, he's fighting for us. Well, I mean, look, anybody could have said that anyway, right? But I don't know whether he was genuine then or not, or any of the times that he totally, like, you know, pawned those feminists or whoever he was debating, right? Even if he was genuine then, he isn't now. Absolutely categorically, either they bribed him or blackmailed him, or maybe what happened as well is they might have totally MK Ultra'd him, and you know, when he got addicted to benzodiazepine or whatever it's called, whatever drugs he was addicted to, I think somebody like Harley Pasternak may well have drugged him. Maybe he's completely out of his mind now, and he's just a total mind-controlled puppet now. But whatever it is, absolutely, there's no question, you cannot trust this guy whatsoever. But I'll try and put a link to Amazing Polly's videos in the description a little bit later, and updated with that.
Well, I mean, he's always been a classical liberal. He's always said that up front. Like, this is what I've been saying about him being on, like, the Daily Wire and everything since he went on it. Since all these, like, so-called base people started, like, you know, really, you know, trying to cram their head as far up his butt as they possibly could. You know, I've been trying to, like, figure out, like, what are you guys doing? Just because he agrees with you doesn't mean, like, on one thing doesn't mean he's on your side overall. Like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And I mean, it's more of that, like, that controlled opposition, you know, limited hangout kind of stuff. It just, that it reeks of it as far as I'm concerned. Like, and then, you know, you telling me this, you know, I trust you, you know, fairly well, and you know, I believe that once I look into it after we get done talking here, that I will confirm as well that that's exactly what's happening, and it's exactly what I had expected based on what I was seeing. Like, you know, you were seeing these, you know, liberals being integrated into the conservatives, and it's what I've said all along about conservatives. And I forget the guy's name, but there was a guy from the 1800s who said the same thing that I say, and I was amazed that, like, and this is another reason I get pessimistic sometimes, because I look back and I see things. I see Bill Cooper saying the same things that I've said before I've ever even heard him say it. I see this guy from the 1800s also saying the same things I'm saying now before I've even said it, and, like, it's one of those things where it hasn't changed apparently, because he was saying, paraphrasing, basically, it's that the conservatives just end up becoming taking the position that the left had 10 years ago. So while
Yeah.
so now it's like the conservatives aren't with they're not with the transhumanism stuff, but they're fine with full-blown fourth wave feminism now, right? That's where it will be anyway. And it's going to move. The Overton window just keeps moving ever so slightly, about every decade or so, about every new batch of people that come through, as far as the kids coming out of high school being able to vote, all that kind of stuff, and paying attention to it. It just, they shuffle the people out and the Overton window just moves a little bit more. But you just watch.
Yeah.
The
Well,
conservatives will take their position eventually, right?
yeah. Well, you've reminded me that very recently, maybe not but recently enough anyway, somebody went to Charlie Kirk. So he's a Christian conservative guy, right? Who I think was hanging around with or sharing the same physical platform, or dais or whatever, at some speaking event with a transgender conservative, right? And also, I think the guy Dave. Oh God damn it! I forget his name, but anyway, he's married, and he's another conservative, one of our guys, right? But he's married
Rubin?
to another. Huh?
Dave Rubin.
Dave Rubin, thank you. So he's
Oh,
married to another guy, and they had surrogate twins and all this sort of stuff, right? And I think he congratulated them on that, and he's all for that as well. And so somebody then asked Charlie Kirk, and you probably know this, but just to say it anyway, somebody asked Charlie Kirk. So just to get this straight, then basically, or just so we're clear now, like, is anal sex a conservative value now? Is that one of our conservative things that we stand for? And of course, he couldn't really answer, but it just kind of goes to show that even if at some point he was sincere, that at some point he kind of went, yeah, look, I don't want to pick a fight with these guys. I kind of want these on my side, and I think I can go no further now because I have to stay within a certain window, whatever the window is.
yes. And I mean, that's the way it always goes with these folks, and that's one of the ways you can tell, who's going to be, sincere and who you need to listen to or not. Because the people who are sincere, they're not going to move on their principles. Principles are important, folks. Like, I would say it's one of the more important things about a person. It just, I feel that that is one of the main things that people are lacking these days, are principles and the willpower to stand by them. Myself included at one time, but these days, like, I've gotten a lot better at it. And I would, implore that others do the same. Like, we need folks to, like, well, just to be as blunt as I can, it's time to grow up, kids. Like, we got a job to do.
Yeah, so Crispy there says, so Dave Rubin married a birthing person. He did indeed. So birthing people are all the same. It's people having to birth things. So yeah, whatever. It's amazing how they get us. But you believe in this, you have to believe in that. Oh God, I guess it is like two men having surrogate sons or daughters or children or whatever. Like, that's now a conservative opinion. Damn it! If I want to call myself a conservative, I better believe in that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, they fall into that fallacy, and this is why I won't call myself a conservative or a liberal or any of that mess. I don't subscribe to that
Exactly.
whole thing.
You're
Like,
somebody who believes in truth and reality.
yes, like, that's what I'm about and where I'm at these days, and I just really, like, don't have time for the political games, because that's exactly what it is. It's a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we had a little discussion there, like over text there on one of my community posts, where We basically had what will be considered to be probably a bannable offense quite soon, where we basically determined that truth is truth regardless of what somebody thinks about it, that just because somebody has a subjective opinion or perspective on something doesn't change objective reality, and objective reality will continue to be reality regardless of how many people vote a certain way, or if there's a consensus that something is a certain way, and it goes back to the little children's stories, about I'm thinking of, say, Gulliver's Travels, and the people from Lilliput deciding that one end of Lilliput deciding that you crack the egg on this side, and the people who cracked it from the other side were crazy, and this kind of stuff. Nothing has changed. I think we've all realized that as children grow up, if they are petulant, obstinate children who just have always been getting their own way and spoilt in that way, then they grow up to be adults like that as well. And we've had generations of people growing up now whose parents and maybe even grandparents had the rod spared, and thus the child was spoilt. And have been told that you're perfect in every way. We're never corrected at all. So you have all these people who are now adults, and they think that they can just say, we are the majority, we believe this is this, and you are now compelled to believe it by force of law. And that doesn't change objective reality, though.
No, it doesn't. And I mean, I will say again, like, it's just like, while we are kind of talking about the left doing it here, like, it is just as likely to happen by the right. Like, I think actually even more likely, because they're more organized and able to get things done than the left are in a lot of ways. And when it comes down to it, like, the left have came after the kids and all that kind of stuff, and anybody who thinks that this isn't going to go all bad between the left and the right, like, is fooling themselves. Things are quickly escalating, like, faster than I expected them, actually. Like, you have both sides. Like, here lately, we talk about people not wanting to do anything. Well, apparently there are a whole lot of people wanting to do something now, because the calls for war on like out and out war since Mr. Trumpy Doo there got arrested have like, they've shot through the roof. Because I like to keep my my ear to the ground, as they say, and I hang around in, like, the gamer community and all these different communities. I don't agree with what, like, they're into, really, but I want to hear what they have to say, right? So I'll pop in there and just, see what folks are saying on a stream, right? And you would be surprised at how many people are calling for, well, I mean, it would be a call for violence, like, straight out, like, that's what they're doing. And, and it's what's got me suspicious is the fact that I'm not seeing any of them getting deleted from the comments. I'm not seeing those videos getting, like, taken down when they do it. So, that tells me that the powers that be that's where they're wanting it to go. Otherwise, they wouldn't be wanting to let people say that kind of stuff, right?
I take your point. Yeah, they want to allow it now to foment, and you have said several times over the last few weeks that you see the pendulum gradually swinging the other way. And this is, of course, how they do stir up sort of a civil war. And I've said, of course, like, it'll be well deserved. But I understand that what you're saying, it all plays into their plan. They have to have the civil war and the chaos then for somebody to swoop in. It'll feed into what I think will leave until after the next thing that I want to bring up, the next video, and then we'll have a look at an article from a paper called The Something Voice. Because it's about these people in that area of the world, in the sort of East Mediterranean, who do think that if they provoke enough clashes and fighting amongst the population of the world, that out of this chaos will come, like out of basically e pluribus unum, will come someone to rule them all and bring order to the world. But we'll get to that, and just acknowledge Toledo's commentary. She says this is like the French Revolution, each party accusing the other of who's more for the people while they chop each other's heads off. And now one questions why we even follow the democracy that killed thousands of people in France in only the span of 5 years in power.
More aptly, it's kind of like the Weimar Republic. especially with Trump being arrested and all these other kind of things, the transhumanist stuff kicking up. All this stuff happened when the Weimar Republic fell between like 1919 and 1933 or whatever. Like that was kind of the
just before we move on to the next video then, right? I want to say one thing and then ask you one quick question. I put a link to a great video by a fella. He always does great videos called Walk Don't Run Productions, and it's basically just having a quick look. 10 minutes he explains the whole arraignment and what he's being charged with and how it's nonsense, right? How it's clear nonsense. That it actually takes Stalin's "show me the man and I'll find you the crime" sort of attitude to just Kafkaesque levels. But anyway, my question is basically, I agree with you. It's more like Weimarica, or the Weimar Republic, right? But we're told, or history even shows pictures of people wallpapering their rooms with worthless Reich marks and going then to the shop with, or burning them for fuel, like briquettes or bales of these money that's better off as fuel. And then going to the shop with a wheelbarrow full of money to buy a loaf of bread. My question to you is, right, I understand hyperinflation, but in times of hyperinflation, they don't go, oh, well, never mind, we'll just give you the same buying power in more and more of your currency. Like, nobody's going to come to you or me and go, oh, you had $100 there, but unfortunately that won't buy you a week's shopping anymore. Well, I tell you what we'll do then. We'll give you $100 million and you can go buy your shopping with that. That's not going to happen. So can you answer me this? Maybe I'm overlooking something. How did people in the Weimar Republic get wheelbarrows full of money to buy a loaf of bread with?
It was the corporations they worked for. Like the corporations they worked for needed money to pay them. And if they couldn't pay their workers aren't going to come to work. If your workers don't come to work, then the entire GDP of the country shuts down. The country's government then can't get paid. Like it starts a chain reaction. So what it puts the government in a position to go to the banks and ask them for money. And the banks flood them with money, which then continues to collapse the economy. It's just a mechanism for like causing everything to collapse. I mean,
the answer is, as long as people had a job in a large corporation, the banks would give unlimited money to those corporations, which they could pay their employees, ever more increasing by the day salaries with. So indeed, the corporations did say to their employees, don't worry, we'll look after you. If you're on a salary of, say, 50,000 a year, we'll now make it 50 million a year.
Imagine it like say you're all in a boat and there's a banker on there with you and he just kind of like, while nobody's looking, kind of drills a hole in your boat. And then while everybody's looking at that leak, he goes and drills another hole and then another hole. And, then everybody is trying to plug these leaks and there's just more holes being drilled all the time. Like it's, the more leaks you try to plug, the more leaks you wind up with, right? It's kind of one of those things that's going to run away, and that's what it's designed to do, is to run away.
Right. Well, what I'll say is, if people realize that if they work for a sufficiently large corporation that is connected to a bank where they basically have access to unlimited amounts of currency with which to pay their employees, then people will stay loyal to their corporations and hang on to their jobs for literally dear life. And so there never will come a point where most people will say enough is enough now. They'll keep saying, oh, well, I'll just get 2 wheelbarrows then to buy a loaf of bread. And they'll hang on. They'll be more and more fiercely, as the ship goes down, even more loyal to the corporations for which they work.
Well, it's a symbiotic thing, right? The politicians will beg the people to stay. The politicians and the corporations will beg the people to stay at work, and the people will beg the corporations and the politicians to solve the problem. You see, it's because both of them are like symbiotically relying on the other. Like, there's nobody to fix the problem.
Right, except this time they won't print. Obviously, there's no printing of money. So what they'll do is they'll say, we've developed an app and here's the app. And don't worry about all those plebs out there. You just go to the supermarkets and we've done a deal with Lidl, Aldi, Tesco, Sainsbury's, and Safeways, and whatever else, right?
Bingo.
Walmart, right? Walmart, I should say, right? And they say, don't worry, us corporations have got together, we've got around the boardroom table, we've sorted it out, here's an app. It doesn't matter if all these other idiots are out there trying to scrabble for cash, you just tap your phone and all will be good and you can carry on life as normal. And they won't even need to get into the visual bad press of having a recognizable inflation going on. It'll just be tap this and you get the same thing, so it all works out fine. So that's how CBDCs come in.
Yeah, and that's the incentives I was talking about a couple streams ago. I think that's why I was saying CBDCs will stomp Bitcoin and everything else out of existence, because once the crunch is put on, people will be incentivized to take Bitcoin or not Bitcoin, but CBDC over Bitcoin, because Bitcoin just doesn't have the scratch to give everybody in the world money. But guess who does? Right? So, the only people set up to be able to bail everyone out of this problem that's been artificially created is the IMF, WEF, CFR, cabal. The only option will be CBDC, and they'll tell the corporations, it's like, look, if you take this little scanner machine and all the tech that goes with it, and start incentivizing people to spend CBDCs at your store, then we'll make sure your employees are paid and everything keeps on going, and the governments will say, phew, there's our GDP and our paychecks taken care of, and our military spending, etc., taken care of, because they're going to float us. And this is how all the governments will do. Everybody will be looking for the way out, and for the person who's going to give them the line of credit that's going to get them out of it. That's how we've been trained to live, is it not? Go into debt, right? Just go into more debt, get that next line of credit, so that you can upgrade yourself, right? Because you notice that people at the corporation you worked at, I know you've had to see it, that they live in this giant house, they have the nicest cars and all these things, but they're living on a credit line. They don't actually own any of that, really. It's they're paying on all of it, exponentially, basically forever almost. Yeah. They're trying to keep up with the Joneses, and eventually it all implodes, right? You can't keep that up forever. But I watched it happen so many times with people living beyond their means, and they eventually get to a point where they're paying off this credit card with another credit card with another credit card with another credit. You know what I mean? And it just keeps on going until they implode.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. What again, in my naivety, I've seen it all, where people have always had brand new, very luxurious, expensive cars, and particularly in this country, what people would do would be they'd get a mortgage for a house that was already vastly overpriced, and what they would do is they would get letters from HR to say that they were earning salaries twice or more of what they were actually getting, and present it to the bank, and the bank wouldn't insist on seeing pay slips. They'd just go, oh, okay, good, that's how much you're earning, great. And their attitude was, well, it doesn't matter, it's an investment and I'll pay it back later, even though of course a house that you're going to live in is not an investment. And they would sort of say, well, I need top up on the mortgage in order to outbid everybody else, on top of then more top up, so that I could furnish every room at once, and buy the best leather couch and widescreen TVs, and also buy a BMW because I don't want the neighbors to think I'm poor, and all this sort of stuff. Anyway, what I want to do is play this video now about CBDCs. It's by a guy whose channel is called Computing Forever, but he's not on YouTube anymore, I think since at least a year. Not for saying anything particularly controversial, but he just has a way of stating, I would say, the obvious in a quite succinct and clear way. He has a gift for that. His name is Dave Cullen, and I think he has another channel still on YouTube called the Dave Cullen Show, but he just sort of reviews things like Star Trek. Maybe you know him. But anyway, I don't know why he doesn't try to have a sort of a more clandestine alternative account, but he doesn't. But he's on BitChute and he's on Odyssey. And I think Odyssey is better for this kind of thing. But anyway, I don't know what much of an audience he has anymore. I sometimes catch up with his stuff, and I thought this one, again, very succinct about CBDCs. I'll play maybe most of it, although I don't agree with his conclusion. I think his conclusion at the end is something along the lines of, so we just have to let everybody know what's going on, even though he already said it doesn't make any difference. But I'll play... maybe I'll play the whole thing. I think it's less than 10 minutes. I'll see how it goes anyway, right? We'll play a bit of it and we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
And I think his take on the whole CBDC thing is very good. This one is called, and I put a link to it, I think, in the notes. I'll make sure afterwards. It's called Bracing for the End Game. And his attitude is the same as mine. CBDCs have to be stopped at all cost. And we're totally on rails towards it. So I kind of know how it can be stopped, but it'll mean a big sacrifice for people. They'll have to give up something if they don't want it. But anyway, I'll leave it on the specifics till another video. And just before playing it here, I just want to acknowledge something that I thought was interesting in the comments. Dr. Crispy asked the question, what do people in New Zealand know about things in, say, Ireland, or what are they told about on the news? And Toledo says, nothing, absolutely nothing. We live in the Truman Show town. We're just be happy, but be scared of everything. Here's a fireman rescuing a cat, blah, blah. New Zealand is Pleasantville, she says. So if you've ever seen that movie, very good movie. As far as I remember, it's been a while. And just to then say as well, there's a few more here. But anyway, Toledo says, I love J.C. Owen's accent. So that's sort of maybe not quite Appalachian, is it? Or how is it Appalachian?
Appalachian, like mine's a little less thick than some people's, like back home. I've been around the world quite a bit, like, so I've lost some, but yeah, it's Appalachian. One of those 16 different dialects of Southern you got going on down there.
Yeah. Well, yes, it's. I always picture you sitting on a veranda in a nice sort of. On what I'm picturing is basically, if anyone's seen the second, I don't want to say the plant word, but or the Asian, but if everyone's ever seen that Chevy Chase movie I think it's called Fletch Lives, the second one. And he has this daydream about sitting on the veranda and all that kind of thing, and people come up there like it's brilliant. I love it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Like sitting on, like most Southerners, like are at home on a porch swing or a rocking chair with a glass of sweet tea in the evening. Yeah, like that is something we do.
And he's like, "Why, Elliot May? You want to sing for me? Well, I'll sing for you. Whippity doo da." Anyway. So Crispy says, we all love JC accent. It's the only reason we watch the show. Cheers, Dr. Crispy. All right. Okay, so bracing for the end game. I got to load this up now.
All right.
Take a few seconds before it comes in, but anyway.
All right.
Sometimes it auto plays and sometimes it doesn't. That's the thing. Here we go. Okay.
Right.
So imagine in a future world with central bank digital currencies, there's no cash anymore. You attempt to book a holiday in another country. But when you go to the travel website to purchase the flight or the hotel, both transactions are declined because you've exceeded your allotted carbon credit score. This blocking of your purchase could also have happened because you posted some wrong think on social media or whatever. You try to book a hotel on the other side of the country for a staycation, only to also have that purchase declined. Maybe this time, it's because you didn't get your latest vaccination against another super deadly variant of the next super deadly virus that our governments and health officials have been telling us was on the way because they can predict the future, obviously. And it's definitely not another scamdemic or anything. Maybe you're supposed to be quarantining and staying within 5 kilometers of your home until you take the next jab. Well, if you decided to travel beyond your 5-kilometer restricted area and attempted to buy so much as a pack of chewing gum in a shop, that transaction will also be declined because with central bank digital currencies, you have no privacy in your financial affairs. The government can track your every purchase and block the ones they don't want you to make. The central banks have complete visibility on what you buy and where and when. Every consumer product will eventually have a carbon score, so if you've bought too many products with high carbon emissions ratings, Your purchasing ability could be limited for a while, or you will only be allowed to purchase items with lower carbon emissions ratings. This is a powerful way of nudging human behavior towards outcomes that the globalists want. Are the plebs eating too much red meat? No problem. Just slap a huge carbon emissions tax on red meat to disincentivize people buying it, and then they'll have to have the low or no carbon emissions alternative. Fake meats like plant-based or insects, whatever. Central bank digital currencies are a means of essentially introducing personal lockdowns. The individual would be forced to self-police their lockdown, because attempting to make a purchase outside of the assigned restricted area would result in financial restrictions, maybe even punitive action, like having your access to your money switched off for a given period. Think of your bank account essentially being reduced to little more than basically like a PayPal account, with leftist community guidelines. Publish something online that goes against woke orthodoxy? Receive a warning. Keep it up. Your debit card doesn't work for a few days. On April 5th, 2023, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. posted the following on Twitter. The Fed just announced it will introduce its FedNow central bank digital currency in July. CBDCs grease the slippery slope to financial slavery and political tyranny. While cash transactions are anonymous, a CBDC will allow the government to surveil all our private financial affairs. The central bank will have the power to enforce dollar limits on our transactions, restricting where you can send money and when money expires. A CBDC tied to digital ID and social credit score will allow the government to freeze your assets or limit your spending to approved vendors if you fail to comply with arbitrary diktats, i.e. vaccine mandates. The Fed will initially limit its CBDC to interbank transactions, but we should not be blind to the obvious danger that this is the first step in banning and seizing Bitcoin, as the Treasury did with gold 90 years ago today in 1933. Watch as governments, which never let a good crisis go to waste, use COVID-19 and the banking crisis to usher in a new wave of CBDCs as a safe haven from germ-laden paper currencies or as protection against bank runs. Well said indeed. There's a number of reasons I'm once again bringing up CBDCs, because it's so unbelievably important. Like many of you, I'm bracing for the inevitable financial catastrophe on the way, which will likely be used to usher in CBDCs all over the world. Some people believe the digital euro, for example, could be presented to the European public as early as towards the latter half of this year. I cannot overstate this. Central bank digital currencies are complete and utter slavery. They are the end of financial freedom and privacy. Now, at the moment, our culture is being flooded with all of the woke stuff, and corporations are bowing to it and pushing it in their marketing campaigns and so forth. The transgender stuff is being pushed on our kids in schools. In the meantime, our governments are manufacturing an unsustainable housing crisis through the importing of foreign nationals under the guise of a humanitarian asylum crisis, which will inevitably lead to a problem-reaction-solution response in the form of policies and laws designed to undermine our private property rights further. Ultimately, the kitchen sink of authoritarianism is being thrown at Western peoples in order to transform our societies, destroy the middle class, lower our living standards, undermine our basic rights and freedoms, and centralize more wealth, power, and control into the hands of the unelected globalists who puppet master our governments. There's a sense that the agenda is being pushed all at once and in quite a hurry, but for all of these individual things I've mentioned, ultimately, it all comes down to the control of the financial system. If our money is being reduced to little more than vouchers, programmable tokens, then defeating wokeness will be nothing more than a Pyrrhic victory in the end. At the moment, dissidents are fighting a war of ideas against the woke brigade, while the economic conditions are being created to introduce a digital financial prison system in the form of CBDCs. As much as we must fight this information war on multiple fronts, we must also not lose sight of where this is all leading to and where our energies are best spent in the long run. CBDCs must be stopped at all costs. Tragically, waking up the general public has proven far more difficult than many of us had ever realized. I've been doing social and political commentary for 8 years now. Years ago, I believed, somewhat naively, all that normies needed was to be sat down with the facts, with reason and evidence, and they would be won over to our side on any given political or cultural issue. COVID proved beyond any doubt that this was wishful thinking on my behalf. No matter how hard we tried to reason with people, we received nothing more than anger, confusion, or the fluoride stare, as they call it. I remember trying to explain to someone in the middle of 2020, 6 months before the jabs arrived, that the jabs would be mandatory and that proof of injection would be required for participation in much of everyday life, including pubs, sports stadiums, foreign travel, etc. Not only did this person tell me that the jabs would not be mandatory and that no such proof would ever be required, but they also said the public wouldn't put up with that. There'd be uproar. Flash forward many months later, this same person not only took the jabs, they also made use of the COVID certs in order to gain entry to restaurants and to travel, and had likely completely forgotten the conversation they'd had with me months prior, because normies consume enormous amounts of mainstream media propaganda, and this propaganda has an amnesia effect, making them basically forget what they used to believe. This is why when you have a conversation with them and you say something like, look, it's come out now, we now have the evidence that the jabs don't stop transmission. Well, then they'll say, no one ever said they stopped transmission, despite the fact that they were sold the jabs on the promise that they would stop transmission. But they've forgotten this already. They only remember the most recent propaganda software download from the mainstream media. So in 2020, the normies could laugh off our concerns, saying that the jabs will never be mandatory and they'll never take them and no one will go along with the vaccine certs, etc. And then a few months later, they completely capitulate and fold like a deck of cards. Why is this? Well, it's simple. When we warned them in advance, our warnings didn't mean anything to them because we don't have authority in their lives. The reason they caved later on down the line was because the government, media, and health officials told them that they had to do it. As soon as pressure from the system came to bear, they bottled and gave in. The masses, for the most part, only respond and follow those with power, and we don't have any. So our warnings didn't carry much weight with them. We can tell them everything that's going to happen step by step, but it doesn't become real to them until it comes from the television. They can retroactively justify why their current actions and beliefs completely contradict their previous beliefs and statements. For this reason, I don't know how we can reach them on the perils of CBDCs at this point. After all, central bank digital currencies are going to be sold to them with arguments of convenience, safety, and security. Now, I'm of the belief that the masses can only realize that they're being lied to and that their government is actively working against their best interests only when the situation has become truly dire. Everything we've been warning about for the past number of years could have been avoided if the masses simply refused to comply. The good news is a mass awakening isn't actually required, which is just as well because it's probably not possible. We only ultimately need to reach a critical mass.
Righty-ho. So, look, maybe he wraps it up for me in too neat of a little bow there. I think it's wishful thinking. I get the idea that you only have to wake up a critical mass, and the most societies are only moved by, I've heard the statistic of 10% or 15% or whatever, who are very politically captivated or motivated, rather, I should say. But I suppose he has to wrap it up somehow, or not just going to go, well, there's no way out of this, so bye now, lads. But anyway, he puts it very succinctly. It's very clear to understand. Obviously, I suppose I should say, I'm getting very good at sailing close to the wind. Maybe I'm getting too optimistic here that nothing bad's going to happen. So I probably better say that everything he talked about to do with the thing there, that we're going to try not to say the word, even though he might have said a few words there, it's all lovely. It's all brilliant. I mean, yeah, sure, he's based and all that, but I mean, everything from, our people who are trying to keep us all healthy and safe, like, it's all brilliant and lovely, so better just say that, right? Just like mix that in there for what good it might do, But anyway, as far as, what he said there, it's all very well put. And I think that he puts it clearly and plainly. But what I really want to, suppose, remark on is his insight into human nature, the generalized human nature. And it's very comparable to what Matt from Quantum from Conscience talks about with the download, that it doesn't matter what you say to these people. They just kind of go, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And then just reset. And I've seen their eyes roll in the back of their heads, or maybe the next day they talk to you and they've completely forgotten that they even had the conversation with you. But he explains it in terms of objective reality. He basically says it's got nothing to do with some kind of ethereal download or woo-woo that maybe, Matt from Quantum Conscience sort of says it's just that this world isn't really real. No, it is real. And the reality is that people talk a big game, but they never walk the walk, that they're chicken, they're cowards. Most people are, and they'll betray you at the moments, not even threat, not even experience of any kind of oppression by the government, but even the thought that there might be any overt exertion of the authority of government or people in power, like in corporations. Once it enters their head that you don't have the power that they perceive corporations or governments to have, then they just will not accept whatever you say, and then they'll backwards derive any reasons why they were correct not to believe you, even though everything you said came true. But what do you think about that aspect of it?
I would agree. And, it's not even just that. It's like on top of that, like they're financially incentivized. Like just the idea of not being able to go home, plop down in my lazy boy, crack my energy drink, and play my video games. Like I'm speaking directly to the kind of audience that Cullen speaks to. He's really in with the geeks and gamers audience. And, the fact of the matter is the idea of them not being able to come home and play their video games and swill their energy drinks and, do their thing is like absolutely terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. It's just like, the average person couldn't do what I do and like go, to the store or whatever they had to do and not carry their cell phone on them. Like they wouldn't know what time it was. They wouldn't, know what direction they were walking. They wouldn't know what number to call if they needed to. They wouldn't know anything. More than likely, that people have diverted all of their thinking off to Google, their calculator, their this, their that, right? Even like now they're even connecting up all of their exercises and everything to these smart mirrors and smart watches that monitor their health and everything. Like people are outsourcing all of their, like, it comes back to that stuff Elon Musk was talking about, and with the input output speed and the stuff we were talking about like last stream, I think, or maybe the one before that. You have people outsourcing the stuff they would normally do with their brain to the computer already. People are already capitulating like their decision making and all of their computing to the AI already. This is why I don't like to carry my phone everywhere. This is why I don't like to use the calculator every time I need to like do some kind of algoritmic like figuring or any kind of thing like that. Like I try to do some of it at least in my head so I don't become stupid. It's the brain is a muscle like everything else. If you stop using it, then it will atrophy. Like, this is kind of goes back to that Wall-E movie or whatever, like, I don't know if you ever saw that little cartoon from Pixar, but, the little robot or whatever, he's on the spaceship where, human beings have left Earth because we trashed it. Now we're kind of like orbiting Earth in this giant, like, spaceship mini mall thing. And everybody's hovering around in these floating chairs. They're fat, they're overweight, and they have like, permanent IVs of soda being fed into their fat mouths as they hover around, and they're all wearing the same color jumpsuit. You get the idea. Like people are already going that direction. You know what I mean? It's already a good portion of society have already done that. And, there's a small amount of us that are going the direction I'm going, that are trying to get away from the technology and, be more human. And, at the end of the day, it's going to be us versus the majority. Like, he's talking about a critical mass. Like, I don't see it reaching a critical mass. I see a critical mass being, destroyed by these evil people. Another good portion being enslaved and being, on their side. And then our little group having one hell of a slog uphill, fighting tooth and nail, punching people in the face, getting punched, kind of just like the revolution here in America was. I don't know if you know the story behind the Star Spangled Banner, but like, it's about the fact that the British had the fort surrounded with their ships and were shelling it all night long. And after the end of all that, like when they walked into the fort, like, and the British were done shelling and everything, it was all over, the flag was still standing. You know, the British actually targeted the flag specifically and was trying to tear it down because of the symbol that it represented. And when they got in there and looked, the thing that held that flag up was all the bodies of the patriots that ran to the bottom of that flag to hold it up. Like, you know, that's the kind of like courage and patriotism that's going to take. And people
Right.
better be
Okay.
ready for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, people better be ready for it, or there's not gonna be a critical mass. There's not gonna be any wins for our side until people are ready to give it all for freedom.
Yeah, it always seems that heroic deeds were done in the past, but that there's no call for that sort of stuff anymore. It's not needed anymore. Carl Gustav says it's the War of 1812. I think I remember, and I just mentioned it because I talked about it before, and I still can't think of the guy's name, but there's a fella who lately, his thing is asking people in the street, real simple questions, like what's another country other than the USA, or what continent are we on if you're in the USA and they don't know, and this sort of stuff. Even things like how many days in a year, how many weeks in a year, or that kind of stuff. And name the months. A girl could do that. Well, one of the questions I think was, in what year was the War of 1812? And they were like,
Yeah.
I don't know, probably 1983 or thereabouts. And he goes, is that your final guess? 85? And he goes, yeah, 85. That's got 1985, whatever. Just incredible.
Well,
But
the funny thing is, what actually won us the war was the
Yeah.
fact that people are the way they are, because the British government expected all these, British citizens of the colonies to rise up against the rebellion, and nobody, like, people wouldn't join either side. So the British they didn't have enough troops over here, you see, at the time to really get it done. They were banking on the fact that, like, these good British citizens from the colonies were going to rise up and get involved in this war for, crown and country, and they didn't, right? They didn't stand up for the rebellion either, but they definitely didn't stand up for the British. So, it's one of those funny things, but also the only other reason that we won the revolution was because the Freemasonic order there in France that had just had their little revolution bankrupted their country, trying to send us weapons and arms to help us win ours. So that's another thing that you were talking about with the French, talking them surrender monkeys and everything else. It's like, bro, like, without the French, America wouldn't exist. There's a reason that, like, the cavalry sabers from the American army look just like the French ones, because that's where they came from.
Yeah, and I suppose the colors of the American flag must come from the French flag or revolution as well.
Liberty cap, Scythia, like it's the ancient Liberty cap is where those, and that whole tradition is where the red, white, and blue comes from. It's where Russia gets it. It's where all of us get that red, white, and blue from. It's, it even shows up in Egypt with the, the crowns that the Egyptians wear. They have a red crown, a white crown, and a blue crown. Right.
Yeah. Well, I suppose, like I mentioned earlier, and Bud Light having the blue color, as opposed to what I think was the original mostly red color of regular Budweiser, and Pepsi and Coke, they must be playing it out in that way as well, like that they have the red and the blue, whichever one you want. But I think the word didn't come out. Did you say it comes from Scythia? Is that what you said originally?
Yeah, it's like an ancient Scythian thing. The Scythians had this tradition that carried out to like all the other Indo-European tribes. It's an Indo-European tradition, basically. Our ancestors had this tradition. It carried out in Greece and all these other places. Really popular in the cult of Mithra. Mithra himself wears the Liberty cap, and it's a cap. It was a white woolen cap that people would wear. And then the blue and the red represent other things, but it's all tied to the same tradition. And you'll see pictures of, like, ever since the French Revolution and the American Revolution, you see pictures of this white Liberty cap with the red and blue ribbons hanging off of it. And, that's hearkening back to this this ancient European, Indo-European tradition of the Liberty cap, which is what free men wore. If you were wearing this white cap on your head, free, that means you were a free man, right? And, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, if people haven't seen the Liberty Cap, they should look it up. It's an interesting history behind all that. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's a symbol that has been co-opted by Freemasonry and, you know, represents their new world order and their liberté, fraternité, equality, right?
Yes. Well, I don't think I've seen the Liberty Cap, but yeah, I must. I don't have the ability to get it now, but I see that, you know, Jesus as Luke Skywalker mentions, of course, that the US flag very similar to the British East India Company. So I knew that I had this picture here before, and so in the bottom left you have the East India Company there in the bottom, but their flag then towards the right there is what looks like the British flag. That was, I think, what became then, that was one, I think that might have been the British East India Company as far as it pertained to, or maybe it was a naval flag of them when they were in the United States, and that became one of the first US flags. But you can see like that, you know, obviously they got rid of the British thing and they became the stars there instead of the States. But also what looks like the EU symbol. The EU, I think, has 12 stars, but there's more than 12 there. At the time, however many states there are there, at the top left, that was also an American flag. So it looks like the EU symbol inside the American flag. So very curious, the evolution of the American flag anyway, you know.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, it means, you know, it has lots of meaning behind it, just like you know, the Southern Confederate flag had lots of meaning behind it. You know, it's, you know, the Southern Confederate flag is basically the same as that Scottish flag right there, and the red stands for the blood of Christ, and the stars stand for the, you know, the states of the Confederacy and all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, it's you know, it's a Christian symbol at the end of the day. Like, well, Masonic Christian, we'll say, just like the Scottish flag is Masonic, and the Union Jack, and therefore is the Scottish flag with the Templar flag, like, you know, thrown over top of it, which is also the Templar flag is the same as the British monarchy's flag, obviously, like for the most part, like that red cross on the white background. And then it like became, you know, because of the Scottish flag, it gets the blue background, but you still have the red and white in the center, right?
Yeah.
So they're telling you a story with all these flags and colors, like they always do. They always have multiple meanings and everything. You know, we talked about that, symbols being polyvalent and all. They can mean more than one thing at one time and all these other kind of things. But yeah, our ancestors understood symbology intimately. You know, that's why you see all these symbols on their shields and all these other kind of things. They understood them a lot better than modern people do. And, you know, it's a language all its own. And there's a reason that people were allowed to forget. Like, you know, if you're wanting to write in a secret language, and you kind of need people to forget what it means.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. Well, look, just to acknowledge there, I'm not quite sure, but like Carl then said that something was false, right? Not so many words, right? Something was false, but I don't know what you're referring to. Like, so you have to be specific if you want to say that you disagree with something. But he mentioned the War of 1812, so that was a good contribution. And then he said, weird way to say the French, which is sort of a template way of disagreeing with someone. Again, like just on here, like, you know, happy to hear any comments, but it's difficult to try and decode. But I think what he might be referring to is that or might have been trying to say, is that we were not acknowledging the French people or the French military's role in the development of the current United States. But look, I mean, no, we weren't doing that, but I think we covered a lot of the French there. And of course, a big aspect of the French helping Americans achieve independence from Britain was not because necessarily that they loved liberty, equality, and fraternity. I mean, maybe, but maybe they also just didn't like the British, and they were a rival world power. So they wanted to basically knock them off the grand chessboard somewhere, you know, or make sure they stayed off that square.
That is part of it, but you also got to remember that the French Revolution was led by Freemasons, and America was founded by Freemasons, and, you know, it was all part of a grand plan to begin with. Like,
yes,
yeah.
and I'm pretty sure as well that Thomas Paine spent a lot of time over in Paris talking to whoever were the luminaries there, and I forget exactly. And I think Benjamin Franklin also spent some time there as well.
Yes. And one of the places that it began was like up there in the Netherlands and like in Switzerland and places like that. Like those were some of the first places to like, you know, where the peasants, like they call it the peasants uprising, but you know, people really think that the peasants like back then like rose up and defeated the entire monarchy. I don't think so. Like, you know, there's a reason Switzerland like had all that happen and stuff. It's because like that's Templar HQ and it has been ever since. You know, and from these like these little you know, outposts such as, you know, London with the Bank of London and everything, and the Vatican, and you know, they had these little outposts around the world, and Switzerland is one of those countries that it's a, you know, it is a Templar Illuminati stronghold, right? Like, you know, I've heard heard tell that like, you know, there are Templars all over that place, and they are armed to the teeth to defend that country if anybody ever tried to step up, right? You know, it's an interesting thing, like when you actually start looking at their network of how they move information and everything, and that's one of the ways they keep control, you know, information dominance, right? That's where the CIA and all this stuff comes from, is from the intelligence networks that the Vatican and the Vatican Bank, along with the, you know, all the other like bankers around the world, like it's the intelligence network they built. Right.
Yeah, well,
And they just tapped into it with the CIA, MI6, and all these different things. They just expanded it to different places.
yeah. You know, for me, you know, can't say that I'm particularly familiar with Switzerland, other than the fact that, I mean, from having kind of gone through there sometimes, like basically between on the way to Italy from France and things like that, that it can be a shortcut. You go through one of the tunnels, and it's just exciting as a kid that you might be going through one of these tunnels that's like 12 miles long or whatever, you know. But not just those kind of tunnels. There are apparently lots and lots of tunnels that are not open to the public, that are used to transport things in a clandestine way or move people about. There is, of course, you know, well, not there is German speaking cities or quarters and French speaking ones, and what is said about Switzerland is that, of course, it's like a buffer zone between, you know, Italy, France, Germany, and somewhere else there as well. I'm trying to picture it in my mind, but they have a sort of a curious democracy in that they have a vote on pretty much everything, that they have a very sort of active type of democracy that's different to what we know. They don't just elect somebody and let them get on with the job. So that basically everything is a referendum on everything, more or less. And that even though they might be German speaking or Germanic or French speaking or French or whatever, that it is said about them that they choose to be Swiss rather than be born there. And I'm pretty sure as well that there's a statistic that most people who work in Switzerland actually live outside of Switzerland and commute into there every day from surrounding countries. So it's a very unusual country.
And it's hard to get into. Like, as far as moving there and becoming a citizen, you're not going to usually unless they really need you for something, or unless you are a Templar. Like, you know, I was admitted into the country before, but that's because I was a Templar. You know, it's one of those things that they've set up a Templar state, and that's why they choose that, and that's why they're always neutral in world wars and all these other kind of things. There's a reason the Bank of International Settlements is there. There's a reason they have Davos there. Like, that's the place as far as, like, you know, the Templar order goes. There's a reason that there's French and German, like, you know, they're these Five Eye country people, like, you know, they're all like Templars / Masons that have chosen to go and move to the Templar capital. They, you know, it's much easier for them to do their thing there, right?
Yeah.
Because they're among friends. And
I like that there.
They're so specific, you can't even take pictures of people. It's against the law.
I see. Did you say that you did go there? Did you say that?
Yes, absolutely. When I was a Templar, I did.
And do you want to? What can you tell us about that?
Well, we had went there. They had called all basic officers, as you call it, to a meeting there, and it was basically just standard stuff, like people were being inducted and rewarded for things and this and that. Kind of boring, really, and on that end. But as far as the place was very interesting. I went to some old Templar castles that people don't really know about, and we had some seminars talking about the symbology of the Templar cross, and why it's shaped the way it is, and how if you were to imagine it was a 3D thing, like a 3D cut, the cross was a 3D cut out of paper, and you picked it up in the middle, it would then form the pyramid, and all kinds of different little things like that. And of course there's a statue of a pederast eating children that somebody erected there, and there's a big Templar library where I did some of my research in, things like that. It's a beautiful place, absolutely gorgeous place. Out of all the places I could live, as far as the way the nature and all that kind of stuff, yeah, this Switzerland would be a great place to live, as far as how beautiful it is and everything. Gorgeous place.
Yeah, if you wanted to sing "The Hills Are Alive with the Sound of Music," but did you? What did I miss? What you said there? Which city did you go to? I mean, it sounds like it was basically a junket or a corporate convention, where everyone just kind of
Yeah.
flies in and we're given very interesting sort of little office desk toys or something like that. But which city was it that you flew into for this? I'll
Well,
call
see,
it a convention.
I went to Octagon, which is that's Templar, the Templar HQ city. It's not spelled like the normal octagon; it's spelled in a weird Swedish way. But the octagon is an important shape as far as the Templars go. They built a lot of their towers with those eight, in that 8-sided shape there. And there's a reason that it's the British they have a tie to it with their intelligence services and things like that. It's also, I do believe, it's tied to the Swiss. It's also deeply tied to the Swiss special special branch of investigation there as well. But either way,
Yeah.
Octagon is an important place as far as the Templar Order goes. It's
And is
that's
that
the place.
and is that I'm just looking here, is that in or around Geneva? I'm looking at something that's come up with the site of the
Yeah,
former Europe.
it's close to, because Geneva is where I flew into. And then went to Octagon from there.
Right.
So it's got
okay.
to be fairly close to it. Yeah.
Well, if it's that place, then it says located on the site of the former European headquarters of DuPont. So that's that kind of chemical company in
Yeah.
Grand. It says in Grand Saxonne.
Yes, and DuPont, the guy who founded that company, is the descendant of a Templar, and he is an alchemist. Hence why they run a chemical company. That's how they got the knowledge of chemicals in the first place, is they're alchemists.
Right. Well, I'll spell it for the record then. GRAND-SACONNEX. Now maybe it's Saconex, or maybe it's Saxonex. Maybe it's as in Anglo-Saxon. I don't know. I'm only guessing. But then I don't think this is a translation, but who knows? Anyway, it's called, in inverted commas, the Octagon by B, letter B, Living, whatever. Octagon by B Living Innovation Campus. And I know that word. Anytime they call something a center of innovation or whatever, you kind of go, yeah, well, what is it really? You know that it's a euphemism for something anyway. Innovation Campus. How can we find new and better ways to do something that, is not good anyway?
Yeah, usually not.
Actually, can I read the rest of this out? Because it's all the same kind of business speak stuff, right? It says, Innovation Campus is set to become an emblematic site of the international Geneva ecosystem. Oh God, there's another couple of trigger words. At the intersection of the United Nations community, the Lake Geneva region and the Geneva airport. You got all the corporate speak in there,
Yes, and it's a very strange way that they run things, specifically because of all this stuff. And you also have you have Octagon Investment Partners and, all this other kind of stuff, and they're all tied to each other. And then they have one that's called Octagon 88 Resources. It's a company located in Switzerland. We all know that 88 is tied to, the number 88 is tied to like white power people and their, the tiny mustache.
If we're gonna go near that rail, are we? Okay.
Well, I'm just
Well,
saying,
don't forget
like,
now. Like we have to do a third item.
well, I was just saying this is tied to those people, like it's a leftover from that war, and these resources companies and all these kind of things, like that's why they have these really strange names and all these other kind of things. Like it's they keep calling these things Octagon for a reason. It's because they have reverence for it, right?
Well, I'll read out this anyway. There is a publicly traded Octagon 88 Resources Inc. And according to Reuters, right, that completely lovely central news source agency we can trust, it says OCTX.pk, Octagon 88 Resources Incorporated is a natural resource company engaged in the business of acquiring, exploring, and developing natural resource assets. And I think this is also an interesting company name. It says, the company has interest in CEC North Star Energy Limited, a company with oil and gas operations. So it has oil sands opportunities with blue sky Gething, GETHING channels all over the majority of the leases and conventional heavy oil opportunities at erosional edge of Icton/Dubois formations, among others.
Yes.
So a lot of interesting names in there.
Yes, I'm sure. And like, you also have like the fact that, did you know that like since 2013, Switzerland has been using like precog stuff, like minority report type stuff, like with the AI assisted crime prediction software. They've been running that since 2013, bro. 2013.
Well, I didn't know that. Let me just then read out something that's pertinent there. Sojourner says Switzerland is definitely a Freemason hub. There's a lot more going on there than chocolate and watches. And she says, did you know that they have enough bunkers to house every single resident of Switzerland? And I can't find the comment now, but somebody anyway said, remember, of course, the opening ceremony of the tunnel was at Bern or somewhere like that. Anyway, the new tunnel that
Gotford Tunnel or whatever.
Gotford,
yeah, like the Goddard Tunnel. That's what it was.
Goddard.
There is a legend tied to that tunnel. There was a rock they had to blast out of the way there to start the tunnel, and that rock specifically had a legend tied to it that said that rock was placed there by Satan, or placed there. No, it was placed there to trap Satan inside the mountain, or something like that.
Okay.
And if it was ever to be removed, it would release Satan from the mountain or whatever, from the underworld, whatnot. And they blasted it to make that tunnel. And I'd suspect that had something to do with the influence behind all the symbolism in that ceremony they had there, actually.
Oh, sure. And give me that original backstory that somebody at some point in the past trapped Satan in there with a rock. Can you?
Yes, it was like one of those. It's one of those stories that it really ties back and sounds Freemasonic to me, like Templar type stuff. But it's talking about somebody. They either tricked the devil or something like that, and they ended up trapping the devil inside that mountain. Hold on one second. I'm gonna see if I can't find it. But also, like, while I'm looking for that, in 1944, by the way, in Quebec, Canada, like they had, the Allies had a meeting called the Octagon Conference. The Octagon comes up yet again in ties with the war and everything. So, that kind of stuff is a thing, right?
All right. Well, while you look that up there, I'll just catch up with a couple more of the comments here. Just lost my place now, but right. Plaid there says they don't call them spooks for nothing. Crispy Johnson says, all my Swiss Airbnb guests back in the day were, I think this is French, it's les biens. So that must be some family from Switzerland. Les biens, lovely family, lovely people, he says. So that's great. And where's the next one now? Oh, I remember this. That's it. The satanic ceremony opening the tunnel. That's the one there. And then, yes, as Plaid says, yeah, that was Gotthard, exactly. Gotthard, commemorating a bridge built by the devil. And then something else there. Oh yes, Sojourner says, don't forget CERN, of course. Yes, and the Davos meetings. Yeah, we did mention the Davos meetings, but we won't go near the Davos just for now because definitely want to get on to something with a sort of Mediterranean, Middle Eastern flavor, and just can't touch all the live wires at once.
That story of the bridge, it was the guy had made a deal with the devil to build the bridge for his town, and he had to give, the deal was if he built the bridge that they would have to give the devil the soul of the first person to walk across the bridge, and the guy sends a goat instead of a person, and it tricks the devil or whatever, and then he ends up I forget how he ends up being trapped in the mountain with the rock or whatnot, but either way, the bridge story is definitely a thing, and that's why they had the goat in the ceremony, right? Because they sent the goat across and tricked Satan by sending him a goat instead of a person.
Well, it sounds like very much in the style of a Brothers Grimm or Hans Christian Andersen story. Is it one of those stories?
I'm not sure if it's one of theirs. It's an old Alpine tradition, though. It goes back to the Middle Ages or before, so there's no telling where it actually came from. I would have to do a lot more research to try and track that one down.
Okay. Well, other people seem to know the story there anyway, so I don't know, but it sounds like in the style of something, all right, where like with Rumpelstiltskin, that you beat him at his own game and then he's angry, but it's, you've already defeated him. But then woe betide people who forget about it and uncover or free him. Actually, what reminds me also is the people in Superman, that they were locked away in that two-dimensional type of cube thing, but then accidentally they were brought out of their eternal prison again.
Yeah, well, see, because of the mysteries, the mystery religion that became Freemasonry being so widespread in Western Europe, under Catholicism, what you had people doing was what they had, what the mystery schools always do. They took up Christianity, quote unquote, and they put the mysteries underneath. Right. So you have all these stories, in Orthodoxy, we don't revere all the saints that the Western church does. Why? Well, one of the reasons being is because a lot of their saints aren't Christian saints at all. They're made up names that took the place of a pagan story that already existed beforehand. And, a lot of Christians don't like it when I bring that up, but that's really the case of what happened. You have all these Roman Catholic saints that, there's a story of a priest and the devil and him, nailing a red hot horseshoe to the devil's hoof or whatever. And, and it was a monk that did it, in the current version of the story, but the original version of the story, that was a pagan story. It didn't have anything to do with a Christian monk at all. No. So, and you have a place, you have places all over Britain, like a place called Thor's Cave or whatever. And, but it's also called by a Christian name. You have all kinds of pagan wells also called by Christian names with a Christian story attached. So basically the mysteries went underground again, like they always do. They're set up in such a way that you never get all of them because you don't know who all of them are. And they'll just adopt whatever religion the area they happen to be in is and practice their religion underneath. Right.
Well, it seems to me that the reason this kind of thing happens is I think, typified by how Emperor Constantine began to realize that there was a critical mass of people believing in this new religion coming up from the Middle East. So he decided, I'm going to claim that I always was in control of that new thing anyway, and basically put himself at the vanguard of it, because they don't really care what people believe, just that if there is a majority of people that sort of believe in something, they'll sort of say, oh yes, that's the thing that I control, and then try to subsume everything else into it to basically wrap everything up into a box, as long as they're in control of whatever it is that those people believe in.
Well, I mean, it's just the way the mysteries, function. And I mean, Constantine being an emperor of Rome would have went through the mysteries, so it's possible. Like, I can't read the man's mind. He is an Orthodox saint, technically, but could it be the fact that he did that, because that's what the mysteries do? It's possible, because, like I said, that's what the mysteries do. And him being a Roman emperor, he would have been inducted into the mysteries for sure, just to become emperor. At the time, Rome was pagan. Just to become emperor, you had to get the sign off of the priesthood, right? Just like in Egypt, in order to become pharaoh, you would have to get the sign off of the priesthood. That's why Akhenaten got his name struck and his nose struck off of his statues and everything else, because the priesthood didn't agree with the changes he made, right? So
Well, I think
Yeah.
that it may be that if he's considered a saint in Orthodox, that people have an entirely different view of him if they're a member of the Orthodox Church. But I'm pretty sure that as far as, and it might be this side of Western Europe, or it might be a Catholic thing, I don't know. But I mean, even if it was a Catholic thing, it would obviously create problems for the whole catechism of what the Catholic Church is, and people should twig that. But hey, maybe there are contradictions. But as far as I understand it, he was always considered to be an emblematic of that idea that basically people just want to be on the throne, and they don't really care what it is that the throne represents, as long as they're sitting on it.
Well, that's the thing with that. It's kind of the same thing with Vlad the Impaler. Well, to us, he's also a saint, because of the great works they did for the Orthodox Church and moving the faith forward, right? That doesn't mean they were perfect, by no means. But at the same time, there is a difference in the way Orthodox view these people and the way the West views these people, because you have to remember, Rome and Eastern and Western Rome have been at each other's throats since Caesar passed away. Once Julius Caesar passed away, you had his general, Mark Antony, and you had his heir, Octavian, in the East. Well, right there, you had this division of power between East and West, and you had Mark Antony go off with Cleopatra. He knew he couldn't beat Octavian's army, right? So what he does is ally himself with Julius Caesar's old, friend with benefits, Cleopatra, and mother of his babies. Because, remember, Cleopatra had Julius Caesar's children, right? And, Mark Antony hooks up with her in order to gain, Egypt's army and their funds, right? Well, they square off against Octavian, but Octavian was he had been trained by Julius Caesar himself as his heir, and he was quite a smart young man. And he actually ended up defeating Mark Antony and Cleopatra, and that's why Cleopatra committed suicide and all that, deleted herself, whatever you want to say. And that's why Mark Antony was killed and all those other kind of things. This divide goes way back further than just the schism between East and West. And I would argue that played into the schism. And, Western Rome has always taken this position of slandering the East every chance they get. So, knowing that, I always take both sides with a grain of salt, no matter what. I'm very careful in that. I try not to make any definite statements on that, because of the fact that there was so much propaganda flying that direction. It's just like Vlad the Impaler being called Vlad the Impaler and being made out by, the writer of the book Dracula was a Freemason, so he has enough reason anyway. right? But at the same time, they'll call him Vlad the Impaler. He's also the ancestor of Charles the Third there. So, there's this two-facedness about it, right? Like, it's like he is Charles's ancestor, but at the same time, he's a saint of the Orthodox Church, so they can't give him any reverence whatsoever, right?
Yeah, well, I
And
absolutely take your point there, both in the specific example and as a generality, and then I'd sort of say, to add to that, I mentioned before that, there was at least, I think maybe 3 popes, but I can't remember anyway, but they were called Pope Innocent, right? The third or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But the question must be asked then, innocent of what,
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you have, like, up by the Middle Ages, you have the Avignon papacy that pops up, and which is a time period in which you have technically 3 popes if you count the Black Pope in Venice, like, the head of the Order of Melchizedek or whatever. So, you have that pope, you have the Avignon papacy up in France, and then you have the Roman papacy down in Rome. And they're all 3, like, you have the Black papacy that's puppeting the other 2, right? And it's a crazy, like, the history of Western Europe is the craziest thing I believe I've ever seen. Like, there are so many ups and downs, ins and outs, people stabbing each other in the back. It's the craziest mess. And they act like, if you read Darwin or whatever, he makes a clear case saying, like, the British are the evolved ones, and that's still, like, what they think. Like, the Anglo-Saxon British man is, like, or the American is the pinnacle of human evolution or whatnot. And it's like, really? Like, really? Like, all the bloodshed, all the, like, stabbing each other in the back, and the, twists and turns that our history has taken. Like, would you really think that? Like, seriously? Like, I mean, it just, the West has been all kind of a mess, and really it goes back down to our Scythian ancestors said about us, like, a long time ago, was, we had turned into some sneaky people, right? And, like, the Scythians, like, their closest descendant now is going to be the people of Iran, actually.
Okay.
But yeah,
The Persians.
Yeah, the Persians. Like, that would be, went on to, become the Persians, like, as we know it, would be like Scythians,
Yeah. Okay, well, maybe it's better to say Iran, because could be Aryan or whatever. But will we move on then to the topic that we're going to read from this article then on? Will we do that?
Yeah, sounds good, bud.
Okay, well, I'm just going to see if I can share the screen here to get the article up. It's to do with sort of biblical prophecy, and there's a word, am I saying it right? Eschatological, which means end times type of material. Is that how the word is? Eschatological?
Yes, so, like, it most certainly has to do with that kind of stuff. And, the people within our government and our country who would claim to be Christian, but, like, I'm not sure if people are, familiar with Reverend Hagee or, like, that kind of group, that, they call themselves Christian, but they kind of practice some other stuff that, like, came before Christianity, and it's got to do with all that kind of stuff, and, like, how the right hand side of this little dialectic sees this thing folding out, and why they're helping push it forward. I should say.
Yeah, and I take it that your attitude towards this would be what they believe in might be total nonsense, but so many of these people believe it, and that they are able to affect us because they're willing to do things. So we'd better basically appraise ourselves of what they believe, because even if it's all nonsense, what they're going to do is going to have consequences for us all. Is that the general way that you're looking at this from?
Yes, I mean, you look at it this way, like, it's like I told the wife, like, it doesn't really matter if we believe it or not. They believe it with all their heart. They have the money and power to kind of make it happen. And being a Christian, like, I believe in the Christian narrative, and that there will be, this collision, this clash that they're talking about. And, but even if I didn't, it wouldn't really matter, because they believe it and they're going to try and make it happen. And even if they are making it happen on purpose by contrivance, how do we know that's not exactly what Christ meant was going to happen? Because that's kind of how the story goes. He says that there'll be a few of us that that choose him, and the rest of the world will be against us, and all that other kind of stuff. It kind of makes sense that all the people that wouldn't choose him would actively be working to try and make this come forward. And even though some of those who do, and then he says, though that there will people that come in his name that even think they are following him, that will be working for the dark one. And then there you go. There's there's your Christian right here in America that are helping this this temple being built, right?
Yeah, a lot of Christians really believe in this and think this is the fundamental root of Christianity, so they think it's perfectly in line with everything they believe. Well, I read some of this into the record here, and we'll kind of get going on it. So it's from a newspaper, and it's just called The Voice. There's no other word before that. And there's a symbol there, and the only symbol I see is what looks like a sheaf of corn or wheat. So maybe it's to do with separating tares from wheat. I don't know. But anyway, the article is called An Update on the Building of the Third Temple by Dr. Randall Price. And I'm just going to see, is there a date on this article? It says October 7th, 2022. So it says, those who believe scripture contains a literal fulfillment of the biblical covenants. And as far as I know, a covenant is basically an agreement, and in this case between God and men. For the Jewish for no particular people whoops. I'm not very good at what I said. I was not going to read out. But anyway, they're lovely people, just like Les Biens. And the land of that place recognize rebuilding the temple is part of this promised future. In Jeremiah's presentation of the new covenant for that place, we read, "Behold, days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will fulfill the good word which I have spoken concerning the house of that place and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time I will cause a righteous branch of David to spring forth, and he shall execute justice and righteousness on the earth. In those days Judah shall be saved, and Jerusalem shall dwell in safety. And this is the name by which she shall be called. The Lord is our righteousness. For thus says the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of that place, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man before me to offer burnt offerings." I'll let you say what you think of that, but I went, curious, burnt offerings, eh? To burn grain offerings and to prepare sacrifices continually. And that's Jeremiah 33, verses 14 to 18, and it's quoting from the, I believe, North American Standard Bible or something along those lines. I'm guessing NASB stands for. So there you are. We've got a little bit read into the record. What say you, JC?
Yes. Well, see, with all that, when Christ came, he told them that the temple would be torn down, no stone laying upon another, right? And that what would be, that group, would, the covenant that was made with all of them is now being made with anyone who will follow Christ, right? So, and now the whole world has become has come under the one God, and now can come to the one God if they want to, right? So there's no need for the temple anymore. The temple is not necessary. We are the temple, okay? We are the inheritors of the new covenant. So there's no need for that third temple. Well, Western Christians have confused this and now have decided, okay, well, if we need the third temple to be built by the Antichrist in order for Christ to come back, then why can't we just make that happen? And it's an insane thought. It's an absolute insane thought of, that is directly trying to instigate God to action, which is, like I said, insane. But it's what they've arrived at.
Yeah, you've absolutely described the key point here, which is that, as you say, it's like cheating. It's like provoking prophecy. It's not like that somebody just prophesies something and they wait around for it to happen. They say, why be passive observers in our world? It's not cheating if we basically catalyze events into occurring.
Yes, very much so. And this is the thing that scares me about the right is like they have, like, it seems like many of them, at least all the ones who have signed on to this ecumenicus like thing that the Pope has went down. We had this House of One or whatever, the Tri-Faith Temple and whatnot. Like all the ones that have signed on to this agenda, they fully believe like they're fixing to bring the works of Revelation to being. They fully believe this. So you have the left on one hand, crazy, wanting to turn you into like a genderless cyborg, and then you have those on the right that are wanting to start Armageddon. So we're between a rock and a hard place here, people. A real rock and a hard place. Both sides went crazy.
Just before move on to the next little bit, Slowboy says John Hagee and the Blood Moons are Blood Moon Pies. Does that mean anything to you, the name, or Blood Moon Pie? Yeah.
Yes, like he's gotten into some Freemasonic Rosicrucian stuff, and Hagee, as well as that other charismatic preacher. What's his name? The guy who said he was flying in a tube full of demons. What is?
I know the guy you're talking about, and he's literally extremely demonic. There's a very interesting interview that he did or gave to, I think, a woman that looked sort of Chinese-ish or that kind of thing, Asian in some way. Mm-hmm. Or maybe she was Polynesian, maybe she was from Hawaii. Is somebody saying it there? Kenneth Copeland.
Yeah, he's the one. Like, I watched him in a clip like drop his own blood into a cup of water and mix it around, and telling people basically he was God, and like to drink of his blood as a covenant, like as a sacrament. Like he's quite literally perverting the sacraments and making himself God, like a Freemason would, right? Like, so it's insane stuff, but it's what's happening out there in these other so-called Christian sects. And, this is the danger of misinterpreting scripture in the first place, right? Like, this is what happens when people just interpret it for themselves. Like, they start coming to all kinds of crazy ideas.
Wow. I didn't know that he was basically doing that consecration of his own blood. My God. But I mean, that interview, I know him, I can't locate it right now, but if people know what I'm talking about, they'll be able to find it. It's just incredible how look, there was a time where I would have thought believing in demons and whatever else was just primitive superstition. But he literally, to me, the only evidence I would need to be to look at him. He proves that demons exist, or people can be possessed by demons. Like, there's no way that he hasn't got demons inside him.
You got the crazy eyes.
Yeah,
he's got the crazy eyes, and I mean, obviously, he's got those ice blue eyes, which even historically was the evil eye. People have always been sketchy of looking directly into blue eyes, but either way, like, he definitely has the crazy eyes and the actions to go along with it. And who did he call demons? Oh, he called a bunch of women, children, and regular people demons. And that shows just how much contempt he has for humanity itself, right? Just humanity in general. Should a man of God dislike the rest of humanity that much? I don't think so.
Oh yeah, I mean, he really looks like he wants to do some very serious harm to people.
Yeah.
And not just in a physical way. Like, he looks like he wants to eat people, feast on people's souls. That's what he looks like. Yeah,
that's what he looks like. And I mean, that's what he's doing. He's taking advantage of their faith and robbing them blind. So really, that's what he's doing. He's stealing. Like, he might as well be stealing their soul. He's stealing their spiritual life from them by duping them. And like they say that somebody who takes that position of a leader, you're doubly responsible for what you do. So I hope that's true, is all I can say.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's not just stealing the money, he's mocking them by doing so. And I would say, sort of saying to God, these are your creations, these idiots. But anyway,
same thing that you like, if you read the Bible, and the story of Job specifically, that's the like the little, the little covenant cry, or the devil and God had, like in the story of Job, was that humans are shitty, and like we will betray God, like if the devil just offers us the option, right? If he just offers us the right deal, we'll cave. That was the story from that, that particular book of the Bible. And, that rings true in a lot of cases. Not everyone, obviously, but the good majority of people, they will sell out. If they're offered like even a tiny fraction of the world, they will sell out, and it's sad, but it's the nature of our fallen hearts. We've been corrupted by our own doing.
Okay. Let's get some more of this. I think we can get through this article. It's long, but not that long. I think we can get through it all, and then we'll finish on this. So I'll read about. I think I'll go for 3 more paragraphs, and then we'll stop and comment on that. This passage speaks about the messianic age, when all of that place will be saved and restored to the land of that place. At that time, a righteous descendant of David, the Messiah, will sit on the throne in Jerusalem, and the temple will again stand complete with its Levitical priesthood. If this is to be a future reality, is there any sign of preparation for a third temple in that place today? Well, since 1987, when the temple movement began preparations for the rebuilding of the third temple, efforts to see this become a reality in the 21st century have been slowly progressing. While modern Israel and a large percentage of the people throughout the diaspora are secular, Orthodox do not believe these people will play a role in the rebuilding of the temple, since it is a spiritual work. It is the Orthodox who revived the Sanhedrin, the religious body that supervised the halakhic, in other brackets, legal issues related to the temple, and who intend to see it rebuilt in a proper way. The importance to Orthodox of rebuilding the temple lies in its role in the redemption of the world, which they believe can only take place once the temple is rebuilt. Gershon Salomon is director of the Temple Mount Faithful, an organization that has been trying to prepare society to accept and promote the rebuilding of the temple through demonstrations at the temple site, the construction of a cornerstone for the third temple, and the making of various temple-related utensils. Salomon has said, building the third temple is an act which must be done to complete the redemption of the people of the Bible in the land of the Bible. I cannot imagine a state or life in this country without the Temple Mount in the center of this life. Well, JC, over to you. What do you think?
Yes, well, that's right back to that thing I was talking about. Like, they see it as absolutely necessary. Like, not as something just they want, not as, something they just desire with all their heart. And like, no, they see it as something that is absolutely fucking necessary for their redemption. We have Christ, Christ told us, like, we don't need a temple. Like, we have the church. The church is the new temple, and it's worldwide now. We don't need a temple in that specific place anymore, right? But like, from what they believe and what the Zionists here in America and Britain and everything believe, is that they need to build it in order. They need to try and make sure it gets built in order to make this happen. And, so far they have been, they've got all the accoutrement necessary, as well as all the building blocks, building materials and everything sitting in a warehouse ready to go. They are currently working on a maglev train to take people from Tel Aviv, which that tells you all the color revolutions there in Tel Aviv were all about. It was about them gaining control of that area so they can start their building project. They're going to build this maglev train from Tel Aviv to the Temple Mount. They just kicked the Muslims off the Temple Mount just recently with a whole bunch of stuff. And have been trying to keep them out of there and everything. They're preparing to take it, and like I said, they've got all the stuff ready to go. They just, they moved the 5 red heifers there to pick one to use its ashes to, to finish, laying the foundation, because in order for the foundation to be laid, those ashes have to be mixed in, and they have to be mixed in with the dye to make the curtains and the garbs for the priests. So those are the last building blocks, and that's really what this article is about. It's about like talking about these last building blocks being put in place, right, ready to go.
Yeah, and you mentioned there like that these people then are trying to or have done get the people who are Muslim off this site so they can make it be a temple, not a mosque. But I think this article would address a bit of that, and we'll leave it to talk about that a bit later. And as you mentioned there as well, this red dye, that's very important to them. They've rediscovered how to make it out of these, I think it mentions in this article, eggs from a certain worm. But I think I won't jump the gun on it. I'll read it. I think it's all here anyway. So I'll move on, read a bit more. It says, however, many religious do not support this idea because they have adopted a diaspora. And by the way, just in case you don't know, diaspora essentially means, and maybe it's Greek, but it's a word that means people that are spread out amongst the world but not living in their own country. A diaspora mentality and a spiritualized way of thinking, which sets aside hope in a literal fulfillment of the biblical prophecies regarding a future temple. For them, the present political situation on the Temple Mount with Muslims controlling the site is acceptable. Leaders in the temple movement believe the people are not living on the spiritual level God intended because of the absence of the Shekinah, which apparently means divine presence from the world. And then this guy...
Female Shekinah.
Right.
Spirit.
There you are. Earlier on in the first paragraph, it did say that. It said, or maybe it was in this thing that's highlighted here. And this is the name by which she shall be called, the Lord. So that'll please those type of people who say God is a woman.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're.
Yeah. Power to the women, God is now female. Or non-binary.
All in place like a really good game of Tetris, doesn't it?
It all fits into place.
Mm-hmm.
All the kind of societal reshaping into these kind of ideologies that are going to somehow then by pure coincidence all coalesce into a one world religion.
Yes. And I mean, if you traumatize people enough with war, explosions, and awfulness, then they're going to be looking for somebody and somewhere to help them out of that situation, right? And the first place people tend to turn is religion, and guess which religion is going to be the one like with the biggest funnel to funnel them in there too, right?
The one with the greatest access to central banking.
Yes, and the one that just happens to have like a tri-faith center where they can go to and all feel nice and virtue signally about how they're being so nice and getting along with each other, even though their doctrines are completely antithetical to one another. But never mind that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, this fella who calls himself Rabbit Chaim Richman, right? So you'd want to be rich. That reminds me of a song like "If I Had a Rich Man," ba 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 ba. That's out of some. Is it Fiddler on the Roof? I don't know.
Yes, Fiddler on the Roof. If I were a rich man, yeah, that's exactly it. I remember being made to watch that when I was in like 4th grade or something like that. Oh, I hate musicals.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how, but it just must have been, something that was in the zeitgeist when I was a kid. So anyway, this fellow, Rabbit Chaim Richman, director of the Temple Institute, which has produced all of the ritual vessels necessary for the function of the temple and works to train priests for this future work, says there is a connection between the need for a new level of spiritual attainment and the rebuilding of the temple. The Shekinah is brought about only through the temple. In terms of our mission as a people, we cannot in any way reach our spiritual status without the temple. For Orthodox committed to re-establishing the temple, both the present problems of the world and the problems faced by the people will be solved only by rebuilding. Anything there you want to pick out, JC?
Yeah, well, see, like right there you are. Like all the problems of the world will only be solved by the rebuilding and the tikkun olam, right? And light to the world, and like, they call it tikkun olam, light to the world or whatnot.
Heal the world as well, isn't it? To heal the world.
Yes. And, that sounds very Freemasonic, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound familiar with the whole references to, light to heal the world and all that other kind of stuff? And that's really where it comes from, because it's that same Babylonian religion that that Freemasonry, the Templars, or any of the rest are based on.
Yeah,
and it reminds me of Babylon and Nimrod.
Yeah, and it reminds me of those insipid charity songs that were out in the 80s, Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me, that one. And also what you're talking about, the attitude, like that, the world can only be saved if everybody is converted to our global religion. It's the same thing as communism can only work if everybody's a true believer in communism, or, I suppose a bit like Scientology and that kind of thing. If you're not with us, then you're a suppressive person. You have to believe, everybody has to believe fervently. So it's cultish behavior for sure.
Well, I got some homework for everybody. Go on YouTube after this and look up that "We Are the World" song or whatever. And, slow it down and really start looking at all the different faces of the people who are singing that song. Robin Williams, Pushing Daisies. Michael Jackson, Pushing Daisies. Bono from U2, known CIA MI6 operative. Sting from the Police, known CIA MI6 operative. You just keep going down this list. I guarantee you will recognize every one of those faces in there as having something to do with this UN agenda.
Well, I'll mention then, seeing as you mentioned Bono, and I didn't know Sting is supposed to be an operative, but Bono very clearly then, like with his one charity and everything else, like at some point, if he wasn't manufactured from the beginning, at some point, the powers that be said, you can be useful to us, we're going to make you a star, but you're going to help us to basically move a lot of people in a certain direction. So given one particular Irish famous rock pop musician guy who came before him actually was a fellow called Bob Geldof, who is alleged to have got all these people together for the first Live Aid and the concert then and the record. But he married I think it was Paula Yates, and she then left him. So the story goes, for Michael Hutchence out of In Excess, and then committed suicide. But also he had some daughters, and I think one of them might have committed suicide as well. So I think that would be a price that he paid as well. And I'll just sort of say, like, when I was a kid, I didn't realize it. I just thought it was a lovely song. I really loved the tune. But I've made a video about it. It's on my Odyssey, and I included the song because it's relevant to what happened Monday week ago in Tennessee, Nashville, the school shooting there. In that his song, "I Don't Like Mondays, I Want to Shoot the Whole World Down," or the whole day down, that was about a school shooting in America in the 1970s. I don't know what year it was. Could have been 77 or 79 or something along those lines. About a school shooting that happened on a Monday. So I think that is part of his story arc, that he got famous from that song, or got rich and famous from that song.
Yeah, it may very well be. I mean, it's just, you were talking about, like, you didn't know about Sting. Well, like, I talked about Miles Copeland, the agent operative or whatever, wrote Game of Nations or whatever. Well, his nephew is the drummer for the Police.
And you did mention that before. Yeah.
And, there was a little ceremony back in the day, like, where you have Bono, he was the big UN spokesperson, still is. But there was a ceremony where he basically handed the torch off to, the Police there. in a big concert and whatever. And that's when the police started, like, doing all the things that you used to see U2 do before them. And, it was a passing of the torch. And like I said, like, if you look through that We Are the World music video, or the Live Aid events, or any of that, every one of those faces you will see are either tied up with this mess that's going on right now and pushing the agenda, or they're pushing daisies. One of the two.
Yeah.
Every single one.
And so I do agree with you that, what I suppose I'm referring to in a more general sense is, like Bob Dylan said in an interview. Look it up if anybody hasn't seen it by this stage. That he was upholding his end of the bargain. So it doesn't. We tend to think that people just get to be a famous movie star or musician, but quite literally they do make a deal with the devil. And I don't think anybody could have spelled it out more plainly, less ambiguously than Bob Dylan did. And he was basically explaining that you're never released from your contract. And in fact, the way that it is put in Hollywood and music contracts is, and I think as Prince, the musician, explained, is that they hold the rights to your name and your likeness in perpetuity. In other words, forever and ever, amen. So that's the kind of deal that the devil would only make, because it doesn't make any difference, like, after you're dead or after you're no longer in contract to that particular record company. So what they are actually saying in our own real world, legal world, is we own your soul.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at like someone like Tupac, right? You have, and Slowboy Whiteboard is absolutely correct there, by the way, and Noah Hides and all that. But either way, like, you look at Tupac, like, he wouldn't behave. He was rather a smart feller for, like, where he came from. His mother was a college professor, I do believe, and a Black Panther. But he's quite a clever fellow. But I don't think he would behave. And look what ended up happening to him. He is pushing up daisies, and they are using 3D holograms of him at, like, Grammy shows and stuff. So, and now that technology's just got even better. Like, I just saw Chuck Norris, he's getting really old. He's still getting it pretty good, because he's Chuck Norris. But the fact of the matter is, I just saw him reversed aged 35 years in a video game the other day. Wow. So, they're absolutely gearing up for this situation where you'll be able to sign away your likeness rights in perpetuity, and then they can use you as your little YouTube influencer self. They can just use you as their little puppet, quite literally their sock puppet forever. Yeah. You'll forever say whatever you say.
Yeah, you'll say whatever they want you to say in virtual reality forever, and you'll never escape it.
Yeah.
Right. Will we get on?
Like, who's to say, like, what kind of hell that's going to be for your descendants? And, like, they see, they're, say you're a famous YouTuber, and, 100 years from now, your descendants are going to have to see you shilling, Volt Cola or something, like, on a billboard somewhere, or Depends diapers, right? Yeah. It's like, how much more degrading for your family line could you get? And they're probably not getting paid for that because it was a one-time payment you sold your likeness for.
Yeah, well, speaking of degraded, what that really puts me in mind of is Chief Sitting Bull. His degrading end was as a greeter into a supermarket. Wasn't that the story? And I suppose, well, there was also that iconic thing of the Red Indian guy with the tear, but he wasn't apparently real Red Indian. But anyway, made out to be like of people throwing rubbish out the window, littering the countryside that was once his own country. So this is, I think, the same kind of idea that people could then be, but in a virtual reality, permanently degraded. Their memory, everything about their ancestors, degraded in this virtual reality in perpetuity.
Oh, yes. Like, I mean, if you've read their books and stuff, like, what they're after is, you wouldn't even have control of anything like that. You wouldn't even really have any idea of an ancestry or lineage anyway. They're going to disconnect the family completely. So everybody will be born in a test tube as property of the government, with a barcode and everything. And, you'll have a number, and that'll be your number that you access everything with and everything like that. And like I said, if they ever figure out this immortality stuff, like, and figure out how to keep you alive longer, oh my, what kind of hell that could be.
Yeah, and I do think that's the thing, or basically, if it turns out that if they can upload your conscience, or sorry, not conscience, your consciousness somehow into virtual reality, then that will be a hell from which there's no escape.
Yeah.
Will we move
Or
on?
worse, they keep you alive in your actual body, or trick you into doing some kind of Logan's Run thing where every time people hit 30 years old, they're like, okay, it's time to incinerate this body, and we'll just wake you up in the body of your clone. And it's basically just a blank clone, and they just tell the lie to the new clone every time.
Yeah.
Something like that could easily be done with the technology they have. And this is the stuff that keeps me up at night.
Well,
Like,
I mean, I think we all realized it a little while ago that every dystopia, and there's a famous picture of, I don't know if it's a made up meme, or whether he was really holding it, but of AJ Jones holding up a picture saying "You are here" with I think 9 circles of Venn diagrams of all the most famous books or films of dystopia, like They Live or 1984 or Brave New World, and an intersection of 9 different things, and basically you are here.
yeah. Yep, that big Venn diagram. I absolutely remember that. And that actually pretty apt. That's what
Yeah,
I tell people. It's like you live in a movie, bro.
yeah.
It's like
Blade Runner, and also I think what hasn't been looked at, I keep meaning maybe sometime we will go re-looking at THX 1138, which was Spielberg's very accurate prediction of how everyone's going to be basically a clone grown in a lab of indeterminate gender.
well, yeah, that's because Spielberg's on the inside track. He's fully aware of what's going on. He's no fool. You know, he's fully aware of what's going on. And yeah, THX 1138 was basically, it's a retelling of Logan's Run in just a slightly different format. It's the same kind of idea, though. Yeah, you basically live a lie, and they'll replace you and control every aspect of your life. You know, it's hell, like hell on earth. And people really don't want to live in it, but the normies are just walking head first into it, on both sides, as we've been, talking about here. It's both sides are walking right into the trap.
Yeah. Now, I do believe in that movie that the intent was to show that there is some cause for hope, that even if society allows itself to get there, that somebody will wake up at some point, even though they're designed to be a clone with no gender, that something about the human spirit will wake up or recreate itself. But I mean, I think that's fat chance. Maybe that's all designed to placate ourselves into thinking, well, don't have to do anything. We'll just come out ourselves. The human spirit will rise up like the ashes, but I don't know about that. Let's not allow it to get there.
Yeah, I would like not for it not to get there, but he could be thinking in the same vein as the people who wrote this article are thinking. For all we know, they would think that, oh yeah, somebody's going to wake up after the Armageddon too. It's kind of one of those utopian ideals that, like, oh well, yeah, the human spirit will just always overcome. It's like, I don't know. Maybe he just wants you
That's
to
it.
think that. I don't
Yeah,
know. It's hard
exactly.
to say what the man meant, but I can tell you we got an uphill battle either way.
It might be wishful thinking on his part, or it might be intentional to placate us into inaction and allowing ourselves to get there. All right, let's
Yeah,
go
I
on.
mean, he's definitely a dirty guy from what I've heard, but
It sounds like it.
that's
Anyway,
conjecture, but whatever.
well, I remember from seeing his documentaries and going back recently enough to rewatching his documentaries on something I'm not going to mention. I don't think that he was fooled by the people he interviewed into thinking that the people he interviewed were genuine. I think he knew what he was creating. I think he was creating propaganda, and he knew it. But let's move on here, okay?
Good.
Okay, this part says, a new temple? Are we any closer to the rebuilding of the temple today? The world is radically opposed to claims in Jerusalem, much less their contested ownership of the Temple Mount. On a practical level, are banned by law from praying at the site, and those, which is confusing, but I'll ask you for your comment then on that, definitely. And those who visit are daily accosted by Muslims, such as the women in black, who maintain a constant vigil on presence at the site. In addition, the Islamic authorities officially deny that a temple ever existed at the site. Nevertheless, recent developments have contributed to the temple movement's goals and the realization of the rebuilding of the temple in our lifetime. Answering the charge of denial a temple ever existed on the site, archaeologists discovered in decades-old research that the site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which Muslims believe was built by Abraham, was once a place for ritual preparation for entering the temple. The evidence for this came from a report filed by British archaeologist Robert Hamilton, who had documented excavations of the mosque's foundations after it was destroyed in an earthquake in 1927. He discovered beneath the floor of the mosque that the remains of a mikveh, ritual pool used for purification. It dated to the time of the Second Temple, when immersed at this site before entering the temple precincts. These findings, hidden deep in the British Mandatory Archives Department because they embarrassed Muslim officials, now provide evidence that the ancient temple stood on the modern Temple Mount and was a place of presence. So, JC, first thing I want to ask you that in the first paragraph there, it says that according to their own laws, they don't allow themselves to pray at that site, even though maybe some of them are allowed to break their own laws. What's going on there, do you think?
Well, no, that's just like the not carrying anything in their pockets on the Sabbath, or not being out and about after dark, or or not dialing the phone on the or pushing or doing any kind of work. So and all that kind of stuff. It's part of just like an Orthodox person. Like, I won't go into, like, just because they say they're Christian, I won't pray in a Baptist church or a Roman Catholic church or something like that. I'll only go to an Orthodox church. Right?
Gotcha. But
I'll eat with them, I'll talk to them, I'll be friends with them, passively, whatever, but I won't pray with them.
Right. But so in addition to, okay, it's a mosque at the moment, so because they're from a different religion, they wouldn't allow themselves to pray in what is technically a mosque, even if they claim it was previously something else. But I think also what you're saying is something that I recognized when I learned about the wire that goes above overhead around Manhattan to give them the technicality that somehow they believe they're indoors. When they're not allowed to leave their home or whatever on the Sabbath or whatever it is, they love to create rules for themselves in their own cult religion, so that they can then be clever enough to find legal loopholes around their own laws. That's basically it, is it?
Well, I don't know if that's why they make the laws, but they do love to find legal loopholes around them so that they can continue. They do find themselves to be quite clever. They have entire research and development divisions that work on ways to get around the Sabbath provisions and all these other kind of things. But that also comes into why this temple is so important to them. Because without the doctrine of Christ, they still need the temple in order to get past all of these, a lot of these provisions that they have on themselves, is because they're in diaspora. Once the temple, is built and all that kind of stuff, they can cast off all these old rules. That's another motivation behind it, I do believe.
Okay, so there's some kind of honor bound to this law, or they believe it's like a superstition thing. They're, of course, steeped in doing rituals, so they kind of feel like that they don't even need to have it make sense. They just have to do it. It's just the law. They're steeped in this kind of thing.
Well, they have their own good reasons for it, but just like Christianity, that we are bound to God's law, so we have to follow it. It's just that the kind of laws that they've kind of created for themselves since Christ coming, and the temple being destroyed, they're kind of really, really restrictive, and they don't like them themselves. Not being able to even turn a crank. You have to you can't dial the phone
Hmm.
on the Sabbath, for
Yeah,
instance. Like, so they
doesn't work.
invented this mechanism. It's a phone that when you pick it up, it basically like dials all the numbers constantly, and you move this little pencil
Mm.
around to like tell it what number to dial or something like that. Or it's a weird little system they've got set up. But yeah, it's all designed to get them around
That
these.
That rings a
The,
bell, not necessarily a telephone bell. I seem to remember, but it could have been maybe overly simplified that it was to do with rotary phones, and sticking your finger in the hole to turn the rotary was effort. But if they just got a pointing stick and put it in there, then technically they weren't putting their own finger in it. So, like when I learned these kind of things, right, I would sort of say it'd be funny. You'd sort of laugh at them like you'd laugh at some kind of toddlers inventing games for some kind of play acting that they're doing that doesn't make any sense. Problem is, it has consequences in our real world because there's enough of these headbangers who believe in this sort of stuff.
yes, I mean there most certainly are, and and there's all kinds of like other little things too that like contribute or whatever. But like it's not even just them. Like if it was just them, they're a small enough minority in the world. They couldn't do all that much. If you ask me, the real problem that we have are these Zionists, as they would say in New Zealand, right? Like that like because because charismatic Christianity, sectarian Christianity is so prevalent worldwide, they're the ones really giving them the power, right? It's quite literally the Zionists that are giving them this power, right? Like they like it's them that are that have set it up to where America basically is the umbilical cord that feeds it, right? Like all of this has been set up on purpose, and that's why the sectarian religions have been crafted the way that they're crafted. It's because it would lead people into this silliness,
Mm.
basically, and give them what they were wanting in the end, which is this temple rebuilt and trying to force the hand of God Himself.
Yes, that's it.
They say they'll say on one hand that the Masons will say on one hand that they don't even believe in God or a devil or anything like that for real. It's just a symbol. But yet, like when it comes down to it, their actions say something else. Their
Mm.
actions say that somewhere deep within them, they do believe and they hate Him.
Right. Okay. Um, but as you say there, and that's really putting your finger on the point. They're trying to force God's hand, whatever God it is that they pray to, and whatever sex they think it is. Um,
Hmm.
I'll read a bit more now, and we're at the halfway point. I definitely think we can get this article all read here,
Hmm.
and come in under time, I hope. So, concerning the preparations for the temple service, the Sanhedrin has taken steps necessary for reinstating future temple service. One project of the group has been the planting of the biblical temple forest, which will serve the agricultural needs of the Third Temple. Rabbit Hillel Weiss, spokesman for the Sanhedrin, explained that the temple provided a link between the land and the divine. When people think about sacrifices, they think about animals and blood, but most were from plants grown around Israel. Well, at least most of them were. Rabbit Richman, also a member of the Sanhedrin, has been heading a project to restore the sacred red heifer to Israel. And just in case people don't know, a heifer is a cow, in other words, a female ox that hasn't given birth yet. According to number 19, the ashes of the red heifer mixed with water are a necessary element for purifying to enable them to do service in the temple. During the time of the first and second temples, a span of approximately 1,000 years, only 9 red heifers were used in preparing the waters used to purify. According to tradition, the 10th one will be used by the Messiah. Richmond and other rabbits of the Temple Institute are providing halakhic supervision and guidance in partnership with an cattleman who is an expert in the science of animal husbandry. He is utilizing the technique of implanting the frozen embryos of the red Angus cattle, which originally came from North America, into domestic cattle. A red heifer cannot be transported to for use in the red heifer ceremony because the animal cannot have ever worn a yoke. A yoke is those kind of wooden things or the hoops that you put around oxen so that they can pull plows in a field, and must be born in the land of. The project is the culmination of years of research at the Temple Institute that fuses ancient religious texts and modern science. All right, so what do you think so far then, JC, on that?
Yeah, like fuses ancient religious texts and modern science. That's most certainly what they do. And right there, you're seeing like both the transhumanism cloning thing come up, as well as embryos and and America, right? So you're seeing all the things drug in there in that one sentence, and it's giving you some idea of the scope of this little plan they got going on here. It's something that stretches across the ocean for sure, right?
Yeah.
Like, where did it come from? It came from here.
Well, I had heard
the heifer's DNA.
I did not know that this red heifer came from North America. And if so, then that could be the only reason why they decided, if they were in control of the British Empire, to do all of that conquering of the New World, just so they could. I could totally understand and see how that could be just part of their dastardly plan.
Oh no, they wanted the New World because the New World, this was like a big part of the Atlantean culture was left here. They believed like Native Americans to a large part to be descendants of the Atlanteans. So, they wanted this. It's one of the reasons why you're fixing to see a big move for us to try and take Mexico and include that in the overall North American continent. Because when it was Atlantis, Mexico was originally part of the empire. And you'll see them say it in their writings, talk about how Mexico and North America must be one again. So you're even seeing like JB there and his government talking about like we talked about it before with this whole little thing with the cartels and the abduction of the American students, quote unquote, and 2 of them getting bumped off or whatever. Like, that gives the American government reason to try and send their military in there where they can take control of the Mexican country.
Yes.
So, if you're in Mexico right now, anybody listening, you better be doing everything you can to stop that from fucking happening.
I'm not sure if we did talk about it before, but it is definitely familiar because there's, and I'll mention another guy again. He's not anymore, I think, available on YouTube, but his channel is called The Crow House, and he's an Australian guy. My God, his name escapes me now. Do you remember his? Max Egan, thank you very much. Yeah, he recently talked about that as well, where he's living in Mexico, and he said, "Look, the cartel stuff isn't as bad as they make it out to be in the United States, but that the United States wants to, or the powers that be in the United States wants to make it appear on the world stage as though it is, so that they have no choice but to go in there to do what Mexico should be doing to control its cartel problem."
That's exactly right. Well, I have my disagreements with Max Egan on on the fact that he is a New Ager. He's fully adopted their religion, one way or the other. But, as far as that goes, he's absolutely correct. That's exactly what they're planning on doing. And, I've been trying to put the word out about it for a while now, but, it's not been getting much traction anywhere. So, hopefully we can kind of start spreading the word a little bit more to get people aware of what's going on with the border crisis and the drugs coming back and forth and everything. Because, most of the people listening here, I think, will know that the U.S. government are the reason that the drugs keep going across the border, right? They keep buying the drugs and, trading weapons for drugs and everything else, just like in the Iran-Contra scandal. They're still doing that. And, that's why the drugs keep coming over here, not to mention our insatiable appetite for them here in America, because everybody just that's all anybody wants to do anymore, I guess. And, it's understandable. Trust me, I used to be a drug user. I know. I know it's understandable to want to zonk yourself out, but we need you in the game, folks. We need you in the game. So like, get you off that shit and like healthy, so you can actually be effective. If you
Yeah.
are indeed still, doing that shit. But
Well,
anyway, yeah.
yeah. As far as, I mean, I'll just say, like, so somebody in the comments there. Oh yeah, the New Age stuff. I know that he says in Lakesh at the end. I did understand that it's referring to. It's basically like, I mean, I get the sense it's like saying Namaste or whatever. So I understand that there's some kind of woo-woo going on there about some New Age religion. But other than that, just him saying that as a catchphrase at the end, there's really nothing that he talks about that I would take any issue with. And actually, I have to really, I mean, quite congratulate him on saying certain things in a very clear way. And actually, I would say also in a very fair and reasonable way about something pertaining to what we're not mentioning here either, because you can't mention it on YouTube. So I would say if you have missed a few of his episodes, that you should catch up. And I know, so let me just reference here anyway. A from Australia, he's from the same country. He's saying he's a 33. Right? So in other words, he's a Freemason. Maybe not. And again, have no man as your own personal hero who's always right, never wrong, right? So I mean, in other words, we're not going to make the same mistake with Max Egan because we wouldn't make it with Jordan Peterson. What I'm saying is, for the last good while, I've seen nothing that Max Egan has said that I would take issue with. But that's not to say that I'm telling you to trust him implicitly. I'm just saying I like what he's doing, and he seems to be genuine to me in as far as anybody is. Then I just want to also acknowledge there was another comment here. Oh yeah, Slowboy then says, I never heard him talk about New Age. I don't think he tries to force that down anybody's throat or whatever, I just listened to him about, she says, I listened to him about another thing that we're not going to mention. We kind of did touch on it before, but right now, like he's very strong on, again, CBDCs and all the other things. So he's on the button about a lot of stuff. I think he's worth listening to. Go ahead there.
I like him. I like Max Egan. It's one of those things, even if he is a Freemason, it doesn't necessarily mean he's with the business. The fact is, like, the lower level Blue Lodge Freemasons, they're going to be slaves too. They already are in so many ways. Their money is used to do awful things that they're not even aware of. And, they're they're a bunch of dupes, man. So, just because somebody is a Freemason, was a Freemason, or subscribes to this dumbass new age religion, it doesn't mean they're automatically bad. They just might be confused about some things, like a lot of people tend to be. And that's perfectly fine. It's just one of those things, like I said, like I like all the other things he's saying. It's just when he gets into the new age stuff, I just kind of ignore that and go on.
In my experience, I think he's decided, look, unless people really want to hear about it, he's not going to try and talk about it, But anyway, just acknowledge a couple more here. Slowboy says that she likes him as well. One time she uploaded a clip of him and it immediately got her a strike. So now that doesn't mean that just because YouTube doesn't want it on their site, that means it must be brilliant and true. But I think that does speak something there, right? That they definitely don't want him on the site.
Just like Mark Passio. I would say Mark Passio is, 100% bought into the Freemasonic religion. And most of their ideology, it's just, on a lot of the other things, he disagrees, right? So I can agree with Mark Passio on some things, but on other things, he's kind of like, I know better than to listen to him. It's discernment. Slowboy will know what I'm talking about with the noose and the discernment. You can listen to anybody, and anybody can tell you some truth, even if they're a compulsive liar. Every once in a while, they might have a grain of truth, and it might be worth listening to.
Yeah, never throw away your critical filters and just sort of say, I'm going to think whatever he thinks.
Yes. Take everything in and sort through it with your, like, well, if you're Orthodox, I would most certainly say use your noose, use your Christian discernment to be able to, guide yourself through that, that forest full of prickly pears and thorn bushes, It's a rough place, but like it's the world, and it's like what has to be done. We have to be vigilant all the time, not some of the time, not most of the time, but all the time, 24/7, 365, head on swivel. Some younger lingo there. Like I'm learning some of the way they talk these days. I'm learning.
Well, I want to acknowledge something else here. Well, first of all, Sojourner says, or Sojourner, I don't know why I'm having difficulty pronouncing your name, but I know it's somebody like who spends a day here in the Sojourner. Says her phone was dying and she had to do supper duty, so that's fair enough. Good to still see you there. But I want to acknowledge, even though it's off topic, just to acknowledge it, and I think we'll do this maybe next week, right? Brendan
Mhm.
O'Connell. There may be things about him that I don't know, and there may be things about Max Egan I don't know. But I think that Max Egan was saying recently that Brendan O'Connell was trying to use his stream or take it over in order to address his issue. Now it seems to me that Brendan O'Connell is legitimate, but he
Oh, he
obviously
is.
yeah, but he obviously has a kind of an abrasive personality. But I
That's
could forgive him. What?
I said that doesn't bother me, but I'm used to abrasive people. I can be abrasive sometimes,
Yeah,
like so.
but I'm just saying that, like, I understand that he could be a difficult person to deal with, but I can understand why that might be, given what he's seemed to have been through his life being persecuted by Australian authorities. I only became aware of Brendan O'Connell this year, and maybe only a few months ago. So there's probably things that I'm not aware of, but I know what he is exposing, and I don't want to go near it now, but I know that he's exposing high corruption particularly in certain states in the US, and it all seems quite legitimate to me. I do think as well that with his personality, that I don't think he's actually conveying the message he wants to convey in the way that will reach people, because he actually wants to reach people. I think he actually starts picking fights with people who might be listening. But I think what he's talking about is legitimate and genuine. So I think we'll devote, a whole stream maybe next week, maybe to talk about him, if we can, if he can rely on me, because I know that he's not getting the traction that he wants, and that the person he's trying to feature and host at the moment deserves.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind giving Brendan a boost if we could,
Oh, sorry, JC, but you're cut out there. You're still cut out. But yeah, and it's not as if to sort of say like, oh well, I'll signal boost him, but obviously like in whatever small way that I can, and it might just bring it to the attention of some people who are not aware of it at all. And I want to, try to dig down into it, do a bit of my own research, maybe if I can, and whatever you know about it, and perhaps put it in a way that's more digestible. I know I've made some community posts summarizing videos that Brendan O'Connell has made.
fire in it puts a fire in you. Every Scots Irish person I know from back home, we have a particular stubbornness and abrasiveness to us. I think we're rather blunt.
Yeah.
Sometimes
so Brendan O'Connell is originally Scottish, is he, or Irish or something? Is he?
Well, I mean, given his name, I'm assuming he's Irish.
Yeah, I mean, well, like it's likely. I just didn't want to assume. I don't know anything about his background, really. As I say, I only discovered him there in the last few months. But anyway, I just want to acknowledge that. I didn't want to not read out that comment because A is from Australia and he's talking about a guy from Australia. He likely knows more about it. I didn't want him to think that I was ignoring the comment, right? We'll move on anyway. But let's put a pin in that, as I say, to get back to that later, okay?
Right. Sounds good.
Okay, so I'll read a bit more of this article then into the record as such, right? Okay, so the Sanhedrin and the Temple movement also hold reenactments of temple ceremonies for the training of those who are from the priestly class known as, and it's spelled with a K, Kohanim. This training involves special schooling on the duties of the priests, the use of ritual vessels created for use in the Third Temple, and practice on a newly constructed altar of burnt offering. There's that burnt offering. This altar is unique. Did you want to say something delicately around that, JC?
That's what that's the English version of the term
holy word. Okay.
You get the idea. Yeah. I didn't want to say the whole word,
Okay, people can look it up. There's so many live wires, you know what I mean?
Well, I was kind of sitting back from the microphone and I kind of said it under my breath. I didn't think it was that strong, but apparently it picks up more than I thought. My bad.
Okay. So this altar is unique because it was designed to be disassembled and quickly reassembled. Isn't that brilliant? In its proper permanent location, because the people of that country are required to build an altar exclusively on the site of the original altar on Mount Moriah, the Temple Mount. When the time is right, it will be reassembled on the mount in the temple, enabling the sacrificial service to be resumed without delay. So they're just like all the best corporations. They don't stop and do things linearly and say we've got a roadblock. They just go, right, prepare everything in every other direction, and then when we get rid of that roadblock, you'll be ready to go, just like in the best Gantt charts. So they're treating it like a business, even if they're out of their minds.
I should say, like, I'll have to send you the clip after this. I meant to send it to you before this. There's also a clip of this same Temple Institute, like, coming out to a crowd, like, a couple years back, or a few years back. I went over there for a specific ceremony to do with this temple to check it out, right? And that's where I saw all the things, like, prepared for the building of the temple, right?
All right,
That's
okay.
how I know they're there. I saw them. And, like, the thing is, like, during that, there was a guy, a Rebbe, who came up and they asked him about the Ark of the Covenant, right? Well, guess what he says? He said, "Oh yeah, we know where it's at. Like, we said it was lost. We didn't say we didn't know where it was." Right? So apparently, from what they're saying, like, they've always known where the Ark of the Covenant was. Like, that, matter of fact, that's what he said. He said, "There has always been," and I quote, "there has always been a group of us who have known where it was. It was just lost to the majority because they were hiding it and didn't want anyone to know where it was, so they didn't tell any of the rest of their people. But there have always, that inner group, that that order of Melchizedek, that inner group has always known where it was, and I suspect that the Templars took it somewhere with them when they went to Jerusalem to to dig under the Temple Mount. I suspect that they did get a hold of it somehow, some way, at some point, and take it somewhere. And they've probably been keeping it ever since. Like, they're a military order. They would be the perfect people to protect it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we've talked enough, like, you have an idea of the kind of things I'm capable of. Like, imagine an entire group of people like me. You wouldn't want to, right? Like, you're not going to take it from them. Like, not easily anyway. So,
Yeah.
they would be the perfect people to guard it and to hide it, all the ciphering capability and everything else, right?
Yeah, well, the senior Spielbergo film, The Raiders of the Lost Ark, wasn't it? That, in one of the end scenes, there is a Knights Templar there, but a real old guy, protecting the Cup of Christ. Isn't that it? The Cup of Christ. But
whatever.
Sorry?
I said the Holy Grail isn't a cup, but whatever. The cup is symbol for what it actually is, but just in case people are wondering if there's actually a cup that we should be looking for, like that. What's his name? Graham, not Graham Hancock, but he's another weird British guy who's obsessed with the Freemasonic version of the King Arthur story. The one that came later, the romanticized version where they combine him into one person and all this other kind of stuff. Like, he's obsessed with that version, and he keeps running around saying, "Oh, well, I found this little scent cup, and I followed all these clues that were left by a Freemason at the Red Castle in Britain, by the way." But either way, it's all been a ruse to keep people, like, distracted off of what the actual Holy Grail is. But it was never a cup. It's never been a cup.
Well, I didn't mean to say that it was, but it's just that the I actually just couldn't remember the name for the, like, because I don't know why, but I keep confusing the Ark of the Covenant with the
with the Cup of Christ, with the
what's it called?
There are holy relics out there. The Ark of the Covenant is an actual ark you know, the spear of destiny is an actual spear. Whether or not that, I don't think that's the spear that pierced Christ's side, though, because it's not a Roman spear to begin with.
But sorry,
But
Holy Grail. Yeah, Holy Grail was the word I was looking for, but just couldn't remember it. But the Holy Grail could just mean the sacred blood.
yes, like, and you know, it's really like the Holy Grail is really Freemasonry. Like, it's the light. It's achieving the level of the adept. That's what it is. It's the, you know, it's just like it, you know, Horus, like, is just a symbol for Freemasonry as a whole, like the entire order altogether, like the entire animal, right? Okay. So, you know, all these things are symbolic for the same thing. You are saying you are God, like the Christ consciousness. That's what the Holy Grail is really about. It's really about, you know, the great work and the establishment of this new world order thing or whatever. And the Holy Grail part is, you know, talking about reaching the adept attainment to where, like, you think like these people do, right? You become one of them. Like, that's the Holy Grail, and it's not something you want, I promise.
Okay.
Like, not in their context, right? Like, it's definitely not something you want. You know, it's going to turn you into a Luciferian who worships yourself. Like, is that really, like, something you want to be? I wouldn't think so.
Okay. Well, you've been down that road and turned around on it, and that's why you're speaking from experience on it. Just real quick, and I'm not going to spend long on this, but A from Australia is saying, and I know he's referring to Max Egan, who is Australian, left Australia, and is now currently living in Mexico. He's saying, how do you slip out of the country when no one else can? Come on. In other words, I take it, you know, he doesn't believe in Max's story. It sounds plausible to me. Maybe you've missed it. He explained it, but maybe you don't accept his explanation. But he says that he was, by either luck or chance or a bit of both, that he was able to, and also the help of somebody that he knew in Mexico. He's apparently a famous YouTuber. That there was a rule that that you couldn't leave any country unless there was somebody from some corporation that was able to say that they needed to employ you. So I know that there was a lot of people who were using that loophole, and he was able to fly through, well, I know a lot of Australians do this anyway, fly through Southeast Asia. So maybe through Hong Kong or somewhere like that. I can't remember exactly. I think that's plausible. That is possible. Yeah. So, but anyway, I'll leave it at that. He did do a video explaining it, but maybe you missed it, or maybe you did see it but you don't believe it. But that's fair enough.
Well, yeah, for all we know, like, the person he knew was a Freemason and got him out. That wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility either. Like, Blue Lodge people do things for each other. That's just what you do. So, like, he easily could have called up the chain and got a favor. Like, that's absolutely possible too, which I wouldn't, fault him for. If, like, I had done it before, back when I left the order, I still had friends that would do stuff for me without, as long as other people didn't know, and I got help here and there. Like, so, you do what you got to do, I guess. These are desperate times. If you got a contact that can get you out of the country and you need to, then, you better go to that contact and get out of the country. That's what you need.
Yeah, I think he took a chance, and it does seem to me, I find it also plausible that the Australian police were going to try and pin something on him, like some kind of trumped up domestic tourist charge. I'm saying tourist, but anyway. But look, I take it A just maybe doesn't trust him or believe him. But again, just reiterate, not trust anybody implicitly. But he says he's been going on for many years about land south of Lebanon and high-tech transfers, maybe. So I'm just going to quickly scan through the comments to see there. There's a lot there. Maybe he's talking about Bitcoin as well. Did he have something to do with that? I don't know. Sorry, there's a lot there. Thanks for all the comments. But I'm trying to see if there's anything particularly pertinent. Sojourner says Revelation 11:19 says that the ark is in heaven. Yeah, I could believe that. And she knows her Bible, so I'd say that she is referring to something there that.
Yeah, well, there is the ark in heaven. That's a symbolic thing, the laying your treasures in heaven and all these other kind of things. Yes, that is part of it, but there is an actual physical one that's still supposed to exist. Yes, like it when the temple was torn down, it was not recovered like so many of the other things were, like the menorah. We know where the menorah are; they're sitting at the Vatican. You know, those were taken by the Romans. You know, we know where lots and lots of pieces of the temple are, and they have been busy recollecting those. And I'm pretty sure the Vatican is sending the menorah back to them. But like, I don't know if, you know, for all I know, this could be a recreated version that was made in this modern era, and they're just going to try and pass it off. All I can say is what they're saying is that they've had it all along. And, you know, the Templar Order has said like that they have had it all along. So, you know, are both of them lying? Possibly, you know, but, you know,
yeah,
who knows?
Well,
I guess we won't know until we can get a hold of it and maybe examine it. And if like it zaps me, if I try to touch it, then I'll know that it's the real one.
Fair enough. Well, I just seeing as you mentioned there, I'll read what it is, and this is from the King James Version. It says, "And the temple of God was opened in heaven, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament, and there were lightnings and voices and thunderings and an earthquake and great hail." And Crow from Crow 777, he always says, "Let me count the ways of 9/11," basically. So Revelation 11:19 is more or less that in reverse. So it's just he always just sort of notes when the numbers kind of happen to you know, line up with 9/11ish. Yeah.
Synchronicity is what, like, we would call it inside the lodge or whatever. You know, it's definitely a thing, you know, to looking at these numbers. Like, you know, it's just like if you wake up at 3:33 every single night, like, then, you know, that can mean things.
Yeah.
You know, not good ones necessarily, but it can mean things. You know, and stuff like that. Like, these numbers aren't arbitrary in the world. These number patterns do matter. There's a reason why you can use mathematics and number patterns to cheat in poker and in horse racing and all these other kind of things. It's because it's all number magic. Like, you can literally can predict certain things with number magic. The problem is it's not always 100% dead on. Lucifer always lies to you just a little, you know, sometimes a lot, you know, but sometimes it's just a little, right? So it's one of those things you have to be very, very careful when you're doing that. And, you know, we're told, like, by Christ and his disciples that, you know, people who read fortunes and things will have their heads sewn on backwards in hell. Like, that's like the kind of thing that Dante Alighieri would say. You know, he's a Western Catholic. But, like, you know, we are told that they have demons whispering into their ears, so, like, not to listen to them. You know, the Westerners are the ones who go wanting to put like an exact judgment on it. But as Orthodox, we kind of refrain of putting a judgment on anybody because it's not our place to say, right? Like, I don't feel like it's my place to condemn anyone. If you and Christ work out some special deal between you and him, then that's y'all's business. You know, all I know is what he told me. Right, like what he told the apostles is what they told the priests, and that's what the priest told me, and that's what I try to stick to. Don't always succeed. I try.
Well, I'm laughing because I know you're sort of deliberately, you know, hamming up the sort of southern way of saying it. That's y'all's business. But anyway,
yeah.
I'm laughing also because I missed where Slow Boy said, "I grail," you know, as in back to the Holy Grail, you know, from Monty Python, which is always worth a rewatch.
I love that movie. It's so funny. Like, somebody did a meme recently where, like, they redid that, and it was pretty funny. I don't know if you saw that.
I might not have seen a latest meme, but I mean, there's always clips that are posted of it. All right.
It was to do with Trump and his arrest and everything. And it had to do the scene with the dude in the castle, like calling them, you know, names and everything. Like, it had Arthur and them down there acting like the police coming to get him, and like the people in the castle wouldn't let them have it. It was kind of
smells of elderberries and that kind of thing. Yeah. Well, I haven't seen the latest meme of that to do with Trump, but yeah.
I thought it was pretty hilarious. My favorite part's always going to be the Black Knight part, though. Like,
Yeah.
when like it keeps chopping
Only a
him.
flesh wound.
Yeah, only a flesh wound. Exactly. Like, that always cracked me up as a kid when I watched it. Like, because dude was so like raring to go. No matter how many pieces you chopped off of him, he's still ready to get it. Like, all right, that's my kind of dude. Like, told you about that
Right.
southern stubbornness. Like we
Yeah.
are stubborn people.
Yeah, well, I'm very glad Monty Python did translate the humor did translate over to the US. Right,
I like British humor. I told you once before, like I cut my teeth on like that show Absolutely Fabulous and Faulty Towers and things like that when I was a kid. So
Right.
like I actually like British humor personally.
Yeah. Okay, let's go on anyway. By the way, I think A was saying you're on it as well, meaning there was something he really agreed. I know maybe it was back when you were talking about the location of the ark. So
Appreciate.
yeah. So I think I've kind of lost my place. I think, but I think it was resumed without delay. And then there's a quote here: "For Orthodox, committed to re-establishing the temple, both the present problems of the world and the problems faced by people will be solved only by rebuilding." So I think that we already read that, but that was kind of pulled out as a quote of this article to again reiterate a sort of core tenet of their driving beliefs, or the beliefs which basically impel them to do what they're doing. So, next paragraph. Another recent rediscovery of the Temple Institute has been the revival of the science of producing biblical crimson. This dye was used in the garments of the high priest, the parochet or parochet, the massive curtain that separated the Holy of Holies from the holy place in the temple, and was an ingredient used in the mixture combined with ashes of the red heifer. Professor Zohar Amar of Bar Ilan University discovered that the eggs of the Tolat Shani crimson worm found in modern Israel, well, somewhere anyway, would produce the crimson dye. God. While the temple movement, it's a bit like, one of those child games, like if Simon doesn't say and then you get caught out one time,
Right.
While the temple movement continues to prepare for the rebuilding of the temple, most understand that some political action must take place to reverse the present situation of control of the Mount by Muslims in order to allow for access. This currently may be in process concerning the site. The Supreme Court of this country has stated in its ruling opinion on the issue of the works on the Temple Mount. The reality on the Temple Mount is by no means simple. It is extremely delicate and complicated, says this Supreme Court. This is one of those cases in which a judicial ruling is not the reasonable way to decide the dispute, and a decision of this kind goes beyond the boundaries of the law. It is the political echelon, and not the court, that must give content and meaning to the historical call. The Temple Mount is ours. That's the historical call. In other words, this must be a political, not legal action. Those who understand Daniel's prophecy of the 70th week, Daniel 9:27, know that it is a future political leader, the antichrist of Revelation 13, who will one day make a deceptive covenant with the leaders, leading to the rebuilding of the third temple. I think we're really getting to the central point of this all here. JC, what do you reckon?
Yes, I do believe that is getting exactly to where I was wanting to get to, is where they basically, like, well, not basically, but they absolutely state with certainty that this is what they're aiming for, right? They're telling you right there they're looking for this world leader to come by and help them get this done. And they're talking about this might be in process. This was way back when what did it say? October 7th, 2020, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
3 years ago. Well, since
20,
that,
no, well, 2022, I thought it said, but let me just double check that then.
Oh.
This article is dated October 2022.
okay, 2022. Well, either way, like that's been a year, like coming up on 2 years, like, you know, in some months or whatever. Okay. Well, either way, in that time, like if you paid any attention to what's going on over there, like they have gotten it trumped up, and you know, like they have ran soldiers in there while people were praying and beat them up, hit them with tear gas and some more stuff. And now they've you know, said that they were, you know, involving in some of that domestic you know, that domestic fun like that we were talking about earlier, and you know, basically kick them out of there for that. Like, but I think they were trying to say that they were conspiring or doing something in there they weren't supposed to be doing. But either way, like if you're been paying attention lately, especially over like the past year, there have been major movements towards, you know, basically setting the Arabs up as, you know, for something or whatever, to where they can take possession of it, right? And you already have Trump. He moved the embassy there, which then you know, was America saying that, okay, yeah, y'all are a state and Palestine isn't, right? And you have him working on this peace deal and all these other kind of things. Like everything is lining up, and they were already calling him Cyrus, right? You know, equating him to Cyrus the Great. And Cyrus the Great, it was Cyrus's father who took them in, or grandfather, who brought them into captivity in Babylon and taught them this Babylonian Freemasonic religion, right? And it was Cyrus, his son, who completed the effort by sending them back. Because see, the whole point was you bring them over here for a few years, corrupt them, and then send them back, and they'll be a vassal state of Babylon, right? That was kind of the idea. Well, that kind of happened in a way. So like that's how we wind up with them being how they are now, was that captivity. And you know, that's why Christ was beefing with them when he came back down here to talk to them, was, you know, and that's why he called them serpents and spiders and scorpions, was because like they were masquerading as the priesthood but teaching Babylonian Freemasonry, basically, right?
Yeah.
What would later be known as Freemasonry. It wasn't known by that name then, you know, it changes names through the centuries in order to hide itself, right? But that's, you know, that's basically what it amounts to. So, and that's who Freemasons see themselves as. They see themselves as the inheritors of that Pharisees, Sadducees, you know, tradition. So they would put themselves right up there with the Court of 70 in that kind of thing. They're just kind of like, as Slowboy Whiteboard was saying earlier, like the Freemasons are kind of like the high priesthood for the Goyim, while the Court of 70 is like the high priesthood for, you know, them, right? So it's that.
And so you know, they understand, I think it is, that basically they don't dare rule themselves to be owning it by their own courts. They want basically the court of international opinion to rule that it must be given to them, and they're hoping to gradually.
It must be, because if the court of international opinion doesn't say do it, then if they go ahead and do it on their own, then there's too much chance people will cry foul, and you know, it will start a situation where like it could ruin the whole thing. So they need people to go along with it, right? And they know America's primed for it. Like if the right wing takes power again, like it's going to happen. 100.
And so we recognize a very familiar tactic that we've now, a lot of us have woken up to, and we've recognized, is that if you move very, very slowly, you can push culture so that politics will then become downstream of it.
Yes. And that's exactly what they do. And they've slowly manipulated the culture to the point where, you know, it's good to go. And, you know, obviously this can't happen under the left, because the left take the side of the Palestinians, right? So, like, who does that tell you that it has to happen under, right? So, you know, and that's one of the things influencing like my thoughts on where I think that all this could go. right?
Well, just
Like,
to not leave it rhetorical, you're saying it has to happen under Donald Trump. Is that what you're saying? If he's re-elected, is that
it'll
what you're
have to
saying?
happen under a right winger. Like, it's not going to happen under a left winger. Yes, JB and his crew are all Zionists too, but like, it won't happen under them because they don't have the liberals don't have the political will for it. The liberals are always on the side of the Palestinians, right? So, like
Well,
most all,
I would actually say that, like, as far as the Democrat Party in the United States goes, I think they would have complete cognitive dissonance over what they believe if it came down to that.
yeah, they probably would. Matter of fact, like, but either way, like, out of the two, the stronger support always is going to come from that right wing group. The evangelical Christians, as we call them.
They'd have to be right-wing Christians, yeah.
Yeah, like the evangelical Christians, if somebody that they push gets power, I should say, right? Like DeSantis is in league with them, and so is Trump. Both of them are supported by this league of Christians, right? So, like,
Yeah.
either way, you could have this situation pop up where, like, this comes to fruition.
Now, you, and I better just sort of say that I think we missed it. I don't remember you saying it, but you did explain to me before that the Sanhedrin literally means 70th week. Is that the case?
Well, Sanhedrin is the court of 70. It's the court of 70. 70 Rebbe like to make the decision. So, like, underneath the Temple Mount as we speak, I mean, you can search it and see pictures of it. There is already the court of 70 built underneath the Temple Mount as we speak, in the catacombs that the Templars cleared out and dug. Like, they've turned that into the court of 70. They've got the 70 chairs there with the central chair for the high dude and all that. Like, it's finished underneath there. Like, all they need is the temple to go on top. And then
how were they able to build underneath what is currently a mosque then?
Well, that I haven't quite figured out, like how they jiggered everything to be able to get themselves in there, but they're in there either way.
Talk about a physical representation of what it means to subvert from within.
Yeah, to undermine something.
Undermine, even better. Yeah, to undermine, yeah.
They're actually undermining it. And, it's been there for quite some time now. And like I said, it's the area the Templars dug out, and they've just went in there and turned it into their court of 70 or whatnot. And it's been there for at least a decade, I know. But there is an actual official Sanhedrin building, though. And guess what it's got at the top of it? A big pyramid with an all-seeing eye.
Oh, right. I was going to guess a snake's head, but no, that's the Vatican. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
The snake would be something you'd be more likely to see them use as a representation for themselves, like in South America or North America, because South and North America is the continent of the serpent, like of the plumed serpent. That's actually, like, if you listen to Manly P. Hall, he'll tell you that that's the actual meaning of America. It's not Amerigo Vespucci, like how you get America from Amerigo Vespucci. I don't know anyway, but regardless, like in the Aztec religion, in the Aztec language, Amaruca means quite literally land of the plumed serpent.
I see. And Quetzalcoatl then is this snake with the feathers?
The God man, yeah. The white skinned, red haired, blue eyed God man that came and taught them how to build all this stuff.
Yeah.
And practice the mystery religions, like the people down further south call him Viracocha, but it's the same dude. Same dude.
Okay, Viracocha. I didn't know that one. But
talking about a guy who came from the ocean and taught them high technology and stuff.
I see. Well, isn't that
spirituality?
That's the same story of the people who arrived in the Mediterranean and taught people how to smelt copper and this kind of thing.
Yes, it's the same exact story. That's why, like, the Freemasons talk about, like, the sinking of Atlantis and the survivors, like, spreading out in both directions and going to these different lands trying to re-spark civilization. And that's why they called them gods in the first place, is because, you know, you got to imagine you've got all these ignorant people who barely survived this flood, don't know, you know, barely how to survive out there in the wilderness. And all of a sudden these people come along and teach them how to refound their civilization, right?
Yeah.
And, you know,
And
so they're the founders.
yeah, and I certainly didn't realize the importance of the Bronze Age or the ability to make bronze or brass. To me, that was just like, whatever, that's just like something that's happened in ancient days. But so much stems from the ability to be able to work with metal, not just stone or wood, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, when you really start thinking about brass or bronze, either one, and like what it takes to make that, I mean, for arsenic bronze, it's not that difficult because arsenic is a natural occurring mineral that occurs with copper, with naturally mined copper, right? Arsenic and copper occur together, and arsenic will help stiffen the blade too, but it's poisonous to work with. Well, somewhere along the lines, they figured out that they could use tin. Well, tin comes all the way from Britain, right? So, you know, you're taking materials in some places like that come from thousands and thousands and thousands of miles away to put together to make this other material, this alloy material.
Sure.
You know, like, how did they know to use that, right? Like, they had to have a giant communication network.
Exactly.
Wow.
And
Yeah,
it does.
Empire.
Yeah, I know it's not the same thing exactly, but it's the same kind of ramifications that, or pause for thought, that makes you ask, how did they understand or move all these things, or get the logistics and the communications with regard to the movement of allegedly where the stone for the pyramids was mined, was so far away down the river. And then how did they transport it and all this kind of thing.
Well, like from our Uta Aztecan ancestors, they say, from our stories, they say that we didn't build them, that the giants built them, and we took them over when we came up. Like, there were 7 tribes that went underground when the flood hit. Well, when we came back up out of the dirt, like, there were all these giants ruling over the land and, you know, trying to rule over us and everything else. Some of them were nice and helped us defeat the giants that would eat us and things like that. But basically what happened is we gained up on them and, you know, destroyed them all. The ones that helped us married into our tribe and, you know, donated their DNA. And that's supposed to be why I was born with extra teeth and all this other kind of stuff. But, you know, they're supposed to be the ones who built that stuff with the giant stones. And if you look, you'll notice the further down you go and the older you go, the bigger the stones are. But then once you hit a certain time period, now all the stones are smaller.
Yeah.
Like that one video I sent you from Mr. Mythos or whatever, his channel, that video talks about that. Actually, it talks about the giants and the building of the pyramids, how they got there.
I don't have it sort of queued up or ready to hand, but was that one of 4 links that you sent me today?
Yeah, the very last one.
Okay. I think I only got to 3 out of the 4 of them. But anyway, maybe we'll look at those then in another stream.
Yeah, sure.
And look, I think we've. I'm kind of always wondering whether I should ask or not, but okay, you brought it up, so I will ask you. So you've said you had an extra row of teeth, not just extra teeth. Are you saying that you were born with an extra row of teeth?
Yes. Well, I had to have them removed when I was a child, like, because my mouth wasn't big enough to hold them all.
So, I mean, we're all familiar with having too many teeth, and orthodontistry might require 1 or 2 being taken out and some then spread out a bit and this kind of stuff. But you had a whole extra row of teeth, one behind the other.
Yeah. In behind my row of teeth I have now, yeah, like there was an extra teeth in behind there. They had to split the roof of my mouth open and go up in there and pull them out. Like, so
how many teeth was that in total?
A handful. I can't remember exactly how many, but it was like more than 5.
Like, I mean, because like, I should know these things. I think it's a basic fact. I think there's a certain number of teeth that everybody is born with. Is it 32? Is that what?
32 for adults, but I had like a grand total of like, I think I had like 40. I want to say 40, 41, something like that. Like
Okay, that's
I had a row of fangs behind, like pointy fangs behind my front row of teeth.
okay. So look, I can still accept that that's unusual, but it's not an entire duplicate row of teeth behind another row.
No, that does happen though. That happens, like that stuff comes up in our tribe, as well as having 6 fingers and 6 toes. All traits that, as well as popping up with red hair when you are supposed to be completely Native American 100%. So, these things, and blue eyes also, you have someone like Crazy Horse. Before they gave him the nickname Crazy Horse, because in Native American culture, you earn your nicknames, right? Like you have a name when you're like born and as a child, but when you become a man or a grown woman, like you'll gain a nickname from your people, and that will be your new name, right? And sometimes it'll even change after that, like if you've done some great deed or something, or become a chief, right?
Yeah.
Well, like that kind of thing was what the situation with Crazy Horse. Like when he was little, they called him light-haired boy because his hair was light; it wasn't dark like theirs. And he came from from that priestly line, just like my family line does. So and it said that the reason, being that like our families were put in that position in the first place is because we have the blood of the giants, the ones that have magic in their blood, right? And all this kind of stuff. And Freemasonry accepts this. Like I told you, they think the Native Americans are some of the descendants of the Atlanteans themselves. So, they do adhere to a lot of the Native American beliefs, and that's going to be one of them: the reincarnation, the giants, the birthmarks, all these kind of things they pay attention to. And like I told you before, if you read that 68 Convocation book, it mentions things like this, by virtue of his birth and the stars he was born under and his birthmarks, we were going to induct him, blah, 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 blah. Right? Like they talk about this stuff. Okay. And it's definitely part of what they're thinking. And like if you look at Putin in Russia right now, he's got his people talking about reviving the Scythians, right? Like reviving these Scythian warriors and stuff. And I don't know for sure, but I suspect that they are trying to collect our blood and maybe pull these giants out of it somehow. Like, because if you can get pieces of their DNA from different people that have it in their blood, then theoretically, maybe you could put it back together and clone them. Theoretically.
Well, we did a stream where we know that at least these scientists all around the world, and in this particular place that we're not trying to mention too often, are saying that they found an ossuary, and from this central portion of the skull, I forget the name now, but it's on our stream, but there is a particular part of the skull that they say is very well suited to extracting DNA from, even millennia later, that they can use that DNA to recreate whatever they like from it.
Yeah. And I mean, like, they've made it impossible to really DNA test Native American bones. Because like my ancestor, I know my ancestor was larger than he was supposed to be. I've seen the stone coffin he was buried in. Okay. Like he was much larger than he's supposed to be. And he did have 6 fingers, 6 toes, and extra teeth. This is a fact. But you can't get DNA testing because some decades ago, it was made absolutely illegal to do any kind of testing like that on Native American remains in the North American continent.
I see. Well, that's the right opportunity then to ask you. Maybe you told me and I forgot. What is the tribe that you're speaking of?
It's Uta Aztecan, which encompasses several tribes, but you're talking about Paiute, Shoshone, Aztec. Basically all the Western American tribes for the most part, the southwestern tribes, I should say.
And so you're saying that you are partially descended from some kind of British upper class or noble class, and then partially these tribes in sort of Aztec. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I descend from a bastard line out of the noble classes of the UK, and like I am descended from Sacagawea's family. I don't know if you know who Sacagawea is, but Americans would. She's the she's the Shoshone woman who she was called Bird Woman by the Shoshone, but either way, like she's the one who led Lewis and Clark across America.
Oh, well, yes, but perhaps then I must know her by a different name then, is that it?
Yeah, well, she would have been known as Bird Woman by her people, but she was known as Sacagawea by Americans or whatnot.
Well,
But
look,
yeah,
I
like she married a Frenchman who was kind of a piece of crap, and some more stuff. But like I like yeah.
oh, well, of course, I'm thinking of Pocahontas then, haven't I?
Yeah, you might be thinking of Pocahontas. She married John Smith. All right.
Yeah, but I am familiar with Lewis and Clark. But yeah, look, I don't know. Maybe it's just getting a little bit late in the stream now. Maybe I don't know anymore where the Sacagawea sounds familiar, or is it because you said it? I don't know.
Sacagawea is the one that was on the gold dollar that they put out like some decades ago. Like a couple of decades ago, they had like these gold. They weren't real gold, obviously. They were like brass coated or something, but they were gold colored, right? And they had her face on it or whatnot. Kind of a proud moment for me, I guess, like in a way. But then at the same time, it kind of reminds you that she was kind of used and abused by these folks. And, it didn't go well, right? It didn't go well at all. But yes, like I technically have some Shoshone and Paiute in me, as well as some Cherokee from my father's side.
Okay, I thought that you had said Cherokee, or sorry, Cherokee before. I don't know why. I'm always pronouncing it Cherokee, and I know it's wrong. I don't know why I want to say it Cherokee. Okay.
Between the habits of the noble branch of my family back in the day and all their marrying for political reasons and everything else, plus like what happened here in the pioneer days and everything else, I am a mutt. 100% mutt.
Okay.
Like
Well, look,
I have a little bit of I think the only thing I don't have in my blood is like African. Almost everything else I do.
okay. Oh well, that you can't have everything. You can't have it all. Right? Okay, so let's move on, right? Okay, so we were talking about the political stuff, right? That they're going to have to create a world sort of cultural political movement so that they can then say, "Oh, you want us to have that temple? Well, who are we to argue?" Let's read a bit more about how they're going to achieve this. So, how might this happen? One possibility was found in an academic book on the politics of the Temple Mount. Given the emphasis upon the international community's interest in the sites under the concept of heritage and humankind, or like a world UNESCO. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, okay, they've already got an NGO for that. Go ahead, yeah.
No, I was just saying, yeah, there you are. There's them usual suspects again. And like there you are, and how it's all tying back to what all else is going on in the world right now. Like it all loops back around. It always does.
So if you own all the NGOs and all the corporations, then you can simply get the corporations to create an advertisement saying, "Sponsored, we proudly sponsor this NGO in making this World Heritage Site available for everybody."
Yeah, it's kind of like Susan Wojcicki, like giving herself the YouTube Freedom of Speech Award. It's like you're the head of YouTube and you're giving yourself a Freedom of Speech Award after you just crush free speech. I mean, that was just the height of hypocrisy for me. Like I had to double take at that one for a minute. I'm like, really, is this how her logic works? Well,
it's something else that I have observed, and I think other people have too, that these people love creating foundations so that they can go there to a lovely hotel and give themselves awards and pat each other on the back.
Yes, they do. And so those like Klaus Schwab can dress up like like Darth Vader in his weird Japanese samurai kimono thingy or whatever. Like, have you seen that?
Oh,
that weird outfit he was wearing. It looks like something out of Star Trek, man.
Yeah, and it seems to me that either the normies never get to see it, or they do get to see it, but just the voiceover on the news tells them that it's lovely and they have a great sense of humor, and then the normies go, "Oh, he's got a great sense of humor. He's trying to figure out the economic problems of the world, but he still has a great sense of humor. He's a showman."
It's like, don't you want to wear the thing with the giant triangular shoulders and, you know, makes you look like a Klingon, whatever? Like, you know, or Romulan. I think it would probably be closer to the Romulan dress. I'm
Something
not a
like
big
that, yeah.
Star Trek guy, so I get them confused.
Mm.
But either way, like, I was always into more Lord of the Rings and, you know, the sword and sorcery more than the, like, with my geekdom. Like
You were a geek, not a nerd. Okay.
well, like, I played football and dated like the cheerleader and everything in high school, but
Yeah.
like I also played D&D and, you know, did
Yeah.
that stuff. Like, so I never had to worry about the whole like crossing barriers or like I'd talk to whoever I wanted to.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, I
nobody
know.
couldn't.
I'm only really making the joke that I'm aware that some people try to make a distinction between a geek and a nerd, whereas really they're all just like they should be like pejorative terms that pretty much mean the same thing. That somebody is socially inept, but you don't come across as somebody like that, and I doubt that you ever were.
No, I just like to play board games and stuff. So, like, I've played board games with the people who like to play board games, and yes, they were kind of nerdy. But you know, these days and in this era, I've come to find out that basically anyone who, like, you know, knows pop culture and you know, plays video games or any of that kind of stuff is being classified as a geek these days. It used to mean something different back in our day, but in this day, it's more like the what's that show called? It's a show about a bunch of nerds. Big Bang Theory, yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah,
kinda
yeah,
like that. Like that's
yeah.
kind of the idea of nerds these days, whereas our idea of nerds was like Steve Urkel.
Well, those people were definitely people you, even if you thought that they were funny, and I really hate that show because it's just all the jokes are so formulaic and telegraphed from 20 miles away. But
Mhm.
if people thought that they were funny, they definitely wouldn't want to hang around with in real life. Just real awful people. But anyway, I want to move on, right?
Uh-huh.
Because I think we can do this under time, right?
Yeah.
So it says, under the concept of heritage of humankind, representatives from the international community need to be included as mediators and guarantors. These would likely come from the United Nations, UNESCO, and drawn from regional powers such as the Arab League, right? Very presumptive, but they think they can get them on board. NATO or interested states. But isn't it amazing that with international pressure, just pause to sort of say this, that the very people they want off the land, they think they can sort of somehow turn their head around enough times that they'll go, hey, wait a minute, we need to get us off our own land that we currently hold. Amazing.
Well, see, Saudi Arabia has went full Freemasonic as well, so they're on board. Like it's the people that they have to worry about, you know, the mob. They have to caress the mob. Like the world leaders are on board. It's
Mm,
the Muslim people who aren't going to give up that Temple Mount, right?
mm.
So they have to engineer a contrived situation that will make people go, I don't like it, but okay, right?
Mm.
Like that's what they're looking for, and you know, bringing in UNESCO and all these other kind of, you know, World Heritage people and all that, you know, to mediate. Well, you know how that's going to mediate out. It's going to turn into the same rules that exist for that tri-faith center thing. Like that's what they're going to do. They're going to get that's going to be the rules that operate on the Temple Mount, and they're going to all but in name take it back, and until they eventually just come out and say, yeah, it's ours now,
Yeah, well, it
right?
seems to me that they always love hiding behind the throne of power, and this is the same tactic as basically saying, "Oh, we're not taking over the world; it's the UN or Britain or the Empire that's mandated that they gave it to us." This kind of thing, like
What did
But
I
it's
tell you about
basically just
Freemasonry?
yeah. So
Freemasonry always operates behind the pharaoh, behind the king, behind the president. That way, when you do the shit that they told you to do, it's you that they get mad at, not them,
mm. And
right?
I also equate it to corporations and shell corporations, and that basically maybe let's pick the example of IG Farben and then Monsanto and then Bayer. so that if one of them gets a bad rep, then they just do a reverse takeover, or well, BASF is good, so we'll close down IG Farben and call it BASF, or Monsanto sounds a bit dodgy, we'll just say, oh, well, Bayer took it over and fixed that, but it's all the same people.
Yes, exactly that. You know, they help create like the state of you know what, and they help create UNESCO, and they help create all these things, and then they award themselves whatever they want. Then you know, because they're all buddies. You know, they're all friends playing for the same team. At the end of the day, wink, wink. So they just you know they just set up. They just have to worry about setting up all these contrived circumstances that get everybody else to play along.
And they can own 10 magazines, 5 from one position, 5 from another, but they can all then, because they're owned by the same people, be unanimous that one of the movies that they just produced is the best thing ever, or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you always see that on movies anyway. Anytime you read a movie jacket, it's always 5 stars says such and such. You know, 5 stars says this such and such, and best movie ever says this magazine. It's all they always say the same shit. They never say it's bad. It's kind of like asking a drug dealer if his drugs are good. He's always going to say yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, and these people have the nerve to talk about sort of unconscious bias when they have very conscious bias. So then they'll talk about, well, there's a consensus of magazines on this movie. I think everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Exactly. Anyway. Just like the coup for anything else. The science has spoken. The scientists are at a consensus. It's like, which scientists are at a consensus? Oh, the one you've paid. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Okay. Right. We're nearly there. And I'll be very interested to see if there's any blue boxes or strikes or whatever. But anyway, let's not tempt fate. These would likely come from the United Nations and UNESCO, and drawn from regional powers such as the Arab League, and guess who else, right? NATO, right? Like the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, who have just admitted, I heard during the week, Finland to their organization to double the border with Russia.
Yeah.
So they're going to be, and then they mention or other interested states such as the US, the EU, and Russia. So while they're all warring with each other, they'll all be sure about one thing, that place belongs to those people.
Well, I mean, you saw Putin come out on the TV recently, I'm sure, and say that, like, if any peace talks are to be done with Ukraine, it should be on the topic of creating a new world order. And all this. It's like everybody always wants to nominate, and it's just like I told them from the beginning. There ain't no white hats when it comes to these world leaders, folks. They're all competing for the same promotion. Understand that, live that. Like, and as far as Russia and Finland go, that is another like historical rift that they're taking advantage of, like, because the Russo-Finn War was an actual thing, and it was really brutal, and they don't like each other much. So they're once again taking advantage of that, like, blood feud, I guess you could call it, like, and that people have in their hearts.
Yeah, and there are people currently living in Finland who consider themselves to be Russian.
Yes. Just like there's people in Ukraine who consider themselves to be Russian.
So it's very much the same kind of thing. Yeah.
It's like, I've tried to get people to understand. It's like, if you were living like in a country and then all of a sudden the part of that country you live in got annexed and then called another country, and you still considered yourself part of that other country they pulled you away from, like, how would you feel? One half of the country doesn't want to be part of Ukraine. Like, what do you do there? Like, you can't make those people be part of a country they don't want to be part of. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. we'll carry on anyway, because it's just such a big topic, and we've just got a few minutes left before the 5 hours, right? So, any proposed, then they go on to say, any proposed legal regime will require not just all these international political bodies, but interfaith cooperation composed of, and here we go, really now into the one world religion, composed of religious leaders from the region. It may be supplemented by international religious leaders who may serve as mediators. Those who seek to understand biblical prophecy know that the antichrist will be followed by both political and religious leaders making this kind of proposal a reality. And I think I'm finished now. Just check. Yeah, so I'll get the last line in here. It says, and maybe this is the opinion of the article writer, it is exciting to see these developments unfold in the land of that place regarding the building of a third temple as we eagerly watch for the second coming of our Messiah. But it's the Antichrist, but yet it's the second coming. So when was the first coming if these people don't believe that it happened 2,000 odd years ago?
Yeah. Well, see, I think what you have here is it's a Zionist that's writing the article. Right, so he's speaking from a Zionist perspective about a them people perspective thing, right? It's something that they're working together on. You know, the Zionist evangelicals fly over there all the time to help them pick their grapes and all these kind of things, knowing good and well that like they're not allowed to participate in any other process of making that wine other than picking the grapes. If they touch anything else after that, then it's not going to be considered kosher and they'll have to throw it away. Right? It's like they hate you so much they won't let you touch their food. And like, but you're willing to go over there and pick their grapes for them? Come on, man. Wake up. But they do it. They do it. And I think that that's the kind of guy you got right here, where he's like actually looking forward to the Antichrist's reign so that, like, you know, he can force God's hand and, you know, make Christ reappear. And, you know, there's nothing more prideful than thinking that you can command the Son of God to appear in front of you because you want him to. You know what I mean? Like, but I want.
Well, there's so much in their culture, and religious culture, I suppose, is their culture, where they tricked God, and God basically had to sort of say, oh, you got me well there, so fair enough, I'll have to concede defeat on this. So they consider God to be just like an opponent on the chessboard in a way, don't they?
Yes, in a lot of ways they do. And you see that translate over into these Zionist Christians who see it very much as a transactional relationship. I come to church like a good boy or girl. I give the money to the crazy preacher man so he can buy his jet. And therefore that buys me whatever, you know, grace and all this other stuff.
Well, I can't speak for Protestants, but I can, but it probably is the same, but I can definitely speak for Catholics in as far as it goes with putting money into the basket. That although they might not believe that if they put money into the basket directly, that means they'll get a good seat in heaven, there is kind of that underlying thing to it. Or if not exactly that, they definitely think that it means that they're an upstanding, good, moral part of the community by contributing their tithes to the church and the upkeep and just being a good citizen. You know, they get a good feeling.
As far as Roman Catholics go, I have two words for that. It's called papal dispensation. Like, do you know what that is? That is quite literally little scrolls that they started giving out and have given out all the way up until like World War II. They were still giving them out. They gave them to the funny mustache man and his people to get them over the Alps and help them escape. Like, you know, the Vatican now help them tiny mustache men, German people, escape over the Alps after the war and make their way to safety. Like, they also issued papal dispensations to crusaders who did awful things, like, you know, and rich people who did awful things back in the Middle Ages. You know, you would pay the church and then the Pope or whatever would give you a papal dispensation saying it's literally a piece of paper that says you've been forgiven of X, 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 and X. Right? So it's like you can quite literally pay money to the church. It's like paying a fine to the courthouse or something for a speeding ticket. It's like, oh, well, I cheated on my wife today. I committed adultery. It's like, oh, well, if you pay 50 gold pieces and a horse, then we'll give you this papal dispensation that says you didn't do that or that you're
Yeah,
forgiven.
yeah,
And
and the way. And I think everybody who knows anything about their own religion and Catholicism is aware that even if they think that it doesn't happen currently now or didn't happen until very recently, they are aware that what they think perhaps is a part of the bad past before. Perhaps they think that things got reformed in 1950 during, I forget what it's called, the Vatican II. I think maybe some Catholics might think that prior to that, there were some bad things where the church lost its way in this regard, that they accepted money, which would then absolve people of their sins, and then that buys their way into heaven. I think they think that might have got fixed in Vatican II or something like that. Maybe that's what they think.
Well, we have a saying in Orthodoxy: be careful when you go to get rid of your demon, because you might take on 7 trying to get rid of 1.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's
when
the same thing I would say here. Yeah, maybe they did get rid of that, but look at all the other ecumenicism and clown masses and pachamamas and everything else that they wound up with.
Well, when I, as a child, very young child, like learned of all the hypocrisies, like that was one of the reasons that I kind of went, look, the same as I'm reading about these people and they're the crazy beliefs that they have, and they create their own laws and then think they're clever by figuring ways to finagle their way around it. My attitude is, nobody's forcing you. There's no God that's forcing you to believe in any of this. Just don't do it if you don't want to do it, but so I will concede that there's a lot of Christians, or certainly Catholics, who do engage in rituals and don't understand why, but they just do it, and they stand up and they sit down and they kneel and the bell rings and then they walk up and they do this, and they don't know why they're doing it, but they know it's part of the community, so they just do it, right? Well, they used to, not anymore. But I did do, and I'll sort of, in a way, I'm going to say advertise, but self-promote, but I mean, I'm not charging any money for it, but I speak very frankly about this topic, and it's called the, I read from some articles on my Odyssey, so if you go look there and scroll back through my content a bit, you'll find where I read about, these people who did all the study, wrote books on it, and it's about the kind of the culture of rituals that they engage in, washing hands with a right hand motion or to a left hand motion, and it's just like a cargo cult. They don't understand why or what it's all for, but they just believe that whatever they're asking for, then that basically the antichrist will give it to them. And there's also an element of backwards justification of what they did. So the way if somebody reads their horoscope and they think, oh, you're going to meet a handsome stranger today, well, they'll kind of do their best to try and make that happen, or later on they'll sort of say, oh, I did actually see a dark stranger, so that was a good thing, it all came true. So there's that aspect to it as well, which I consider to be highly primitive mind, but there's so many of them in the world, we have to take note of who these people are.
It works on people every day. That's, the mysteries teach you this stuff. We call it the gift of gab inside the lodge, like as like a nickname for it or whatever. Like, I was always known for being really good at, you said I'm a good conversationalist and stuff. Well, I've always been good at this. And like, it was my specialty of being able to coerce people when I was, still doing black magic and things. Like, I was known for being able to coerce and read people. Like, and I mean, it's so easy to do, because if I still believed in doing that, I'll say now, I feel that it is absolutely wrong to influence people without them knowing like that. It interferes with their free will and it's despicable. So, don't do this stuff. But like, it's the same kind of stuff that you'd see the FBI or the CIA use, or fortune tellers use, right? They're reading you. Like, okay, for instance, if I was a fortune teller and I have a 45-year-old woman come in, she doesn't have any grandchildren in tow, she's driving a sports car, or a really nice, car that doesn't have like a lot of room for car seats or anything like that, and she's not wearing her wedding ring. Well, if she sits down and pays me for a reading, it's probably a pretty good bet that I can say something like, somebody has hurt you in the past, and and I could just go down that route. And what are the chances of me being right when I say that? pretty fucking high given all the other attributes that I just named off as far as like what she's got going on, right? She's driving a nice car. She's not married. She doesn't have grandchildren. She's been hurt by a man, and she's not like gotten into a relationship since. She's old. She's bitter. She's like got a cat at home. And you can play off of these assumptions by reading books by their cover. You can often hit right on the nose. And the police do this. Like if you're driving a car that is 3 different colors, like it's got 3 different, like 2 different color fenders, and like, you know, you're riding on a spare and you're out past like 9 o'clock at night, they're going to pull you over. Why? Because the statistic like chances of you being up to something, being out that late at night, and being of the income level that would drive a vehicle like that, the statistical chances of you being out doing something that I can give you a ticket for are really high.
Yeah. And just then to kind of say the phrase, then it's cold reading, and that's what so many of these televangelists do, and also known as Barnum statements from P.T. Barnum, where basically you can say very generalized statements that can be true of a lot of people, but people will think that it applies to them uniquely and think it's an amazing perception that people have then.
Yes, and this is the stuff I love talking about, because it exposes the actual method of the day-to-days and how they manipulate individual people as well as the masses. This works on the, you know, as above, so below, as within, so without. This works on the micro and the macro. You can use it on big groups or little ones. Matter of fact, the bigger the group gets, the easier it gets, because you've got groupthink in there. The smaller the scale, the harder it gets, because the more attention these people are paying to
And that's
you.
what they do. That's what they do to our societies as well. I did a short on it there during the week, and one, but what you were talking about as well. But like what I was basically saying was the principle that the larger the population, then the more the statistical probability becomes a certainty that somebody somewhere in that large population group is going to be the perfect person for all of the things you happen to say.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, if you can get, and when it comes to crowds, if you can get like, it's like Cullen was saying earlier, when it came to like, you know, getting, you know, just that critical mass, if you can get a critical mass of that group to go along, then most of the rest will just fall into place, because they'll fall into that, you know, that group mind, the group think stuff. You know, they'll start assuming, oh, well, because it couldn't be false if there's 200 people here all believing it, right?
Yeah, or if you can give the impression that there are anyway through news media or whatever, or other tricks. But yeah, just I wasn't sure you meant there, but
crowds. They'll rig up crowds. They'll like, you know, it'll look like there's 3,000 people standing there, and if you were just to pan the camera a foot left or a foot right, you'd see that there's nobody.
Yeah, that's what they do at we won't say who, but certain people who have you know, conventions and you know, rallies and that kind of thing. But I just want to say that it might not be clear for anybody listening. You're referring to Dave Cullen and the video we played earlier from Computing Forever. And just to say as well there, also Sojourner is asking what article is this from. I have a link in the description of this video to it. It's from a URL from yeah, anyway, you'll see it, right? It's in the description there, right? And you might be able to make it out on screen at the moment. I've you know, put it there where you can see the address there in the address bar.
Cool. When it comes to stuff like this, this paper as well as Haaretz are 2 good places to look when it comes to like the things going on in that particular part of the world. You know, keeping an eye on that, you know, will tell you a lot, especially this one. This one is like one of my little honeypots I keep going to, because like they just say all kinds of stuff that you won't find people saying anywhere else.
Yeah, I do notice that there's a lot of articles well worth reading in these kind of papers or online publications,
because nobody else reads them. I mean, aside from people like me and people from there, and like maybe, you know, heads of state or CIA directors or whatnot, like people here don't read them. Why would they? Right? It's not something they care about. Like most secular people could care less.
Mm.
They think all of this is just superstitious craziness, silliness, and we're all just wasting our time. They'd laugh in our faces for talking about this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Sojourner says it's fuzzy on the screen. Well, but you will see it in the description of this video. There it is. The link is there, and there might be one or two other things that we've talked about that I haven't got in there, but I'll always update later, maybe tomorrow, if there's anything that I haven't thought of that I forgot. And I'll put a pinned comment then to sort of say if when and if I've updated with any links. But I do know that I've put that link in the description. Sorry, she's already said okay, perfect.
People
Thanks.
can always ask if they want or whatever. If you ever got questions or you want a link to something that I've talked about or something like that, I think that you've put my email underneath the videos before or whatever. Someone can email me and I'll send it to them or whatever.
I might have once before, but I if I have, it was only the once. I was going to say, oh yeah, I mean, just obviously, people can leave a comment, and if it's there, unless YouTube makes it completely impossible to see, you might be able to peruse the comments, But maybe I think, did you say before you don't necessarily want to leave comments yourself in the videos?
Yeah, I don't usually I don't like my own videos and comments and things like that. I usually don't like them like a lot of people do. As I've said before, I feel like that's kind of like patting myself on the back, and that's kind of.
Oh no, that's not what I said. I mean, you don't like to leave comments, you don't want to write comments under the videos.
Oh, not unless somebody ats me and asks me a question or something. I don't mind having a conversation under the videos, not at all.
Oh, well, that's all right. No, no, fair enough. I wanted to clear that up because I did think that you had said to me before, because you wanted to maintain a certain amount of discretion because of the organization that you were a member of before, that you didn't want to have a presence there, but that's not the case, isn't it?
A lot of times, I used to be really picky about that, but as I've told you before, since everything's been going down, I've kind of came out of my hiding. I stayed underground for over a decade, doing my thing, but things have gotten serious enough now to where the risk has got to be taken. I can't just keep staying on the underground and not making my voice heard anymore. It's gotten too serious for that. Plus, I'm getting older, and it was all fine and dandy being on the underground and keeping my mouth shut when I was a kid, but now I'm crossing the 40 line, and beyond the 50 soon enough. Time goes fast, and I don't have forever, so trying to make sure the things I know actually get preserved and carried on to people and are of some use, right?
Yeah, well, from my perspective, I absolutely am feeling the time is running out, and I feel that I've wasted a lot of the time that I had when I was younger. I think that things are definitely going to get worse. Nothing is changing about the timeline, as we've talked before. They're going to bring out digital passports, central bank digital currency. There'll be more lockdowns. There'll be more restrictions, and I think also there's going to be a certain element of kinetic civil war, and it does seem to me as well, and maybe next week we might play some of these videos. It does definitely seem to me that both in, for sure, I mean probably in every country, but for sure I have video evidence that Ursula von der Leyen, the president-ress of the European Commission, I'm pretty sure said to Justin Trudeau, but probably didn't mean to, and accidentally spills the beans by saying to him, oh, well, we in Europe are training the people to fight in Ukraine, but I know that you guys here in Canada have been doing it since 2014, thinking that she was complimenting him, but really was letting the cat out of the bag. So it seems to me that, I probably both Ukrainian nationals and other people who are going to fight in Ukraine are being trained in all of our countries. And there's video evidence that in this country that our military bases are filled with men who are claiming to be refugees, but are almost certainly being trained. And I think the best case scenario is that they're being trained to fight in Ukraine, but I actually don't think that's what it is at all. I think they're trained to be a foreign military presence to quell any uprisings that may occur in any of our countries when things start to get real bad. How soon that will be, I don't know.
Well, I mean, we cross train all the time. Our police here in the United States, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but most of the people I know in our movement here in America are the police here in America are cross trained with the Israeli IDF, right? So, like, our police are quite literally trained by the Israeli military.
Well, I knew that's why your police are so militarized. They weren't
Yeah.
always like that. Yeah.
No, they used to not even be allowed to carry guns, very much like there in Britain was meant to be. People didn't want them having guns, so they didn't have any. And then, like, it wasn't until, like, okay, this is why I tell people that the whole Pinkerton detective agency, bank robbing and all that, like Jesse James and all these gangsters, they were Freemasons. Like, they did this on purpose. You robbed the banks. It's just like I was telling you with the gangs. You use the crime to manufacture the consent for what you need. You want your cops to have guns? Get people's banks to not have their money when they go there because some gangster robbed it. And now you have a reason to create the FBI, right? Or the hired the Pinkerton detective agency before that. And it's always worked that way.
Yeah.
So, and it's still working that way today. So, like, after that, like, they got 6 shooters and Tommy guns in, right? Well, then in the 80s and 90s, you had the OKC situation, which got them onto all these militias. In the 60s, you had the Black Panthers and all these other kind of things, all leading up to them militarizing more and more. Then with the war on tea, and George Bush Jr. there, they signed in that thing that allows them to take old military equipment, which isn't really old. I can tell you from personal experience, I know for a fact that they are these military contractors that make this equipment. They're making extra brand new equipment is going to the police and going to the gangsters, both. Both the gangsters and the police are being given tanks, MRAPs, weapons, you name it.
Yeah. So they've always escalated everything, and whether they generated every crisis or not, they've never let a good crisis go to waste.
No, they've always put money or something behind it. It might spring up organically, but after that, it gets all the growth hormone and pesticides and everything they can put on it.
And we can see now where we are, where we're basically on the cusp of not exactly a civil war, but where the government outright then has all its guns pointed at its own citizens in every nation, certainly in the West anyway.
Yeah.
But look, we'll have to leave it there. It's 5 hours now, and again, the time always flies by, but I want to say again, thanks for the great conversation. We've run a gamut of everything, and again, I'll be sort of, curious to see what, if anything, I mean, like, because you're always trying to decide, like, what can you talk about and what will YouTube complain about or whatever, but we'll see. Anyway, again, we've kind of run the gauntlet,
Eventually, they'll come for us all. Like, if you even say one wrong thing, they'll hammer you. And that's what this whole TikTok ban thing is going to be all about. Like, the fine print on that sucker is Patriot Act 2.5. So, it's going to come in and basically, like, give them the ability to name anyone who, like, they want to as a domestic tea and put you under investigation and all kinds of stuff. So it's all that.
Yeah. And so things are going to get worse in that direction big time as well. And as bad as I think it is, I'll be sort of saying, like, when I'm in a gulag, like Alexander Solzhenitsyn described about that the cell was too small to lie down flat, so you could never have your body flat, and you shared it with 5 other people, so there wasn't even enough room on the floor. So I mean, things could get that bad. In addition to no food and everything,
Yeah, well, I mean, the British are behind this, and I mean, if you've ever been to the UK and toured any of the and toured the castles there in London and everything else, they have that thing called Little Ease. It's like a standing cell that's only deep enough to fit you in, and you can't sit down, you can't lay down, you can't do anything but just stand there with the
Right.
bars right up to your nose, and like then they close the door over that to where you don't even have a hole to look out of, right?
Hmm.
This is the kind of brutal stuff they can come up with, and I mean the British are also the ones who designed our current the current prisons we have and jails, where you have this like central column. You have a central column with the guards in it, a guard tower in the center, and all the cells are organized around that. That was invented in Victorian Britain. Like nobody can come up with more brutal shit to do to people than the British. I'm just here to tell you. Our
Really? Okay.
ancestors have a brutal streak in them that is a mile long, and it amazes me sometimes at the shit they could come up with.
Well, look, not that I'm trying to stand up for the British, but I imagine that every country would give them a run for their money. But
Well, yeah,
anyway,
run for their money, maybe, but like I've studied like the history of torture or whatever, and there's some bad shit like all the way around, like physical torture type stuff, like impaling and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't the only people to come up with psychological torture, like putting people in solitary confinement and breaking their mind. That was entirely a British construction, something they perfected in the world wars. In World War One, for example, they sat there and would play games with the artillery shells. They would sit there and time it and see, and they literally time down to the exact amount of shells that they would have to fire at the enemy to cause them to have shell shock. Like they literally invented what we understand as psychological warfare, which is the
okay.
most cruel type of warfare that you can that the body will heal, but the mind not so much.
Hmm.
Always,
Okay.
like you can cut somebody's leg off and give them a prosthetic, but there ain't a whole lot you can do if you break their brain.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I'll take your word for it, but I have trouble believing that it was only the Brits that were at this. But anyway, or that they were
I
the
know
best.
the Americans were at it
Yeah.
too, but specifically the Anglo-American establishment. But the Brits were the ones who started it.
Okay.
Like they started the research, and it continued through all the Germanic-speaking countries on up through till now. Like it's
Hmm.
what birthed the MK Ultra program.
Right. Okay. Well, fair enough. I wouldn't have guessed it. But anyway, we're going to have to leave it there. We've gone over time, and we have to leave some time for the next conversation.
Right.
So I want to say thanks again for the great conversation. Thanks to everybody who was listening live and who will listen back then to the playback. And hopefully we'll talk again next week.
For sure. For sure.
All right. Okay. Cheers again.
All right. Thank you, bud.